saying hello. All right, there we go. Hello, Towel friends on the Towel YouTube. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. I believe I should be popping up on your screen any second now. Towel's voice is a little strained from yesterday, so let's all be... Oh! Good little towels. I gotta fix the windows. I was gonna... Oh, no.
My name is Grant Smith Ellis.
Hey, the audio's working.
I believe I should be popping up on your screen any...
All right, hello. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. We have some documentaries I want to check out a little bit later. We also are going to watch a very interesting lecture about Saudi Arabia. But before we get there, we have to talk about some things, in particular what's going on over the past 24 hours. And in order to talk about that, I have to get you all caught up. So if you're just joining, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thank you so much for your patience today. I was not forsaking you, little towels. I just had some towel things to do while I was being a little towel. Now, the first thing is I do want to talk to Super Towel Jew Drops, and I am a little... So you know what? I think we're going to get rid of Troy. You know, I think I've made my final decision. Troy, you know, if both Colleen Henry and Drew Drops feel uncomfortable, I think, you know, that's the end of it. Goodbye, Troy. So, final decision. Troy has been removed for now. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I don't feel comfortable with anyone who has made either Jew Drops or Colleen feel uncomfortable. So anyone who runs into Jew Drops or Colleen, please just relay the message that one step too far. I think Troy was trying to drive people away. I can't necessarily confirm it, but I don't feel comfortable with it, and I'm putting an end to it. No more gratuitously enabling it. I should have drawn the line with Colleen Henry, and although I tried to facilitate some kind of drawdown, it was the wrong decision. I was overwhelmed by what was going on, and I'm not going to have further discussion. He's gone. So I love Jew Drops and Colleen Henry very much, and therefore Troy's gone. Thank you, Chastity. Yep, listen, Towel was under a lot of stress the past few days. I had to sleep overnight, and I had to really think about what's going on. You know, obviously, we need to recenter this conversation, because although I'm going to read the story for you that I published last night, although this does definitely relate to the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and it has a nexus to disclosure, questions about disclosure on jury forms by Juror 11. The real implications of what we've stumbled onto, and I think we could all tell, those of us following the stream, we were heading there in the other direction. I have that Israeli spy documentary up. Hold on. That doesn't need to be up. I think a lot of what those of us who were watching the stream saw coming was, okay, you know, it seems like we're heading in a direction here when we found the Juror 11 father-in-law getting arrested for stealing missile defense secrets. That was about 3 days ago. I think that crescendoed more and more, ladies and gentlemen, in recent days. And then we got to the point where we found out the father-in-law was suspected of being Egyptian intelligence, and then it spiraled even more to the point where we found out he was charged with possession of child sexual abuse imagery, and then it spiraled more to the point where he was recommended a sentence of 70 months for his federal prison term, somehow got 18 months concurrent on the child SAM material, and the federal missile defense theft. And then, of course, you would think, okay, that's really intense. You know, did the juror disclose that? But it got more overwhelming yesterday, and I'll read you the story in a second. When Murder by Maestro, Towel, and I, you know, just the little Towel friends, were hanging around, you know, we were hanging around. Hello, Leafly. I would say this is the sensitive matter, yes. So we were hanging around yesterday, and Murder by Maestro and I, we had this, and I'll just give you the full story because I have to finish editing the video. It's still up on X, but I have to edit a little bit of it on YouTube because we quoted from... I analyzed a documentary that had a very specific section that quoted another documentary that was copyrighted, so I had the option to either just remove that or assert fair use. It wasn't a strike. It was a auto detection. So I could have... It was important, my commentary on it, not the actual video, the 10 seconds or 20 seconds. So I had to edit out that segment, and the YouTube video will be back up in like 5 hours when it finishes editing and processing the 12-hour file to remove that section that I was commenting on. But overall, what was happening yesterday, and I'll show you the video on X at some point. Murder by Maestro and I, as we, over the past 72 hours, along with a bunch of other folks, including LA Connection and a number of Super Towels, had discovered this father-in-law's sort of strange history, the federal conviction, the state charges. Frank was also involved in that. And then all of us together, I think, started just kind of wondering how this happened. Now, as all those discussions are unfolding yesterday, Murder by Maestro had a very specific question, and I joined the question because of a single Google search result about whether the father-in-law went to the University of Idaho. Now, I'm kind of going down that rabbit hole on the stream in real time, like I was playing some analytical videos about the situation involving Egypt and Saudi Arabia, that we were getting caught up on why these countries might have an incentive to spy on the U.S. And as we're doing that, I'm calling the University of Idaho, not on stream, I'm calling them off stream, trying to ask them if they'll confirm for me that the juror's father-in-law, Lahadi Yassin Sergadladine, if he was a PhD student there in like the 80s and 90s. The reason I was interested in this is as we were on Pacer yesterday, the public federal court website, we were reviewing the docket, this very long federal docket for the guy's U.S. Missile Defense System charges. And in the pre-sentencing memo and from the government and things like that, there was this talk of this guy being like the father-in-law being a very successful like researcher, professor. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's working as a security guard, and then all of a sudden, he's working at Raytheon. Now, I'm thinking something happened at the University of Idaho, right? That's what's in my mind. So let me call him, try to confirm this guy went, because you can't just assert on your LinkedIn you have a degree from somewhere, because schools won't tell you anything about a student. But if you're asserting you're from a school and it's relevant to, like, for example, if I'm going to cover the guy, he's asserting he's from University of Idaho, then I can call, or anyone can call the school and say, is this person who's asserting they are from the University of Idaho from the University of Idaho? But what the University of Idaho wanted while I was on the phone was his exact birth date. Now, I had 1953 as his birth date from the court documents, but I think it was like November something, but I didn't know the exact date. So I'm like, okay, give me a second. I got to go into the files. I didn't say court files. They would have realized I was calling about a guy who was federally charged. Not that I care, but I just didn't want to start getting into his federal indictment for stealing nuclear missile defense secrets. So I get off the phone, and then as I'm thinking about the University of Idaho, and this is actually how it happened on stream, it was a crazy moment. As I'm thinking about the University of Idaho, I said to myself, you know what, maybe, because Murder by Maestro wanted confirmation that the guy went to the... Oh, hello, Yvonne. No, it's not. We are a blue wall of justice, my dear friend. We welcome you to the blue wall of justice. You're Yvonne. We are happy to have you. But let me continue with this story. So Murder by Maestro is trying to get me to, in chat, him and I are having a colloquy, and he's trying to say to me, all right, I'm taking this image down of the Israeli spy. Murder by Maestro is trying to say to me, Grant, can you get confirmation this guy went to the University of Idaho? So I'm thinking, all right, let's just go in the government's sentencing recommendation, which is docket entry 72 on the federal criminal case. And I'm saying to myself, okay, so maybe they'll say something in there about his degrees. Little did I know, on like the bottom of page 6 into page 7, they do talk about his degrees, but they don't say where he went. They said he got a master's in computer science, and he got a PhD in like some kind of atomic or particle physics. And then they said this was the key insight. It was the weirdest, most serendipitous moment. They said the DOJ said in the third part of the sentence, and he has patents. Now, what tipped me off that something was weird was, one, the guy already went down for spying, okay? So I was already kind of attuned to the fact that something might be going on with this gentleman, okay? But what then got me even more interested in this, all right, is that after I see the sentence about patents, I said to Murder by Maestro, just like casually on stream, like Murder by Maestro, dude's got patents. Like I don't remember the exact quote. We should look into this. So I'm thinking about going to do a patent search. But before I even can, MBM, the genius super towel that he is, just comes flying into chat. And he's like, well, hold on. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just like the color blue. It's true. It's because one of the first girls I was ever with, really sweet girl, she liked like robin's egg blue nail polish. So I strongly associate like any shade of blue, but especially light blue or blue with her. So it's a nice memory. I wonder how she's doing. I never looked into it. Not that, no, if I ever come across her randomly, I'll ask, but I'm never going to like find out what she's doing. I bet she has a whole life. Anyway, so, as Murder by Maestro, the super towel finds the patent. We get, and let me just show you, okay? I can just do this for you in real time, because I actually have the Pacer. I have the moment in time from when we were still on Pacer doing this. So let me show you. Hold on. Oh, yeah, but Murder by Maestro played a big role in this. I just did what I could. All right, so we're like literally looking at the Pacer document from this charge, right? And if you want to take a look here, it's when you're on Pacer, let me just go to the top of the docket. It's case 118 CR 10436 out of the Massachusetts, the United States District Court for the District of Massachusetts. And the father's name is Ahmed Lahadi Yassin Sarah Geldon. Ahmed Lahadi Yassin Sarah Geldon. And Sarah Geldon, if you take a look, so, there's this very complex docket. And then there's a bunch of things that happen. For example, right before sentencing, he gets popped on a state court no contact order violation related to the victim in the child sex abuse material case. But he gets popped because NCIS, the Naval Criminal Investigative Services, calls the friggin' Bristol County DA and gets them to do it. And I'm not even sure if they would have done it without him. But anyway, if we go to the government sentencing memorandum before his plea deal, you find some really interesting stuff, right? So we're looking, and I can show you this as it happens. So we're looking for the sentencing memorandum. Where is it? Hold on. So we get the, so it must have come out, right. So we get the sentencing memorandum for the USA, right here. It's like 97 pages. And let me see if I can actually get it. That was the arrest warrant. I was looking for his date of birth. Let's see. So there's the indictment. And it was pretty serious stuff that the guy got banged for. It was like stealing U.S. missile defense system documents related to, and this becomes important, the guy was caught stealing documents related to, oh, I already logged out. Hold on. The guy was caught stealing documents related to the way missile systems detect incoming ballistic fire. Okay, like he was caught in 2019, from 2017 to 2019, probably longer, purloining documents from Raytheon that have to do with how we detect missiles incoming, being fired at our buildings, our ships, our people. That's what the sentencing document says. I'm going to bring it up for you now. But you realize the implications of this, because keep that in the back of your mind, okay? The man specifically was interested in the way, like sabotaging our ability to detect incoming missile fire through all sorts of different defense mechanisms, but mostly related to detecting them on buildings and related to soldiers. And all this stuff was cutting edge, okay? Cutting edge. Now let me grab the sentencing document for you. Paid $9.70 to the federal government for this. You have to pay 10 cents per page. They stopped charging at $10 per document. It was just under that. Now let's take a look here. I'm going to go ahead and zoom this in for you. This is the sentencing memorandum. And in the sentencing memorandum from the government, all right, what you're going to see is something very specific. I didn't end up getting his DOB because I didn't need it. I got what I want. You'll see quickly that I got what I wanted. So as we're reading the sentencing memorandum, Murder by Maestro is saying, like, we read it a few times, and then Murder by Maestro is like, can you find out where he went to school? Now take a look. This was no mere technical violation of classified information handling rules. This was a significant breach of national security. The technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not been fully implemented yet. And the documents illegally retained were voluminous, approximately 3,137 digital documents, etc. Now, did you notice where it said that some of the systems have not been fully implemented yet? And it was about cutting edge radar systems that have to do with the technology as it relates to missile systems and missiles aimed at our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Now, if we continue a little bit more down, hold on, you can see the Navy. It seems to have done a lot with the Navy, what specifically the documents he stole. But what we're looking for in the sentencing memorandum, it turns out he also just had them on his mistress had them. He had a mistress apparently. And you can see approximately, a lot of them were in his car's glove box, his living room, his bedroom, closet, a spare bedroom, the dining room table, a sitting area, utility room, his person, and approximately 10 unclassified documents were found on a laptop belonging to his mistress. The government was really concerned because they were like, if you are leaving this stuff out, then, and you can see it here, this is the kind of thing that exposes you to a hostile state actor, just coming into your house and stealing it or stuff like that. And then here's the part that was really important. Sarah Gulladine did not lack the wit or the drive to follow the rules related to classified information. He has a Master of Science in Scientific Computing and a PhD in Condensed State of Matter, which I'm pretty sure is particle physics, which means he might have also known rocket propulsion stuff. Because remember, you're talking about hypersonic missiles that travel at Mach 10 and are maneuverable. Several patents and speaks 4 languages. So did you see, speaks 4 languages is notable, but did you see the several patents thing? So, placeholder, but that was the moment that I said to Murder by Maestro, can we look if he has patents? So we go ahead and we know, Sema. So we go to the, they can't, I hope they're not allowed to steal missile defense secrets either. Well, I guess maybe they are if they work for Egyptian intelligence. Now, this gets more intense. If you're just trying to learn, my name's Grant Smith Ellis. I'm going to catch you up on how everything went down yesterday in real time. So we're reading this document. Now, I also want to point out the things that this guy did, the father-in-law, this was no accident, okay? Moreover, there were many red flags that should cause the court to reject defendant's contention that he kept the documents at home just so he could work from home. That was his excuse. Company personnel who reviewed the documents that defendant took and kept assessed that they appeared to come from mass downloads of complete file directories rather than selective downloads of specific files. The documents included a project that the father-in-law did not work on, a project that did not involve radar, but rather protecting others from tampering with missiles. His last 2 mass downloads occurred on days that were on the weekend and for which he claimed 0 work time. He altered the classification markings on approximately 50 documents, approximately 1 out of every 11 or 12 classified documents, either by replacing the secret or confidential markings digitally with an XX, or on 1 paper document by potentially cutting off the classification banners with a pair of scissors or a razor blade. When confronted, defendant lied repeatedly over many days about what he had done, tried to avoid returning the documents, and researched how to destroy the evidence, which was thwarted only because of FBI surveillance and the execution of court-ordered search and seizure warrants, and defendant had significant ties abroad. Now, not only did this guy have all this behavior, but he was also cutting off the documents and trying to claim that somehow made them non-classified. And the U.S. attorney, I love this guy, cutting off the classification headers and footers of a classified document does not remove the classified material any more than does cutting the ingredients label off a Pop-Tart box remove the calories. Spicy federal prosecutor. The second extraordinary claim is that the defendant's multiple ties to Egypt are irrelevant. Of course they are irrelevant. A defendant like Sarah Geldin, with significant ties to a foreign country who has illegally retained national defense information, is much more likely to have transferred that information to that foreign country than would a defendant with no foreign ties at all. Moreover, a defendant like Sarah Geldin, with significant ties to a foreign country, would make a more significant target of foreign operatives who might want to steal the documents from an insecure location like Sarah Geldin's home. Either way, his foreign ties are important. So, now what's weird is, so they recommend a sentence, 60 months imprisonment, a fine within the guidelines, and 36 months release. somehow, despite the DOJ recommending 60 months and the sentencing matrix suggesting, I think, like 60 to 72, he got 18 months. You can't have a downward departure on a federal sentencing like that by a judge if the DOJ doesn't consent or a government actor doesn't consent, which means the DOJ got overruled here by state because this dude, or CIA, because this dude, the father-in-law, cooperated with the USA. Now, you might say, Grant, how do you know that? Like, how can you tell that he cooperated with the United States of America? Well, let's take a look at his plea agreement. All right, let's go to the docket here. All right, let's go to the docket and let's go to his plea agreement. Because if you go to the plea agreement, okay, this is how I really started to put it together. We're going to get back to the patent, but look at the plea agreement. So you go to the plea agreement. Oh, all right, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let me get back into pacing. All right. Okay, so back into pacing. Download that. And here we go. All right. So, no, hold on, little towels. Let's do this one. There we go. So this is his plea agreement. Now, if you go into the plea agreement, it's pretty complex, but the part that we're really interested in is we want to go to the part where it says this. Under 5, it says, defendant will, at the earliest possible time after signing this agreement, use his best reasonable efforts to recover for the United States any classified, proprietary to Raytheon or any other person or entity other than the defendant, and or export control documents and files that were in his possession or under his control but which the United States did not seize during its searches on May 3rd, 2017. If defendant does not fulfill this condition, the U.S. attorney will be relieved of his obligations to move for a 3-level decrease and to make the sentencing recommendation above. Now, there's another part in here where it talks about, where it basically implies that he was cooperating. Like, it basically implies that he was like giving a lot of information to the U.S. government. Now, the other thing that makes me think he was giving information to the U.S. government is if we go to this weird, so this is right before sentencing, right? So he was going to be sentenced on July 16th, but look what the lawyers tell him. Look what the lawyers tell the court on July 19th. It's the weird, and the judge takes no action on this, and it doesn't get taken into consideration during sentencing. This is how I knew something up, was the father-in-law. So you get this letter from the defense right before sentencing to the court. It says, the defendant respectfully seeks action by the court and for cause as follows, which he's not actually requesting action. They're putting this on the record. The defense has to tell the judge because they clearly made a sweetheart deal right before sentencing. On 5/19/2020, Mr. Sarah Geldin was arrested on a warrant issued by the Attleboro District Court for violations of a no-contact order. Previously, on 10/1/2019, Mr. Sarah Geldin was arrested by officers from the Norton Police Department and charged with knowing possession of visual material of child depicted in sexual conduct, unlawfully recording nude or partially nude person, victim under 18, and unlawfully recording nude or partially nude persons, 2 counts. The unlawful conduct pertaining to these charges allegedly occurred prior to his arrest on the pending instant offense. Per the release conditions imposed by the Attleboro District Court, Mr. Sarah Geldin was ordered to not have any contact with the alleged victim, Jane, which is a pseudonym, I hope. The defendant's federal pretrial conditions also included a no-contact order with Jane. According to a report submitted by Agent Craig Hara of the Naval Criminal Investigative Service, Miss Jane reported that the defendant communicated with her on a number of occasions in April of 2020 and requested to meet with her. Specifically, on 4/30/2020, she notified Agent Hara that Mr. Sarah Geldin sent someone to find her 2 weeks earlier, and he also called her at work. He asked her to drop the state charges pending against him and requested a meeting, although Ms. McPherson told the defendant that she would meet with him on 4/17/20. She did not show up for the meeting. In total, she reported to Agent Hara that he called her approximately 2 to 4 times, including on 4/24/2020 and on 4/26/2020. Agent Hara shared this information with Detective Charles Turcotte from the Norton Police Department, who in turn notified the Bristol County District Attorney's Office, which is prosecuting the state case. A warrant was then issued for the defendant's arrest. As Mr. Sarah Geldon's 5/19/2020 bail hearing in the Attleboro District Court, the Commonwealth sought to revoke bail due to the violation of the no contact order. However, the warrant was recalled, the motion denied, and Mr. Sarah Geldon was released, though probable cause was found. His state case is currently set for a pretrial conference on 7/17/2020. The Pretrial Services Office does not request any court action on this matter, given that it has already been addressed in state court, and there is no additional information to suggest further violations of the no contact order. Mr. Sarah Geldon is currently scheduled for sentencing on the instant offense in federal court on 7/22/2020. His compliance with his federal and state conditions will continue to be closely monitored, and the court notified of any noncompliance forthwith. And then the U.S. probation officer signs it, and then Judge Patty B. Sarah says, "I adopted the recommendation and take no action." That's a little weird, don't you think? Why would you get this kind of serious offense right before sentencing, and then the judge just doesn't care? Now, so the judge ends up sentencing him to 18 months, okay? And we're going to see this here. And he gets sent. See, look at the sentence imposed. It's note 75. 18 months, 1 year supervised release, $10,000 fine, 100 special assessment, conditions of supervision, forfeiture, record to BOP, FMC Devons or FCI Allenwood, self-surrender to the institution designated by BOP on 12/2/2020. He was given 6 months to surrender. Government moves orally to dismiss the original indictment, which was like intimidate or like messing. It was like intimidation of a witness related to the missiles, or like misleading a federal witness related to the missiles. And it looks like AUSA Garland was involved. I wonder if that's a person related to Merrick Garland. Court reporter. Okay. Now, so the 18 months imprisonment, right? Now, here's where it gets really weird, okay? Now, look at this state court docket, all right? I'm going to bring this up for you as well. And we're going to go back to what happened with murder by maestro and the patent, but I just want to show you the depths of my concern about all of this, okay? So we can go over to mass courts, right? And I'll show you this docket here, where this guy on the state court charges, you see how you just saw the no contact violation right before federal sentencing, and he's got like very serious very serious federal and state charges open simultaneously. So what I'm going to bring up for you on your screen right now is the mass courts entry for what happens, the disposition of the state court case in Attleboro, all right? Because the state court case it's like 4 felonies, right? And then he's got a serious federal felony with like 70 months recommended by the DOJ related to the missile defense charges. But look at what happens here, ladies and gentlemen, and I will never for the life of me understand this. In state court, represented by Kevin Reddington, of all people, by the way, who is Jen McCabe's lawyer in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, one of the witnesses, and the lawyer for Turek, who was in the courthouse, that trial during the Reed trial. You can see, ladies and gentlemen, what's the disposition, and I'm going to zoom in on this for you, of the man's state court criminal charges. Well, it's case number 1394 CR 001944 out of Attleboro District Court. And I'm going to zoom in even more for you here. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen. What does it say on 6/22/2021? So 6 months into his federal sentence. Defendants, as he disposes these counts by plea. Look at them. Judge Clifford presiding. Judge Jeffrey Clifford. I wonder if I've heard that name before. He disposes the child sexual abuse material charges in the photographing an underage nude person under 105B, 3 counts. And under 272-29C for the CSAM. Notice there's no motion on the docket, but under the comments for this pretrial hearing where he pleads, defendant's motion to stay execution of sentence, which was 18 months, by the way, and on state court charges, and to run sentence concurrent with federal sentence. How interesting is that? He gets 18 months on the state court, 18 months on the federal, gets them running concurrent, and he has all these violations. I wonder, ladies and gentlemen, what was going on there. But here's where it gets more intense. All right, so let's go back to the patent, ladies and gentlemen. We love patents on Towel Stream. A towel, I love patents. All right, so we go over here, and we're going to bring up the patent. All right, we're going to bring up the patent because I'm a towel. Where's the patent? I must find the patent. Hold on, let me get the patent. I'm a towel. I'm a patent-seeking towel. I am a towel. All right, got it. It is patent number, hold on. It is patent number 4,900,052, 4,952,931 with the U.S. Patent Office. So back up in this document, right, just to circle you back, just from that random kind of, towel being a towel, I came across that specific line in the sentencing memorandum about the father-in-law, all right? So in the father-in-law's sentencing memorandum, which you're going to see about the patent line, right? This was the line that caused me to say to Murder by Maestro, hey, Murder by Maestro, dude has patents. So it's I was right. It's the top of page 7. I got it from memory. I'm a little towel. Page 7, docket 72 from the document 72 from the docket. I'm a little towel. So we go looking for the patents, right? And I'm like, I'm a little towel. There, Murder by Maestro. What do you got? He pulls up, ladies and gentlemen, in a way that only Murder by Maestro can. This man pulls up this document. Okay? Now, we both start reading it on screen. I'm relaying it to you, but you can see this. It was recorded for the historical record. The X version's up. The YouTube version will go up soon. Probably the biggest day of my career. Now, you might be saying, Grant, what is that? I don't understand what that is. What are we looking at? Well, this is a patent that the father-in-law, who we now know was deep in some stuff with Egyptian intelligence. You can see right here, the father-in-law, for whatever reason, filed this patent, which is, as I mentioned, we're going to take a look at the number, U.S. Patent 4952931. Now, he files this patent. All right, ladies and gentlemen, he files this patent in 1988, and eventually it gets approved in 1990. Now, we're going to come back to this name, but remember this name, Mostafa E. Ahmed, Mostafa Ahmed, from King Fayed University of Petroleum. Now, we go over here, right? All right. What is this patent about? Well, it looks like, and I'm going to translate this into English, it looks like it's about a signal adaptive processor for detecting and identifying specific sound signals that are emitted by relatively moving or at-rest sources in noisy environments. Now, when Murder by Maestro and I first read this document, my first thought, although I didn't know what, was I was like, this is military, because that's what you need in a military environment to identify and isolate dangerous projectiles in military environments. Murder by Maestro, and I thought he was right about this, also thought it might have been like identifying voices, like human voices, using radar. But here's what it says next. The system can provide an early warning system to alert vehicle operators of the presence of emergency vehicles which emit audio warning signals to indicate the type of vehicle and emit direction from which it is coming. The processing technique here is used similar to some word spotting algorithm used in recognition of specific words in continuous speech. However, the algorithm has been modified by the inventors to meet the particular characteristics of the specific sound. So what this means, so there's something called natural language processing, which is a form of machine learning where you basically analyze like large subsets of words in order to be able to train an algorithm. Okay, you're like training it on how to like spot patterns. It's like a pattern recognition at the most basic. Now, what this is talking about, and this blows my mind, this is talking about using natural language processing like NLP and applying it in like the context of audio waves, which is obviously you can do it, but it's a little different than how you think of natural language processing. Is more about the substantive content of words, like you make word clouds from natural language processing. This is talking about using it like thinking about audio spectrums as like representations of words and then looking for patterns in the audio spectrum so you can detect things. Now, it's saying here, what it's going to go on to say, and this is how I knew it was fake, it's going to talk about deploying this in a very like miniaturized fashion in people's cars so that drivers can know if like an ambulance is behind them or a fire truck or something. But that's fake. And wait till you see where this goes, because this is not a patent for what it sounds like, okay? The algorithm is also enhanced by a novel adaptive filtering means which identifies the background noise features and then filters it out before extracting the features of the sound in the incoming signal stream. So it like isolates its target. You could have like people talking, a loud environment, war going on, but if it wants to detect a specific type of thing, like a trained frequency on like a missile that has a specific sound that it makes, it can do that. Now listen to this nonsense. This feature is essential to ensure reliable operation in such noisy environments such as streets and highways. Yeah, okay. Okay, you're deploying this in civilian capacity to detect fire engines and police? Look at this mock-up. No, you're not. No, you are. No, you are not. This is cover. Now, you might say, okay, but why would the patent office facilitate this and by the way, it involves like 7 pages of them being like, oh yes, you must understand, domestic traffic is very intense. We have all these traffic situations. We need this for traffic. Then it's like, no, like driver awareness and driving habits. Like, come on. It has nothing to do with identifying EMT vehicles on domestic streets in traffic. But it has like 7 pages of fake like studies about freaking traffic. This is a fake it's a real patent, right? We're going to find out very real in 1 second how real it is. But the fake part of it is this device, this patent was never in a million years going to be used for civilian traffic application. It was military, and you're going to find out that this is a Raytheon patent. Okay, both of these guys had connections to this guy in particular. The father-in-law worked at Raytheon on this kind of stuff for a very long time. And mind you, he was accused of stealing documents and caught in 2019, 30 or 40 years later, related to how to compromise our ability to detect and intercept incoming missile fire. Now, you might be saying, all right, Grant, you got to tie this all together for me. This patent about the traffic and its military application, can you just show me what are you talking about? Yes, this is what it became. Okay? It's called the Boomerang Warrior X, ladies and gentlemen. It is just in the field. It takes a while to do this kind of stuff. The Boomerang Warrior X. To increase the protection on soldiers outside of combat vehicle, Raytheon BBN Technologies developed the Boomerang Warrior X, a soldier wearable shooter detection system. Boomerang Warrior X provides immediate indication of hostile fire or sniper attack and localizes the shooters, allowing for a rapid, informed, and coordinated response. So do you see what it does? It's not just a sniper that's cover. Somebody fires a missile at you. If you can detect where it's coming, you can use a parabolic you can use the parabolic arch. You can in real time use an audio array analysis to develop mapping of the missile. I have a great video we can watch on this right now, actually. You can use an audio analysis to develop the exact trajectory, and if it's really good and it's military grade, you could actually do it in real time. What they're talking about here is if someone fires a missile at our troops, this thing does 2 things. 1, it tells the troops as a form of last-minute early warning that the missile's coming, and 2, it geolocates, because the troops might die, unfortunately, God rest their soul. It geolocates in real time for our like A-10s or our like cover, like our air cover, where the missile came from, so that you don't have to call in an airstrike. That thing tells the air cover where to strike. Do you see what I'm saying? Raytheon is everywhere in Massachusetts. They have a lot of offices. But does everyone understand the basic concept of what this device does? I don't want to go too into detail, but the very basics of it are that it intercepts. So let me read the design. The single shoulder-mounted sensor provides individual soldiers immediate awareness of hostile fire location, whether during sniper or rapid-fire engagements. When integrated, it can provide unit leaders with the shooter grid coordinates with pinpoint accuracy, enhancing the situational awareness needed to effectively coordinate team responses to hostile fire. The Boomerang Warrior X system is mounted on the shoulder of the soldier so that he or she can have both hands free. The sensor is connected by cable to a small screen that provides a range of information about enemy fire as azimuth, range, and elevation. The shot can be detected up to a maximum distance of 500 meters. The complete system has an operating duration of 12 hours. Weighing under 12 ounces, which is why it had to be so miniature in that patent, the system gives soldiers immediate awareness of hostile fire locations and, when integrated, can also provide unit leaders with the soldier grid coordinates. Incoming shot announcements are transmitted to a built-in speaker or an earpiece, while a lightweight display provides range and azimuth of the shooter position. As the soldier moves, the system compensates for the soldier's motion and continually updates the threat's location on the wrist display. The system works in both urban and mountainous terrain without the need for input. As with the Boomerang system, false alerts are non-existent. The ability to quickly and reliably identify the location of enemy firing locations provides the intelligence necessary to minimize threats and avoid human casualty. Now, let me show you how this works. Okay? I want to show you how this works. And off the top of your head, you might be thinking, Grant, this can't be what you're saying. This cannot be a system that in real time can detect like the trajectory. It's talking about firing of weapons, but it's talking about missiles too. I promise you, it doesn't want to say it, but I promise you it is. Yes, it does that. And I'm going to show you, before we go to the mind-blowing moment, I have to show you what this does. It will not make sense if I don't show you what this does. And there's an excellent analysis, actually, that I can do, that I can bring up for you, because I studied, I used to be a war reporter. I still cover it a little bit. It's very, very hard for me to do it. It's extremely hard, but I do my best. And I have this clip for you here showing you exactly what this system is all about. Now, it's going to blow your mind a little bit, okay? But what it has in it, and it's going to show you how these systems function. I have to get, I think it was on channel 4 in the UK, so it's a little bit hard to find, but I have the whole thing. I have the whole thing saved. All right. Might have been in my coverage of Al-Shifa. I think it was the Al-Shifa hospital attack. Hold on. It was I know how to get it. It was the forensic audio people. Forensic audio analysis, channel 4 hospital attack. We actually have to watch this because the system is, I can explain it all I want, but the system is not going to actually make sense unless I show this to you. All right? So I have the video for you here. I'm going to bring it up on your screen. We're going to be able to watch it together. I found it. It was from Channel 4 News in the UK. Now, this is... hold on one second.
It derailed Joe Biden's Middle East visit. It started a raging...
You're going to hear it before you see it. I have to bring it up.
The explosion at the hospital in Gaza City on Tuesday...
All right. So, give me 1 second. So, take a look at this, Tal, friends. Take a look at what this is going to show here. It's going to take a second to load up. But before we come back to this patent, remember, this patent is not about detecting EMT signals in traffic. Okay, that's not what this patent is about. This patent is about something way more serious, which is in fact the ability to detect the flight of our soldiers having the ability to detect incoming missiles. Now, the reason I'm bringing this up for you is it's important for me to show you a little bit about what that means. Just saying it doesn't mean as much as me showing you. So I'm going to show you ex post facto what you can do from just a video recording of a missile being fired. And then you're going to learn and very quickly what this enables our soldiers to do. And then the next part is going to make more sense when I tell you why if the conclusion of this is that this patent, which took 30 years to turn into the Boomerang X that we talked about from Raytheon, it's very possible that there was a insidious motive by Saudi and Egyptian intelligence when working on that patent. But we have to...
It derailed Joe Biden's Middle East visit. It started a raging global debate. The explosion at the hospital in Gaza City on Tuesday night and its bloody aftermath. Tonight, audio and photographic analysis sheds new light on what happened. First, the audio analysis. This comes from a consortium of...
Hold on, this is bothering me. There we go. So, watch one more time.
Prominent NGOs specializing in human rights investigations. Earshot investigators have analyzed two aspects of the blast which killed so many at the Christian hospital. First, Doppler effect sound analysis of the missile tracking to the hospital that night.
It's the compression of sound waves as a moving object is accelerating towards you, and that object is emitting sound, and then as it's moving away, that frequency decreases, that pitch decreases.
That analysis produced this mapping. The red line is where the Israelis said the missile was fired from by, they say, Islamic Jihad from within southwestern Gaza. But this new Doppler sound mapping analysis concludes that the missile came from a variety of possible firing points, the blue arrows, all east of the hospital, not west, as the IDF claimed. That map arose from this Doppler mapping of the audio of the missile flying to impact at the hospital. And that sound recorded by a geolocated eyewitness 150 meters southeast of the hospital. The second aspect examined is the tape...
Now we're going to pause. We're going to pause because this... actually, we'll pause. If you're interested in the Aidan Kearney case, there's an allegation that he wiretapped Lindsay Gattani and then submitted an edited version of that tape, like trying to suggest Lindsay Gattani consented to the wiretap recording, allegedly. But this second part is even more interesting. So you can see what you can just do there. That was exactly what the device we're talking about is capable of doing in real time. It can detect, it's very complicated, but it can detect based on sounds in the air where a missile's coming from and where it was fired from. It's very important technology. But if you're wondering, oh, can you also analyze audio files to determine if someone like spliced an audio file together in order to imply, like put in someone's words like, oh, I consent when they didn't to the recording? Well, let's look at this.
By the Israeli Defense Forces. The IDF says it is two Hamas operatives discussing how an Islamic Jihad missile fired from in Gaza malfunctioned, causing the hospital explosion. 2 nights ago, we reported that Arab-speaking experts raised questions about the tone and language of this tape. The forensic sound analysis states, quote, "This recording is made up of 2 separate channels and demonstrates that these 2 voices have been recorded independently. These 2 independent recordings have then been edited together in a digital audio workstation, such as Pro Tools, Logic, Audition, have added effects, such as pan control, and recomposed." That being their analysis, what do they then conclude? Though this audio analysis cannot categorically state that the audible dialogue is fake, we can say that the level of manipulation required to edit these 2 voices together disqualifies it as a source of credible evidence. Earshot's opinion is that this recording does not meet the standard required for evidence and should not be used by the media without the clear caveat that it has been digitally manipulated.
So, yes, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for indulging me on that. But really, where we're coming to is this next insight. And by the way, listen, if you don't want to listen to any specific part of the coverage, maybe you don't like a certain component of the Reed case. Maybe you don't like the Idaho 4 case. Maybe you don't like this component of the Juror 11's relationship to Egyptian intelligence. That's fine. But I would just ask that, you try to be respectful, and no one is going to prevent me from talking about this. I'm going to be respectful of the country I love so dearly. But no, I'm not going to buy into any gaslighting or suggest suggestion that this story and its sort of different weaving webs related to the juror, the jury process, disclosure, our national security, child sexual abuse material, and then, of course, this next link, which is the culmination of it all. I'm not going to suggest that that's not important. I think that anything otherwise would be dereliction of duty to country, to the safety of U.S. soldiers, and the like something that is very important to me, and then also my principles, my God. There's no way that I could reasonably just say, because this is such a spider web, like, this is not me spitballing, these are documents, there are reference numbers, there's case numbers, there's filings in court by the Justice Department, there's in particular what we're about to see, very clear documented evidence about who this man is on the document that ties it all together. This is all very important. So I'm not sure, Sema. I think I don't remember. I would say, I think your question is more like, was there a day these past few months? But it's hard for me to, get up and get around right now. I collapsed a few weeks ago, so I think I'm where I need to be. Wait a minute. I don't know where. Yeah, wait a minute. That's not the same Troy from before, right? Is that a different Troy? Let's just make sure that's a different Troy. Hello, Christy, C-H-R-I-S-T-Y. Great to have you. I don't know which Christy you are, but we are thrilled to have you with us. Okay, so my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and here's where it all ties together. So we're talking about the patent. Now take a look at this guy, Mustafa E. Hamad, the King Fayed University of Petroleum. Mustafa E. Hamad. That man doesn't exist. And there's no one at the King Fayed University of Petroleum named Mustafa E. Hamad. Now you might say, how do you know that? Well, because there is someone at the university, the King Fayed University, with a name like that, but it's not Mustafa with an O, and it's not the middle name E. It is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad. And you might say, why would someone in 1990, one guy connected to Egyptian intelligence, one guy connected to Saudi intelligence, why would he put a fake name and commit fraud on a U.S. patent application? Well, you can see he was in the U.S. back in the 80s. He went to Chardon State College in Omaha, Nebraska, or some part of Nebraska. But you know what's really interesting? He then went back to Saudi Arabia and never left. He has been there ever since. There never was anyone named Mustafa with a O and an E middle name at King Fayed University. This man has been there for 40 years. It's this man. This man created Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform, right? But look on his bio. Do you see anything about development of like audio analysis for detecting incoming missiles? No. He just looks like a business leader with things like properties around the world. That man is very clearly Saudi intelligence. And they clearly manipulated his name on that patent application because he was already out of the U.S. And that means over 30 to 40 years, as this patent turned into this device, the whole time Saudi and Egyptian intelligence and God knows who else have been able to defeat the technology, because if you know the way that it identifies sound spectrums, then you know exactly what its limitations are. You created the patent, you had the foundation of the technology. When the key moment comes 30, 40 years later, after it goes through development, procurement, deployment in the field, you just tell your militant proxy groups, whoever the hell they are in Iraq, whatever, you tell your proxies or the Iranians, hey, if you need to defeat that system, you just use this specific missile that won't be detected by it because the sound spectrum won't work. That's why you do this kind of thing. Now, what's even more concerning, and just to bring this all around for you, is if they did this once, and we randomly found it because Murder by Maestro and I were looking into this guy's patent tangentially because it had to do, we were trying to figure out where he went to school. That's the only reason we found this. then this may have been a tactic of Egyptian and Saudi intelligence for a long time, and a number of our systems in the field could be compromised. And the way they compromise them isn't by hacking into us. That's we'd be on guard for. We built against that. They just plant people in our academic establishment, and they give them deep cover, and they have them work not just on the project, on the patent that becomes the project. And then they wait for us to be stupid enough to deploy it in the field, and then we won't know why the missiles aren't being detected or intercepted. I'm fine, Selma. I just had some blood pressure issues about a month ago. I'm doing better. Thank you for that. But yes, hold on. Who's saying negative things now? Hold on. No, I didn't see any comments that were. I wasn't. I don't know if someone was saying something about me that was negative, but don't worry about it. I think that this, unfortunately, is a little bit complex. I don't expect anyone to get it right away, but when you put together everything that I just explained, from the Egyptian intelligence connections for the father-in-law, to the bust in 2019 for stealing information related to these very kind of systems, to the fact that he worked on a patent application in 1990 and sent it in alongside a man who used a fake name, clearly to avoid being detected as a member of Saudi intelligence. You know what I'm saying? It's because it means this device, which is in the field right now, since it was developed, has been compromised. And they let it. They didn't say anything. They didn't use it against us because they wanted us to deploy it everywhere so that when they needed it at the crucial moment to fail, our enemies, it would fail. That's warfare. Oh yeah, I saw something about Turtle Boy apparently is not pleased that Karen won't talk to him or something, which, I mean, listen, I think he's going to give her up. So if they're going to plea Turtle Boy out in exchange for giving up Karen, of course she's not going to talk to him. And he's basically been implying that he's going to take a plea deal. So this shit is way beyond Turtle Boy, though. This is on another level. And let me show you why it really, has some implications for the Reed case in particular, because although it's just tangential to the Reed case, it does have implications for the Reed case. So let me read you the story as I wrote up yesterday, and then let's take a look at the connection in terms of the juror form and, where my concerns are right now. So here we go, little towels. Let me just bring this up for you. All right, which one is already up? This one, I think. No, this one. All right, there we go. Let me bring that up. Now let me bring this over here. All right, let me bring that over there. And let me make sure we can see it. We cannot. All right. Nope, that plan did not work. I closed the wrong window. I'm very sorry about that. Oh, maybe it did work, actually. It did. All right, so here's the story I wrote yesterday. We'll start off by reading this, and then we'll take a look at the juror questions. So the story I published last night, after taking you through how we actually found it, which was unintentional. We were just looking at Pacer. We were going through it. We found the sentencing memorandum from the government. You could tell the U.S. attorney in the sentencing memorandum he knew this guy was a spy, the father-in-law, but there was something weird. Like, it wasn't just that he couldn't prove it. It's that someone intervened on behalf of the father-in-law, and it's seeming... The more I think about it, I think Egyptian intelligence was involved as a proxy, but all this was Saudi. All this was Saudi, because Saudi is like the money movers in the Middle East, not necessarily Egypt. Saudi's the money movers, and Saudi's the one who wants to spread like Islamic ideology, through the Ministry of Islamic Affairs. Saudi's the one who's actually controlled by the Wahhabis, so they're not like what MBS presents to the world. They are more extremist. Saudi's the one who needs to ward off like an Iranian 1979 style domestic revolution by the hardliners by placating the Wahhabis. It's all Saudi, and it's not like old regime and Saudi, new regime. It never changed. It's just the faces of the Saudi state changed. And the reason, again, why I keep reiterating that this is so concerning is that the way in which all this information was being conveyed and relayed, it's very possible the father-in-law, when he cooperated in 2019, when he got busted on the federal and state charges related to stealing our missile secrets and related to the child sexual abuse material, it's very possible the father withheld from the powers that be during his cooperation that the Boomerang X system from Raytheon that we just talked about had been compromised the whole time. And it's also very concerning because that is exactly how you would seriously prepare for a war. You would expect it 30 to 40 years in advance, and you would compromise like the enemy's ability to detect your missiles and things like that. Now, I also have to be clear. If the military domestically was doing natural language processing research related to audio spectrum analysis in 1988, then the stuff they must have now, oh, my word. And we have to hope that a lot of our enemies were not on the ground floor when a lot of that tech and those patents got developed. Well, otherwise, we've got to do a complete audit of our entire production chain. This is the kind of thing that, especially because of the domestic geopolitical alignment, this is the kind of thing that can get very serious very fast. So here's the story I published. The father-in-law of Juror 11 from number 11 from the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial submitted a 1990 patent application that went on to become Raytheon's Boomerang Warrior X system, alongside a man from Saudi Arabia who used a fake name and who has been in Saudi Arabia ever since after spending time at Sheridan State College in Nebraska in the 1980s. The juror's father-in-law, Ahmed Al-Hadi Yassin Sarah Geldin, submitted the application alongside a man listed as Mustafa E. Hamad on all former patent documents, roughly 30 years before Sarah Geldin was arrested in 2019 by federal agents for stealing classified U.S. missile defense documents and possession of child sexual abuse images. However, the man's real name is Mustafa Faisal Ahmad, thus the man changed a letter in his first name and his middle initial on the fraudulent patent application. Mustafa is a professor at King Faisal University, or King Fayed University in Saudi Arabia, per his bio. He's the founder and the CEO, and he's the co-founder, CEO of SailTab, first e-commerce platform. Fayel, I miscopied that, but that's fine. Not miscopied, misspelled. Faisal is Fayel. It's Fayel. And you can read more here. Interestingly, Sarah Geldin's federal sentencing memo, prosecutors with the U.S. DOJ told a federal judge that Sarah Geldin was suspected of spying for Egypt. Then, despite a 70-month sentencing recommendation and a bail violation on the eve of the court imposing sentence, for some reason, that federal judge imposed an 18-month federal prison term that Sarah Geldin was allowed to serve concurrent to an 18-month term for pleading guilty to the state court child abuse material. A result that also forced Sarah Geldin to register as a sex offender for life. Read the sentencing memo here. Read more about the bail violation related to breaking a no contact order here. Read more about the state CSAM charge here. Read more about Sarah Geldin's theft of classified U.S. missile defense systems at the following link. According to federal prosecutors in the Sarah Geldin case, the technology largely concerned ballistic missile defense systems, specifically the radar used to detect missiles that are aimed, this was the quote, aimed at our soldiers, our ships, our buildings, and our citizens, and to guide our own systems in times of need. Some of the technology was cutting edge, as it involved radar systems that were in the process of being implemented while defendant was committing his crimes. Some of those systems have not yet been fully implemented. Now, if you're wondering when does the juror come in, it's coming. And if the federal government is aware of Sarah Geldin submitting a false patent application to connect it to a man in Saudi Arabia who may well be in the orbit of the Saudi state remains unclear. However, the patent in question, initially submitted as patent 4952931 in 1990 under the cover of a device to detect emergency sirens in domestic traffic, was recently deployed in the field to detect incoming arms fire, and it is very possible Saudi and Egyptian intelligence may have ran a deep cover operation for over 40 years in order to compromise that technology. Juror 11, in a written statement to me earlier on Wednesday, confirmed the man in question is her father-in-law, but noted she does not speak to the man currently. He is a registered sex offender, and noted that she answered jury questions on jury questionnaires with honesty and clarity. Those questions involved whether the juror, a family member, or the household member had any contact with the criminal or civil justice system. See one of those forms here. So this was the question you were all asking. I know this part is interesting to a lot of you. It's not necessarily the most important thing in the world to me, based on what I'm learning about all of this, but it is one component of it. So you can take a look at this form that the juror had to fill out. Let me make it a little bit more legible for you. And on this form, right down here, okay, so down at the bottom, it says your experience with the law. And it asks, have you or anyone in your household or family ever had any of the following experiences with the law? Been arrested, sued, served with a court order, charged with a crime, filed a lawsuit, convicted of a crime, been a witness in a civil criminal case, sought a court order, crime victim, seated on a jury. If yes, please describe. So... Oh, and then the citizenship thing. But she said she's a dual citizen, and I believe her. If you say you're a dual citizen, that you're a dual citizen. I have no reason to disbelieve her. Yes, hold on. I'll do that right now. Where is he? Let me see. Did he say something inappropriate? Oh, hold on. Harpo, what happened? Oh, I think Harpo just tried to help. Hold on. What did he say? Yeah, I don't know why he's trolling a little bit. But anyway, I think a lot of people will know that Tel is Jewish. Half my family were Lithuanian Jews who were chased out of Lithuania during the Russian pogroms of the late 1800s. So, yeah, no, I don't know why Scott even said that. We're kind of analyzing what's going on with this. And if anything, it's the antithesis of kind of gratuitously saying, oh, we should just look the other way. I think we're kind of asking why Saudi and Egyptian intelligence potentially were involved in trying to compromise our missile defense. Yeah, I agree. Steph, yeah. So Scott is a TB mod. I think I've seen him outside the courthouse. I wouldn't say like we talk a lot, but he never really is that disrespectful. So I didn't see what he said above though, but certainly we're not going to have people feel uncomfortable. We kind of started putting our foot down, especially when I heard Jew Drops felt uncomfortable. So the general rule is any of the towel friends feel uncomfortable, there's just no negotiation. But listen, this is I've been trying my best to explain why this is such a big deal. Why it's so much bigger. It's spidered to be so much bigger than just this weird question about juror number 11 and what her and her husband were doing in California, whether their podcasts about kind of explaining why, Islam and Western, why feminism and Catholicism, people who are feminist and Catholic, can actually convert to Islam without it being like a contradiction. Like, that was a little weird, okay? But like, even that stuff is minor leagues. Like, that's very like more like ideological propaganda. That is minor leagues compared to what I just took you through. And it's not like we're spitballing out of nothing here. The father-in-law went to federal prison for stealing missile defense secrets. Of course, 40 years ago, he was working with someone on a patent that became a very serious missile defense system. Of course. And of course, it's weird that the guy didn't use his correct name. And of course, it's weird that the guy left Nebraska and then went to Saudi Arabia for 40 years and never came back. So it's serious stuff. And I think that the people who have been following it are aware of the implications, but a lot of people need a little bit more context, and I don't fault them for it. A lot of people need a little bit more context to understand why, if you have a foreign hostile state actor who 40 years ago knows that you're going to be developing military technology and says, we don't need to hack into it. We don't need to do any, for our espionage purposes, what we really need is to get ahead of it so that when it's out in the field 40 years later, we know how to defeat it. Well, how do you do that? Well, patents form the basis and the backbone of the military-industrial complex. We clearly know the patent system is a little bit of deep cover for these military patents because we know that last patent was not about detecting friggin' vehicles in civilian traffic. That never was the point. It was about detecting incoming missile fire. And so then it makes you wonder, in light of everything that we're seeing here, first of all, how long has this been going on? domestically. It raises all these questions, not just about the Karen Reed trial and the integrity of the jury process, which is very important, but how long were these guys operating? Not just these two, but how long were these different types of networks operating? Why were they so interested in our missile defense systems? Although I know the answer to that. If you've been watching the developments in the Middle East, all war basically right now is fought with missiles. And then furthermore, why were they specifically involved in the development of patents, which are like the foundational component of this technology, which would allow a hostile state actor to do exactly what the father-in-law was doing in 2019, get the kind of information that would allow you to defeat our most sensitive, cutting-edge missile detection systems. It's a lot, but it's there. So, yeah, of course. Listen, I don't mind. I don't mind all sorts of discussion about me and things like that. And I know these are sensitive topics, so I'd much rather people just kind of decompress as they will. But my guard is up, as you can tell. I'm not as stressed today. I finally had some time to decompress and process, and I'm very on it. So we're not going to have any tomfoolery. But you know what we are going to do? We don't have a choice. Well, we're going to do two things. We're going to analyze the new four-person interview. Hold on. Let's see. I think we confirmed that's not the same Troy, right? We won't have any ban evasion. Vicky, Turtle Boy gave a video reading a statement. Sorry, Beach Nance. Turtle Boy gave a video like reading a statement. Tomfoolery is a good word. Beach Nance, if we have a video of just the statement that he read, like clipped on social media, I will play that. I know it traumatizes people to have that going on. We absolutely will not be indulging in too much of it. But if we have just a video of him reading like a script, okay. He released a video an hour ago. Hold on. We gotta watch it. Okay, anyone have a link? This is a very... Diana and Natalie, please forgive me. This is a rare exception to not traumatizing people by showing videos of Turtle Boy. But if it looks like he was like reading a statement, all right, it's on YouTube. You got it, Beach Nance. I'm on it, my dear friend. I'm a super towel and I'm on it. Right as we were going to learn a little bit about why I'm so concerned about Saudi Arabia, which, by the way, is something you're all going to want to learn about, because I think this could go all sorts of places, ladies and gentlemen. All sorts of places. Well, fame is a degraded form of influence anyway. I really don't understand why people think like fame is a good thing. It's really not. It's most people with power don't want to be famous. Fame is incredibly burdensome, and I don't know why anyone would want it. I guess I understand, like, if you think of it as like a concept, you know, like if you think of the idea of fame, you might want it, but if you actually experience it, you would not want it. It's very isolating, and you have to have your guard up all the time, because you never, like, there might be the most genuine people in the world, and you might be right 95% of the time, but like you get someone who's pretending, and it torments people. So let's watch the Turtle Boy video. Very rare exception to the no Turtle Boy rule, and we're only doing this because it is quite... Can we block his face? Ange! Okay, I got a plan. Listen. I got a plan. Ange, you are going to love this. You don't understand. I have a plan.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to address some comments.
There's something in my window. Brian Jr.'s Frozen Donuts is, do you mean that, it's like an episode of Clarissa Explains It All? Somebody, the girl next door is going to knock on my window and be like, hello? You know what I would say? I'd be like, hello. All right. What did he say on his live show last night? It must have been really bad if he had to make a video. Hold on, we're not going to torment people, though. I've said it once, I've said it before. We are not going to torment people. We're going to cover his face. I have a plan. You don't understand. I've thought about this a lot. Okay, so there we... Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry for making you look. Hold on. I'm not just going to cut off his face. I have a very good plan for this. I've thought about this extensively. I put 30 seconds into this plan. Okay, ready? We're not going to actually have to look at his face because, and I hate to do this to Chloe. Chloe, try to contain yourself. Okay, we need to borrow you for a second. Oh no, Chloe, where did you go? Chloe, where did you go? All right, hold on. I have a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, I am the towel with the plan. Oh, I have to see his demeanor. Okay, fine. Wait a minute, though. Can I just say, though, the only thing I wanted to do for Ange was this. Are you sure? Listen. Are you sure that we can't play this? Are you sure we can't do it this way? All right, Grandma of 6. We'll see you later. You didn't last very long. It was nice to see you. Goodbye. You can tell we're really onto something because they're finally realizing that it's a whole big situation. It's not just the juror; it's the father-in-law, the Saudi guy. All right, so I know. So as much as I want to do this, I've heard that we have to actually watch his demeanor. So I think this would be great, but we have to watch him reading. So, all right, Chloe, you hop right over to the corner now, Chloe dog. Oh, look at her go. Oh, Chloe's so excitable. All right, Chloe, thanks for being with us on the screen. We all love you very much. All right, Turtle Boy, what ridiculous things are you going to say today? I'm here for it. Let's see this apparently hostage video. I don't really understand why people say it's a hostage video. Apparently he's reading off a script. We're going to find out together. We're going to make him... Hold on one second. Let me move these comments up a little bit. I don't exactly understand why... Like, he's never done this. He doesn't make videos addressing his comments on the screen. Oh, don't worry, Ange. We will. All right. Like, Turtle Boy's not the person who cares about that stuff at all. All right, here we go. Like, he just is done and moves on. All right, here we go.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to address some comments that I made on my show the other night that have become fodder for social media. Karen Reed's team is not distancing themselves from me, and I'm sure I'll be able to sit down with them and have a recorded discussion with them eventually. The only reason I even brought that up on my show was because people kept asking when I was going to have them on, in light of Bob Alessi and David Unetti's appearances on other channels. I've always been straightforward about what's going on, so I answered the question truthfully. This has been perceived as me being bitter, but the truth is I was just answering a question that a lot of people were asking. Let me be very clear, though. Karen Reed and her team don't owe me anything. I didn't do this for accolades and thank yous or money. I did this because I love doing investigative journalism, and I've been doing this sort of work for 11 years now. I love digging into stories and reporting what the rest of the media isn't. I love uncovering corruption, exposing people who behave badly, and helping innocent people. It's a very satisfying line of work, and I'm lucky and blessed to be able to do it for a living. I wrote about the Karen Reed story because it was a story that wasn't being properly told by the media. I was shocked on April 17th, 2023, when I read all of the court filings and spent hours doing a deep dive. I published part 1 of the Canton cover-up series at 3:30 a.m. on April 18th, 2023, and I've never looked back. The story didn't take off because I sensationalized it. The story took off because the facts and the evidence were shocking. Like many of you, I have had no idea that our institutions could partake in something so transparently evil. My reporting and activism is not the reason Karen Reed is free. Dr. LaPosada, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Russell, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Scorti-Bello, Lucky Loughran, and Nicholas Barros are the people most responsible for her freedom. It was their truthful testimony that caused the jury to realize that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, and therefore Karen Reed did not kill him. You could argue that Hank Brennan, Yuri Buchanan, Judd Welcher, Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, and Kelly Deaver contributed to her acquittal more than anyone because of the way they behaved in front of the jury that proved that the Commonwealth wasn't being honest. Karen Reed is free because of her own investigating and the fine investigative work done by her lawyers and private investigator. That's not to say that I don't think I played a part in it. I certainly did, and my reporting supplemented theirs. I wasn't just annoying Chris Albert outside of his pizza shop. I was filing public records requests, speaking with other witnesses, and passing this information on to the defense when it was useful. I found things in my own investigation and gave that information to Karen and her team prior to publication. I reported that Jennifer McCabe was parked outside the Proctor's house on September 25th, 2023, which proved for the first time that there was a personal relationship between the two families. This information was used in court filings, and the two families could no longer lie in court about that. More than anything, my journalism and activism raised public awareness, and without that, none of this was possible. Not only did the crowds outside the courthouse lift Karen Reed's spirits, they also gave her the financial ability to properly defend herself. The Legal Defense Fund was an idea I suggested for Karen Reed, and I was one of the first people to fundraise for it on one of my earlier shows in May of 2023. We ended up raising over $1.1 million, which paid for the defense to fly, feed, and lodge all of these experts time and time again for pretrial hearings. The experts are the reason the jury acquitted Karen Reed, and every single person who donated to the Legal Defense Fund helped make that possible. There's no denying that the story has helped me professionally. Although I made a fine living with Turtle Boy before the Karen Reed story, I've made a lot more money since writing about it, and my social media reach and online profile have grown exponentially as a result. But I never would have had the opportunity to do this if the Commonwealth didn't frame an innocent woman for murder. If they had dropped the charges after part 1 of the Canton cover-up series, then this story would have been a one and done, and most of you never would have heard about it. Instead, they decided to continue to frame Karen Reed with new planted evidence. They arrested me for asking questions of the people who were quite clearly hiding something, and they dragged Karen through 2 internationally televised trials. They chose to do that, not me. My newfound fame and monetary gain they came out with it was simply a side effect of their choices, not mine. I've spoken to Karen many times since she was acquitted, but I don't want to bother her too much because I'm sure she needs space. Think of what she just went through. 3.5 years of being framed and tortured by the most powerful people in the state, being defamed as a murderer, having every word she said taken out of context, and dealing with the constant anxiety of knowing that at the end of this, there was a chance that she could spend the rest of her life in jail, which would mentally and physically kill her parents. Although you can probably imagine what a horrible feeling that must be, you don't really understand it until you've lived it. 4 times I've stood in front of judges at the Commonwealth as they have sought to revoke my bail and put me in jail for 60 days over completely made-up charges. 1 time they succeeded, but all 4 times were anxiety-inducing hell. Being away from my kids for 60 days was the worst punishment I ever could have imagined. Talking to them on the phone from jail, pretending I was away on business, and not being able to truthfully answer their question about when I was coming home was painful. Reuniting with them on February 23rd, 2024 was one of the greatest feelings in my life. I couldn't sleep that night as I looked at their pictures on the wall and promised myself I'd never be separated from them again. I thought I would never be happier when I got out of jail, but the truth is, I was never more scared. Just days after I was released, Paul O'Keefe and the McAlberts brought the woman who had lied about me and sent me to jail with them to a Karen Reed hearing for the sole purpose of having me charged with violating a restraining order. It worked. I knew that 17 days later, I would be standing in front of a judge who would have the chance to revoke my bail again, this time for 120 days. Imagine feeling the joy of being reunited with your kids after 60 days away from them, only to immediately be faced with the process of being away from them for another 120 days. It was the biggest tease ever, and I didn't truly feel free until the bail revocation was denied on March 14th, 2024. After that, they tried to have my bail revoked 2 more times, once over window intimidation and another over comments I made on my show about what I hoped would happen to the corrupt cop who knowingly participated in framing me. The feeling of standing in front of a judge, knowing that he has the ability to cause you the worst pain imaginable by taking you away from your kids again, is mental hell. I can't tell you the amount of nightmares I've had about going back to jail. It's on my mind constantly and will be as long as I'm out on bail. And these bad faith, corrupt law enforcement officials have the ability to lie and file motions that would take away my freedom. Too many times to count, I've woken up in the middle of the night kicking and screaming as I was in the middle of a horrible dream about being forced back to jail. It's traumatic, and I deeply underestimated what it would be like when I got out of jail last February. I'm not telling you this to feel bad for me. I'm telling you this because I know what Karen Reed is going through, as only someone who has lived it can truly know. I see a therapist regularly, and I highly doubt Karen has time to. What she's been through isn't normal. The smiles you see on TV and the confidence she exudes in public are her way of putting on a strong front. But she is human, and she knew that at the end of this, if she was convicted, that she would be the only one who has to go to the hellhole known as state prison. Although we're all happy for Karen Reed, keep in mind that the emotion she's feeling right now might be even worse than what she was feeling before she was acquitted. What she has lived through the past few years has been news and entertainment for us, but for her, it's been traumatic, and she may not even realize it until now. I don't know if she's having nightmares and random feelings of severe depression like I was after getting out of jail, but it would be very normal if she was. Life will never be the same for her after this. As for interviewing her, I've had many discussions with her over the last 2.5 years about being the first to interview her, but she never promised me that. It was always something I hoped for, but it wasn't something I thought I was entitled to. The fact of the matter is that she has lost everything as a result of this, including her job, her car, and her house. She has to rebuild her life again, which means she has to make money. As much as I would be honored to interview her first, the fact of the matter is that there is likely a bidding war going on right now for that honor. I'm just a guy with an online news website, and I can't compete with what others would offer her. I don't have hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. I've discussed this with her, and I think she should make as much money as she can off of this. She assured me that after the first interview, she'd be happy to sit down with me. So no, Karen Reed and her team are not distancing themselves from me because they're worried about new charges or because I use foul language that they don't want to be associated with. In fact, I was the second person Alan Jackson called after his wife on the day that Karen Reed was acquitted. I was invited out to dinner with all of them that night. It is purely a business decision for them now, which I not only completely respect, but I think they would be crazy and stupid to blow that type of financial opportunity just to throw me a bone. Everything I did with this story was for justice for John O'Keefe. I might get a little carried away sometimes, and I definitely use foul language that my mother wouldn't like. But the fact of the matter is that an innocent man was murdered inside Brian Albert's house, and the people who did it not only got away with their crimes, but framed an innocent woman for it. If this doesn't sufficiently outrage you to the point where you use foul language or want to get up in people's faces and ask them legitimate questions about why they murdered someone, then you're not understanding the gravity of what an injustice this was. I didn't do this for any sort of professional or monetary gain. I didn't do this to get an exclusive interview with Karen Reed. I did this because I was outraged and couldn't remain silent. I am fine with whatever happens from this point on. I will continue to do my show and make public speaking appearances, talking about my coverage of the story. If and when Karen Reed is up for it, I'd be happy to sit down with her for an interview. But for now, I just hope that she does what is best for her and her family, as will I. Thanks, guys.
Whoa. 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 He's speaking to her in firstly, something very bad has happened. I cannot put my finger on what has happened, but Alan's statement yesterday and then that. And it's not some internal war, like something has happened. Something very, very bad has happened. I don't know what for them, for Turtle Boy and Alan in the Reed defense. I don't know what. I don't know why we haven't heard anything, but something just apoplectic has happened. but he's talking to her in an inverted way, in my opinion. He's saying, oh, it's perfectly fine, don't throw me a bone, whatever. But what I think he's really saying is, you made a choice by not giving me the interview. You chose money over me. You're going to pay the price. Like, that's what I think he's really saying. That's why he ends it by being like, she's got to do what's best for her family. I got to do what's best for mine. Bruh, you want to hear what he said on June 1st? Like, forget what he said the other night on his show. Let me show you what he said. I'm sorry for doing that. I'm at the point where I don't even know how to convey some of this stuff anymore. It's getting just absolutely absurd, and I don't think we're done either. Let me show you what he said on his show just like a few weeks ago about Karen. And then you tell me if this sounds like the type of man who all of a sudden is now just being like, oh yeah, it's fine that she's going to go. No. I know exactly what happened. He was like, if you give me the first interview, then I won't take the deal. And she was like, no, the money's more important. Oh my God, listen to this. Hold on, I gotta unmute it. Hold on.
And, I thought I would love to go to trial. I would love to take these fuckers on. I would love to beat them in court. But if the Commonwealth came to me and offered, like, you'll never go to jail, but you have to do this in return, right? I would consider whatever they offered. I would have to at this point. So if I'm offered a deal where it's like you can have no jail time, whatever, thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win. And we're going to free Karen Reed. And who gives a fuck? And
I mean, so do you get what my analysis is? It's just my opinion. But I think he went to Karen and was like, listen, if you throw in with me, okay, I won't cooperate. If you help me do what I did for you, if you give me your full support, if you give me the first interview, then I will not cooperate against you. He tried to do that, and I think she told him, like you could hear it in his voice, I think she told him, no, I have a lot of money at stake. I'm not doing that for you. Thank you, Aiden, but you're on your own. And I think that him last night was like, that was his emergency broadcast an hour ago. If you go through with that first interview with that someone that's not me, if you do it for money, then I'm going to have to do what I have to do. And you just heard him say, what I'm going to do is, you heard him say it a few weeks ago, I will cooperate. You want me to play it again? Like when he said at the end there, I'm thinking about my family. It's not very hard to figure out what's going on.
I thought I would love to go to trial. I would love to take these fuckers on. I would love to beat them in court. But if the Commonwealth came to me and offered, like, you'll never go to jail, but you have to do this in return, right? I would consider whatever they offered. I would have to at this point. So if I'm offered a deal where it's like you can have no jail time, whatever, thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win.
You heard him say it, like you don't have it. You heard him say it, like that's what is in his mind. And no, Murder by Maestro, they did. I don't think he's like called Karen, but they did talk. There's a picture of them sitting together at that victory night party. And how much you want to bet? What was proposed at the victory night party was, Turtle Boy probably said to her, like, listen, I'm really afraid of jail, but I'm willing to turn the deal down. Like, the deal is clearly giving up Karen. I'm willing to turn the deal down if you do X, Y, and Z. Because remember, he likes wheeling and dealing. So I could totally see Turtle Boy being like, okay, Karen, they're offering me no jail time. Like, this is very important. I cannot go to jail. They're offering me to not do it, to give you up. No jail time to give you up. But in order for me to do that, Karen, like, in order for me to not do that, Karen, you would have to offer me some things, and he would totally leverage this. I could imagine him doing this. Karen, if you want me to not testify, then here's what I need. The first interview, with you, your first interview, and then I need you to put your apparatus behind me for my trial. And I bet that's what he was saying there. I think they did have a negotiation, him and her, on the night she was acquitted, and I think she had already made the call by then and told him straight up, like, you could hear him saying it, like, I understand it's about money, and I think I think Karen's made a decision, OMFGISTIR, I can really tell that she turned him down. And it is a hostage video in some sense because he's cornered, but it's not a traditional hostage video. It's not, someone did make him write it that way, but the reason why is he couldn't do that live. That was a very specific thing I think he was doing. He was delivering a message to Karen, in my opinion, saying, Karen, if you make, he was like dropping a veiled, if you make that call, that's my red line. And he did it publicly for a reason. If you do a pre-recorded 11-minute video like that, and it's very tactical. Turtle Boy is a tactical thinker. Then what he's doing is he's saying to Karen, he's never going to say, Karen, if you do that, he's not dumb. He's not, sorry, Steve, Cody, I don't mean to insult you, but if you for money, I'm going to cooperate against you. He would not do that. So he does it in a very roundabout way, in my opinion. And you have to understand the only reason that Turtle Boy, we'll watch it again in light of this video, the only reason that Turtle Boy would make that kind of statement is to do a very specific thing, which is to send a message to Karen. And if you're Karen, you're looking at that and oh my God, that's an emergency broadcast. He's telling me this is the red line. He's telling me it's the red line. And clearly he's trying to get her to change her mind, but he's got to know they're about to ink it. And how long is the world going to wait for her first interview? Come on. That's why she took the trash out the other day in front of the hotel. She was building up a bidding war because she knew people were going to interview her, and that's why she only gave a walk and talk to Steve Cooper, because she wasn't going to give him a real interview. She's getting there's a bidding war over it. Yes, this is intense. No, it's not that he thought he deserved it, sis. He was going to use the fact that he can cooperate against her in the criminal trial that she might face in order to get her to give him the first interview, and she said no. She said, fuck it. Yeah, it was pre-recorded for sure. He didn't deliver that live. It was a pre-recorded statement that he read, and he had to read it and pre-record it. So that's how you know. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, MBM. He's definitely been ghosted, and this is an emergency broadcast where he's saying, he has to make a decision. I bet the state must have given him a deadline for taking a plea or something. Something's going down. And it's not just that. Jackson's statement yesterday, oh my God, they want him to give up the jury tampering, I bet. If he gives up the genius. Freaking genius. Oh, it's perfect. Oh, that's exactly what you do. If you give him an even better deal, but he has to give up the jury tampering. Oh, Hank. Oh, Hank. Oh, you brilliant, brilliant man. Forget what the DOJ did and all that. Forget it. Just get Turtle Boy to get. Hank, you are brilliant. That's why there's a time crunch. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Oh. It's so brilliant. And that's why there's a time crunch. I was like, why the hell? He could plea anytime, whatever. It doesn't matter. The charges aren't going to go to trial for a while. There's a team. Who cares? No, but you know what's really freaking valuable? The tainted jury. Oh, this is incredible. Please be true. Please be true. Oh, please be true. Oh, that would be the greatest thing in the history of the world. Oh, please be true. Oh, it's the one thing I didn't see. That's exactly what you do. That's exactly what you do. Of course. It's not just Karen. It's the... Oh, my God. Turtle Boy is in a position where he could get Karen retried and get her charged on WI. He's gonna fuck her. She fucked up. That it must be like $10 million. She fucked up so bad. Why? Oh, why? What? You know what he knows. How much money is involved here? Oh my dear God. Hank Brennan, you brilliant, brilliant man. I would never have thought of that. Never in a million years. Never. Oh, I bet Turtle Boy realized it too. That would mean Turtle Boy went to Karen and was like, "You should, in my opinion, you should give me that first interview, because if you don't, I'm going to give up the jury tampering. I'm going to give up you on the WI." Oh! And she was like, "No, I don't care." Is this true? Hold on. Steph, what are we seeing? Steph, what are you hearing, Steph? What are you asking me to confirm? I'm analyzing and literally losing my mind. Is what true? I heard from another room. I had to step away. Oh, Steph, I can't guarantee anything because Turtle Boy doesn't speak directly in the video. We'll watch it again. But it's very, very possible. I think I see it now. I think I see why Alan's freaking out. Oh, I want to cry. I want to cry. If it's really going to happen, I want to cry just tears of joy. I like to consider myself a smart little towel. But I didn't expect him to put that video up, but if that's the play, oh, it's brilliant. Oh, it's Hank in every sense of the term. If that's the play, oh, I love it. I love it. It took me a second to put it together, but I love it. They got to make it happen. They got to get him to do it. But that's beautiful. Guaranteed retrial if he cooperates. Guaranteed. Not to mention she'd get charged on the WI. Like, oh my God, her life would be over. He knows it. He knows it, in my opinion. So he would have gone to her and been like, "Listen, I know it's a lot of money, but come on, bro. Like, you know what I could do." And she was like, "Yeah, but it's still too much money." AJ's statement. So the reason why Hank Brennan could be involved in this is, if you think about it, Aidan Kearney was valuable before this whole jury situation, very questionable jury situation in the Reed trial, because he could give up Karen, and he knew it. I mean, listen to what he was saying on June 1st, before the verdict came in. He already could give up Karen to get out of jail. Listen to what he was saying. He wasn't saying it directly, but he knew.
And, I thought I would love to go to trial. I would love to take these fuckers on. I would love to beat them in court. But if the Commonwealth came to me and offered, like, you'll never go to jail, but you have to do this in return, right?
Oh, no, so Brian Jr.'s frozen donuts. I don't know if you understand the standard, but external influence or any kind of fraud is an automatic waiver of double jeopardy if the judge rules it. It's not quite manifest necessity, but it's very similar analysis. But yeah, no, double jeopardy doesn't attach where there's external influence or fraud among the jury. Of course not. Why do you think the judge asked the question each day, did you see anything, whatever? It's not just to catch them in the moment. It's putting them under oath as grounds for reaching the threshold to set aside the verdict. But you don't even have to deal with that if you get Aiden cooperating. But let's listen. The point is, Aiden was talking about cooperating before the verdict came down. He was already thinking about it. And the reason why I bring this up is that would have only given the state Karen on the WI as a fallback charge. But so let's listen to the video from June 1st.
But you have to do this in return, right? I would consider whatever they offered. I would have to at this point. So if I'm offered a deal where it's like you can have no jail time, whatever, thank you for that $10. I appreciate that because I did already win. And we're going to free Karen Reed. And who gives a fuck? And, I thought I would love to go to trial.
You know what? I don't like this. I don't like this account. Hold on, let me make sure I got the right guy. Hold on. I by accidentally hid SD instead. So hold on. I fixed that SD. I'm gonna get the right guy. You're all set, SD. Don't worry about that. Now I can see how easy it is to misclick. By the way, let me see if I got it right this time. I got it right. SD, you're safe. ESDEE, you just let us know that you're safe. But we're gonna watch this Turtle Boy video again because the reason why is, think about it this way. Before, Turtle Boy was talking about pleading to avoid jail. He didn't have as much leverage for the state. Now, Turtle Boy can go to the state and be like, if he knows about it, listen, this was the jury tampering, this was the WI, whatever. He can give up the lawyers, Karen's family. But Karen, the only thing she can offer Turtle Boy, and it's a big thing, first interview, support during his trial. So you could see him going to her and be like, listen, I really don't want to go to jail, and they've offered me a good deal. I have a lot I can give up on you and the jury tampering and all that. This is hypothetical. I'm spitballing what he said to her at that acquittal night party. And Karen was probably like, yeah, but it's like 10 mil. Bro, like, I get it. You got to do what's best for your family. I got to do what's best for mine, but it's like 10 mil. And so then immediately, and you can see why there might be pressure on Aiden now, because this was back in June. The video he did this afternoon, we're going to watch it. I mean, we have to watch it again. I've never seen anything like it. People called it a hostage video, and I was like, it can't be a hostage video. It's more than a hostage video. This man, like, it's like a very subtle message to Karen that if she chooses to do her first interview with someone else, then he's got to save himself. But what's so weird about it, okay? Well, Chris, the statement by Alan Jackson is, you can find it on social media or on the news. It was a 1.5 page response to Hank Brennan that was basically just attacking Hank Brennan, okay? And it made no sense. It accused Hank of like attacking the verdict, and it was like a 1.5 pages of Alan just insulting Hank, even though Hank never even attacked the verdict in his statement. Hank only said he was disappointed in the verdict. So Alan Jackson's statement 2 nights ago, it made no sense. People were already on edge, and you can find it on social media. Just type Alan Jackson statement Hank Brennan, and if we can look at it if you want, I'll bring it up quickly. But it was all it was all over the news, and I think that statement tipped a lot of people off that something was weird, because you don't do PR like that. Okay, you don't do. Who had it? John Hall had it on 7 News. So hold on 1 second. I'll bring it up for you. So let's see. Al, you don't do that kind of statement. You don't do that kind of statement if you're Alan, unless something's wrong. Like, he went on the defensive after he won, and I'll show you the statement. I know we went over it a few days ago. I wouldn't say it's like the most important part of this, but it's a hint. It's a hint that something's wrong. And so, here, I'll grab this for you, all right? And I'll take this down. And now you can see, there you go, Chris, right up on your screen there. You can see the statement from Alan Jackson. And it was about a page and a half. And I know people were kind of coming in and out, but it's very important to be able to know what's going on. So we'll do it. And Alan Jackson's statement, you can see here, it says, now remember, Hank Brennan's original statement was just he was disappointed in the verdict, and then Hank went on to say that, as a prosecutor is obligated to do, he didn't say that part, but he believed that Karen, that was the one responsible. His investigation, independent, came to that conclusion. And then Hank talked a lot about like intimidation of witnesses and how it undermines the system. But the only remark Hank Brennan made about the verdict in his statement was that he was disappointed in it. Okay, so that was very, it was very tame. Then all of a sudden on June 24th, 2 days ago at 5 p.m., Alan Jackson puts out this ridiculous statement where and I really don't want to read it again because I'm tired and my voice hurts, but so that's why I wanted you to read it. But it says, the jury has spoken, but Special Prosecutor Hank Brennan, in an egregious breach of prosecutorial ethics, has tried to publicly shame and discredit that very jury, which Hank did not do. For him to attempt to supplant his personal views for that of the jury is a desperate attempt to save face in the wake of a unanimous rejection of the prosecution's case. The rules of professional conduct are clear. A prosecutor should support the legitimacy of the justice system and promote public confidence in its operations. Openly attacking a jury's verdict because he disagrees with it undermines that centuries-old edict. Like, Hank didn't do that. Mr. Brennan claims his investigation was thorough, and then Alan tries to relitigate the case. If that were true, the Commonwealth would have uncovered what we, the defense, uncovered: exculpatory evidence, lies of perjury, own witnesses, cops covering for other cops, a biased and corrupt lead investigator with personal ties to the witnesses, inculpatory and suspicious conduct. The only job of an ethical prosecutor is to seek the truth in a just and fair manner. The Commonwealth fell widely short of that responsibility. This was not an effort to find justice for John O'Keefe. Rather, it was a personal vendetta by the DA, and it cost people of Norfolk County millions. Karen's actually innocent. This case should never have gone to trial. Stark reminder that there has been a complete breakdown in what is supposed to be our justice system. Those in power are more interested in protecting themselves than the citizens they are sworn to protect. The Commonwealth's defamatory public comments ring hollow to the very constituents they are supposed to serve. It's clear that DA Morrissey has no interest in actually seeking justice and prosecuting the real killers. The Commonwealth would simply condemn the jury in its fair and lawful verdict. We are thankful to the jury's commitment to truth and that they found their way to a just verdict. But make no mistake, if Morrissey had his way, the truth would never have come out. It would have been lost somewhere in private and deleted conversations, maybe on Arca's phone, I don't know. That would never have seen the light of day. Corruption like this doesn't happen in isolation. How many innocent people have been railroaded because of failures in our justice system? We as citizens must demand more of our institutions. That's not what you say if you won. And also my voice is really tired, but I'm glad I was able to read that. But that's not what you say if you won, folks. That is not what you say if you won. So that's why we're going to watch this Turtle Boy video again, because that made no sense, okay? Alan's statement 2 days ago made no sense, and what Turtle Boy just said right now, or what he just said on his show, makes no sense either. So we're going to watch that. It was an hour ago, uploaded a clearly pre-recorded video, and it, as I said, it makes absolutely no sense. It just makes no sense whatsoever. It makes no sense. So we're gonna watch this again. All right, there we go. We're gonna watch this again. We're gonna try to figure out what the hell's going on. But I'm almost certain that Turtle Boy's on a little bit of a time crunch, because why would he put out this emergency broadcast? He was basically in this, but through the lines, in my opinion, begging Karen to not make the decision to do the interview with someone else for money and whatever. Like, even though he's telling her to do it, he was basically saying, like, don't do this to me because I'm going to have to make my decision. It's wild.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to address some comments that I made on my show the other night that have become fodder for social media. Karen Reed's team is not distancing themselves from me, and I'm sure I'll be able to sit down with them and have a recorded discussion with them eventually. The only reason I even brought that up on my show was because people kept asking when I was going to have them on, in light of Bob Alessi and David Unetti's appearances on other channels. I've always been straightforward about what's going on, so I answered the question truthfully. This has been perceived as me being bitter, but the truth is I was just answering a question that a lot of people were asking. Let me be very clear, though. Karen Reed and her team don't owe me anything. I didn't do this for accolades and thank yous or money. I did this because I loved doing investigative journalism, and I've been doing this sort of work for 11 years now. I love digging into stories and reporting what the rest of the media isn't. I love uncovering corruption, exposing people who behave badly, and helping innocent people. It's a very satisfying line of work, and I'm lucky and blessed to be able to do it for a living. I wrote about the Karen Read story because it was a story that wasn't being properly told by the media. I was shocked on April 17th, 2023, when I read all of the court filings and spent hours doing a deep dive. I published part 1 of the Canton cover-up series at 3:30 a.m. on April 18th, 2023, and I've never looked back. The story didn't take off because I sensationalized it. The story took off because the facts and the evidence were shocking. Like many of you, I have had no idea that our institutions could partake in something so transparently evil. My reporting and activism is not the reason Karen Read is free. Dr. LaPosada, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Russell, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Scortibello, Lucky Loughran, and Nicholas Barros are the people most responsible for her freedom. It was their truthful testimony that caused the jury to realize that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, and therefore Karen Read did not kill him. You could argue that Hank Brennan, Yuri Buchanan, Judd Welcher, Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, and Kelly Deaver contributed to her acquittal more than anyone because of the way they behaved in front of the jury that proved that the Commonwealth wasn't being honest. Karen Read is free because of her own investigating and the fine investigative work done by her lawyers and private investigator. That's not to say that I don't think I played a part in it. I certainly did, and my reporting supplemented theirs. I wasn't just annoying Chris Albert outside of his pizza shop. I was filing public records requests, speaking with other witnesses, and passing this information on to the defense when it was useful. I found things in my own investigation and gave that information to Karen and her team prior to publication. I reported that Jennifer McCabe was parked outside the Proctor's house on September 25th, 2023, which proved for the first time that there was a personal relationship between the two families. This information was used in court filings, and the two families could no longer lie in court about that. More than anything, my journalism and activism raised public awareness, and without that, none of this was possible. Not only did the crowds outside the courthouse lift Karen Read's spirits, they also gave her the financial ability to properly defend herself. The Legal Defense Fund was an idea I suggested for Karen Read, and I was one of the first people to fundraise for it on one of my earlier shows in May of 2023. We ended up raising over $1.1 million, which paid for the defense to fly, feed, and lodge all of these experts time and time again for pretrial hearings. The experts are the reason the jury acquitted Karen Read, and every single person who donated to the Legal Defense Fund helped make that possible. There's no denying that the story has helped me professionally. Although I made a fine living with Turtle Boy before the Karen Read story, I've made a lot more money since writing about it, and my social media reach and online profile have grown exponentially as a result. But I never would have had the opportunity to do this if the Commonwealth didn't frame an innocent woman for murder. If they had dropped the charges after part 1 of the Canton cover-up series, then this story would have been a one and done, and most of you never would have heard about it. Instead, they decided to continue to frame Karen Read with new planted evidence. They arrested me for asking questions of the people who were quite clearly hiding something, and they dragged Karen through 2 internationally televised trials. They chose to do that, not me. My newfound fame and monetary gain they came out with it was simply a side effect of their choices, not mine. I've spoken to Karen many times since she was acquitted, but I don't want to bother her too much because I'm sure she needs space. Think of what she just went through. 3.5 years of being framed and tortured by the most powerful people in the state, being defamed as a murderer, having every word she said taken out of context, and dealing with the constant anxiety of knowing that at the end of this, there was a chance that she could spend the rest of her life in jail, which would mentally and physically kill her parents. Although you can probably imagine what a horrible feeling that must be, you don't really understand it until you've lived it. 4 times I've stood in front of judges at the Commonwealth as they've sought to revoke my bail and put me in jail for 60 days over completely made-up charges. 1 time they succeeded, but all 4 times were anxiety-inducing hell. Being away from my kids for 60 days was the worst punishment I ever could have imagined. Talking to them on the phone from jail, pretending I was away on business, and not being able to truthfully answer their question about when I was coming home was painful. Reuniting with them on February 23rd, 2024 was one of the greatest feelings in my life. I couldn't sleep that night as I looked at their pictures on the wall and promised myself I'd never be separated from them again. I thought I would never be happier when I got out of jail, but the truth is, I was never more scared. Just days after I was released, Paul O'Keefe and the McAlberts brought the woman who had lied about me and sent me to jail with them to a Karen Reed hearing for the sole purpose of having me charged with violating a restraining order. It worked. I knew that 17 days later, I would be standing in front of a judge who would have the chance to revoke my bail again, this time for 120 days. Imagine feeling the joy of being reunited with your kids after 60 days away from them, only to immediately be faced with the process of being away from them for another 120 days. It was the biggest tease ever, and I didn't truly feel free until the bail revocation was denied on March 14th, 2024. After that, they tried to have my bail revoked 2 more times, once over window intimidation and another over comments I made on my show about what I hoped would happen to the corrupt cop who knowingly participated in framing me. The feeling of standing in front of a judge, knowing that he has the ability to cause you the worst pain imaginable by taking you away from your kids again, is mental hell. I can't tell you the amount of nightmares I've had about going back to jail. It's on my mind constantly and will be as long as I'm out on bail. And these bad faith, corrupt law enforcement officials have the ability to lie and file motions that would take away my freedom. Too many times to count, I've woken up in the middle of the night kicking and screaming as I was in the middle of a horrible dream about being forced back to jail. It's traumatic, and I deeply underestimated what it would be like when I got out of jail last February. I'm not telling you this to feel bad for me. I'm telling you this because I know what Karen Reed is going through, as only someone who has lived it can truly know. I see a therapist regularly, and I highly doubt Karen has time to. What she's been through isn't normal. The smiles you see on TV and the confidence she exudes in public are her way of putting on a strong front. But she is human, and she knew that at the end of this, if she was convicted, that she would be the only one who has to go to the hellhole known as state prison. Although we're all happy for Karen Reed, keep in mind that the emotion she's feeling right now might be even worse than what she was feeling before she was acquitted. What she has lived through the past few years has been news and entertainment for us, but for her, it's been traumatic, and she may not even realize it until now. I don't know if she's having nightmares and random feelings of severe depression like I was after getting out of jail, but it would be very normal if she was. Life will never be the same for her after this. As for interviewing her, I've had many discussions with her over the last 2.5 years about being the first to interview her, but she never promised me that. It was always something I hoped for, but it wasn't something I thought I was entitled to. The fact of the matter is that she has lost everything as a result of this, including her job, her car, and her house. She has to rebuild her life again, which means she has to make money. As much as I would be honored to interview her first, the fact of the matter is that there is likely a bidding war going on right now for that honor. I'm just a guy with an online news website, and I can't compete with what others would offer her. I don't have hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. I've discussed this with her, and I think she should make as much money as she can off of this. She assured me that after the first interview, she'd be happy to sit down with me. So no, Karen Reed and her team are not distancing themselves from me because they're worried about new charges or because I use foul language that they don't want to be associated with. In fact, I was the second person Alan Jackson called after his wife on the day that Karen Reed was acquitted. I was invited out to dinner with all of them that night. It is purely a business decision for them now, which I not only completely respect, but I think they would be crazy and stupid to blow that type of financial opportunity just to throw me a bone. Everything I did with this story was for justice for John O'Keefe. I might get a little carried away sometimes, and I definitely use foul language that my mother wouldn't like. But the fact of the matter is that an innocent man was murdered inside Brian Albert's house, and the people who did it not only got away with their crimes, but framed an innocent woman for it. If this doesn't sufficiently outrage you to the point where you use foul language or want to get up in people's faces and ask them legitimate questions about why they murdered someone, then you're not understanding the gravity of what an injustice this was. I didn't do this for any sort of professional or monetary gain. I didn't do this to get an exclusive interview with Karen Reed. I did this because I was outraged and couldn't remain silent. I am fine with whatever happens from this point on. I will continue to do my show and make public speaking appearances, talking about my coverage of the story. If and when Karen Reed is up for it, I'd be happy to sit down with her for an interview. But for now, I just hope that she does what is best for her and her family, as will I. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, so I've watched it twice now. I'm telling you, in my opinion, that's a message to one person. Yes, he's kind of trying to, he always talks about his own reputation, tries to be like, oh, I did nothing wrong. That's always what he does. But that's not the point. He could do that on any live stream. He made this video for Karen. And it's a very abnormal video for him in that he doesn't do this. He doesn't make pre-recorded video statements and upload them. And it's time sensitive. It's definitely time sensitive, and you only do this video, in my opinion, if you're him. I don't know his mind as well as some other people in the stream do, but the only reason you would do an upload like this is because you can't get to Karen. You can't get a message to her. So the only way you think she's going to listen is if you do this. And the thing is, once you cooperate, there's no going back. So this is the kind of video you would do if you're like, listen, I'm on a timer. I have to make a decision. It seems to me, reading between the lines, two things are at stake. One, he really doesn't want to go to prison. And two, he wants that interview from Karen, which makes me think he asked Karen for two things. One, her support if he goes to trial, throw the same movement behind her that throw the same movement behind him that was behind her. And two, more importantly, that she give up the money that would come from an exclusive with another station for the first interview and do the interview with him. I think she turned him down on both and said, I'm not throwing my movement behind you, and I'm not giving you the interview. And I think this was his message to say, okay, well, the consequence of that is I'm going to cooperate against you. Now, the reason why I was kind of thinking this is very brilliant, if this is what's happening, if this is what Hank is moving on and why there's so much stuff going on behind the scenes, I have no idea. But it could be way more than just the jury. Because remember, if you're in Hank Brennan's shoes, you may realize that this jury was not just compromised by Karen or Turtle Boy, but that the old DOJ in Boston, who was pissed at Hank for getting Leah Foley to confirm the end of the federal probe into John's death, they may have actually done that. But you have to sidestep that because it's an intelligence community thing. You're never going to win against them. You're never going to win. So what you do is you have to end run around it, and you would do that by Turtle Boy. If you can offer Turtle Boy the greatest sweetheart deal of all time on everything, literally everything goes away, if you can do that, and the way that everything goes away is that he gives up Karen not just on the WI, but also gives up the jury tampering, the state gets everything they want. They get to retry Karen. Nothing, double jeopardy does not attach if they have witnesses who say, especially firsthand, that the jury was tampered with or compromised. Then the DOJ being involved doesn't matter, the old DOJ. And then it also gets Karen indicted on the witness intimidation. And it would make the third retrial even worse for Karen because Turtle Boy would probably testify against her and he can't take the fifth if he takes a plea. I'm telling you, that upload was a message to Karen that he's going to do it. She has one last option, and she can wheel and deal, but she's not. If she got him to that point of desperation, it's because she's not going to wheel and deal. That's my read of it. Well, if he actually cooperates, it could be as much. It could be that it could be multiple things, but the immediate implications, especially if he's got dirt on the jury tampering that might have happened, retrial for John's death for Karen, because you can retry her if there's external influence or tampering or fraud with the jury. Immediate retrial. There's no double jeopardy. You can just retry her. It does not attach. Not immediate, they'd have to go through the process, but you'd win, in my opinion, the motion for a retrial. It's actually a motion to set aside the verdict, and then you do a retrial. And then obviously grand jury into Karen, she'd get indicted for WI and all sorts of stuff if he cooperated. Her lawyers could get in trouble, her family. He could give up. He knows that he has gold. Look at that look in his eye. That's the look in someone's eye. He doesn't love that he has to make the decision, but he could hand the state everything they wanted. He is the person who could do it. Maybe murder by maestro. Maybe he waited, but I'm telling you, I think he doesn't need to record it a while ago and wait. He thinks about this stuff, in my opinion, way in advance. He just had it in his brain. He had to write it out because it's very delicate. He probably had Meredith's help. But no, he maybe had planned to do this as a break glass moment, but I don't think he recorded it until today, maybe last night. It looks like today. It looks like probably today at like between 8 and 11 a.m. So I'd say he filmed this, what is it, Thursday? Thursday, June 26th, sometime between 8 and 11 a.m. Eastern. Oh, I didn't see that. The Foreman. So let's watch the most recent interview with the Foreman. I have that right here. It just aired on NBC 10 Boston. This is one of the only interviews we haven't watched yet. This is with the Foreman of the Karen Reed jury. This was on NBC 10, I think. So we're going to analyze this. Let's watch the full interview. It's only 4 minutes. I heard that he might have hired a PR firm. That just adds more to it.
What raised questions for you about the police investigation?
One second. It's being, hold on, it's there. I just have to bring up the window. 1 second. All right. Hold on a second. And then, nope, we don't want that one. We want this. No, I picked the wrong one. That's me, double towel. We want this one. Oh, wait, hold on. So there's a Howie Carr audio interview. If anyone has a link to the Howie Carr audio interview with the Foreman, just drop that. I agree, B-Rabbit. Goodness, you all have a lot to chat. Listen, are we all getting the same feeling that there's something going on? I mean, it's not just what Little Towel uncovered and Murder by Maestro and LA Connection. It's not just that. And it's not just that we're hoping Jew Drops and Colleen Henry came back because we kicked Troy out. No, ladies and gentlemen, it's that something's you can feel it in the air. You can feel it in the air, ladies and gentlemen. But we are going to look at the interview with the foreperson from NBC 10 yesterday, and then if anyone has a link to the Howie Carr interview where he talks about a PR firm or something, we're going to listen to that too. Hold on, I got to take this call.
What raised questions for you about the police investigation?
What raised first and foremost the house. I mean, if I was in that house, I know that house would have been stormed. First and foremost, like no one went into the house. Someone's laying on someone's lawn, but no one goes in the house. It just doesn't make sense in large part. And that was just one hole amongst many holes that we had to sift through.
How would you describe the police investigation into John O'Keefe's death?
No justice in a certain aspect. It was really not even say shoddy, because then I would say lazy police work, because in large part there's certain things that you kind of learn 101 about collecting evidence, making sure no one's near the crime scene, how you do when you talk to witnesses, all those things 101, they was all done lazy. How do you have interviews with all the people all at once that's supposed to be suspects? No one was separated. It was all done in one group. That alone, it just leaves so many speculations and everything. It was nothing to grasp on.
Do you believe there was any collision?
No, I believe Karen Reed is not guilty.
Did it put extra pressure on you being the foreman?
When I first received the message, at first I was like, okay, let me see. But then when I got in the room and all the evidence there, I was like, whoa, okay, now I got to orchestrate this. But it was truly a group effort, and we all trusted each other. All the jurors trusted each other after having, we could call it a friendship in which we had amongst each other, in which we understood what was going on in the grand scheme of things.
How did you approach this case?
Well, I approached it like how any juror should be approaching it, and walking in there understanding this is supposed to be an innocent person, and now the prosecution has to prove the charges, and the prosecution didn't prove the charges. It was a aha moment, like, wow, they're reaching, and which was when they talked about the holes on the back of the hoodie and everything, and then they had to point back and bring us back in and tell us, no, those was holes that was made by the forensic person. And it was like, oh, so how we, again, more holes that we have to sift through and try to figure out more games that's being played.
What evidence stood out regarding driving under the influence?
Well, her own testimony. That's what really kind of what solidified it. We looked at 3 different clips, and then we counted all the drinks at the 2 bars and everything. If she sipped, if John sipped, all these different things. Did they share, whatever? Did she actually? And then we tried to look at all that, and we went over. We went over the videos twice, and then we went and counted the drinks, and then we looked back at her videos, and we was like, this is the only thing that's solid. This is the only thing we really have that's solid, that we could feel honestly, truthfully, like we could charge her only with this.
When you just started deliberations, were you leaning one way or the other?
When I entered deliberation rooms, I still was leaning, she's innocent, let me hear from everybody else.
Oh, dear God. All right, let me check for this other video. By the way, thank you for the opportunity to step away there for a second. I just had to take a quick call, but I'm back. I am a towel, and I am going to bring up this analysis of the backdrop you all are so interested in. And the reason why I'm going to bring up the post from Julie Carpenter is that Julie Carpenter apparently also has a clip of the juror on Howie Carr talking about the PR firm. Yeah, hold on. I can't. The chat is moving very fast, so I would love to. I actually stepped away. Hold on. I stepped away, so I'm checking. The links or link. I mean, you all are chatting at a furious pace. I haven't seen this pace of chat for like 4 days since the trial. So I think all of you are, whatever you're on to, keep figuring it out, because something's going on. The man in the arena. Hold on. What? Yeah, I got the link. Hold on. Why am I reading this? Oh, great find. Oh, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. We found the background. Wait a minute. Hold on, that's the wrong screen. What was that? Oh, that was that documentary. That was the Channel 4 documentary we were watching earlier. No, hold on. Where'd it go? Hold on. Look at this. Yes, Murder by Maestro. I saw it. I got it. It's coming. Hold on. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. All right, where is it? Yeah, all right. I see. Hold on. All right, hold on, little towels. I got it. Julie Carpenter found it. Great job, Julie Carpenter. Look at that. George K. Reagan Jr. And he runs Reagan Communications at 106 Union Wharf on the waterfront. Oh, goodness. Oh, goodness gracious me, ladies and gentlemen. The waterfront, huh? Union Wharf down the waterfront. You down the seaport. Good job, Julie Carpenter. Good job, Julie Carpenter. Now, how much you want to bet? Listen to me. I want everyone to say this sentence. The old Department of Justice in Boston, in my opinion, very likely sabotaged the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial jury as a middle finger to Hank Brennan. Ladies and gentlemen, the old liberal Department of Justice, in my opinion, and their, whatever you want to call it, their tentacles that spread out through the intelligence community, decided that they were gonna screw Hank Brennan. This wasn't just a Karen Reed defense. Oh, no. No. You don't compromise a jury like that if you're a defendant. I don't care if you have 1, 10, 50, $100 million. That's not how it works. This was the old liberal DOJ, in my opinion, ladies and gentlemen, sending a big middle finger to Hank Brennan and U.S. Attorney Foley for confirming the end of the federal investigation of John's death. Thank you. I shall take my bow. This is just one of a multitude of things I have figured out. You may call me Towel. Thank you very much. You may call him Hank. You may call me Towel. I am a towel. No, ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you right now, I don't think in my entire life I ever thought it was going to come to this. But let me just tell you, not only was the old DOJ's involvement, in my opinion, just one aspect of this, just one, but it splintered. It went even further. We had intelligence failures. Oh, the father-in-law of the juror that they apparently deployed for this ridiculous operation. Oh, no. We can't have this reported. No. Even though this is right, this must come out. You don't understand what this story will mean. It's not just the Listen. This is the stuff that they have to have like federal hearings about. Okay? This is absolutely unbelievable. Ladies, and it's not just this PR firm or whatever. It's not just that. No. It's not just that. Ladies and gentlemen, we, on one level, we may have a situation where the domestic and intelligence apparatus of the old liberal DOJ was so pissed off at how good at life Hank Brennan was that they and Karen Reed's team only had one option in order to save face for that old DOJ. Oh my God, they were in a literal op. And let me just tell you, that jury commissioner operation, it has been audited since 2016. They use weak passwords. Like, people who've retired had access for a while. It's not I looked it up. It is not a secure system at all. Are you kidding me? A 6-number letter password, even an alphanumeric combination with single symbols. You could brute the FBI or the DOJ or the CIA or whatever could brute force that in like 10 minutes. Okay, I don't care what you think about the capacity of most domestic intelligence agencies to process a 6 combination key. You could brute force that in like an hour. Okay? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just tell you right now that it's very possible that the old liberal DOJ in Boston compromised the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial jury, and then they screwed up because one of the operatives involved potentially has a father-in-law who the U.S. intelligence community might not have known back in 1990 submitted a patent application alongside a man who used a fake name because he was Saudi intelligence. That has to do with missile defense systems currently in the field that can be easily undermined if the person who made the patent told Saudi intelligence how to undermine it. This is the biggest story of all time. This is the biggest story of my entire life. I have not seen a bigger news story since I've been alive. Let me just be clear. I did not set out to be involved in this. I did not set out for any of this to happen. I think we were all just shell-shocked after the verdict and trying to figure out what happened. I did not want this. I did not pursue this. All I wanted to know was what happened. I will swear on my God and everything that is holy and my country that I had no idea what we were going to find together over the past 5 days or 6 days or 7 days, however long it's been. I literally feel like I've been in a black hole and have no idea what day it is or what time it is anymore, and I don't know what the sun looks like anymore. This is the biggest national security, integrity of the government, etc. story of all time. It's bigger than Iran-Contra, if this is all true. It's almost bigger than Watergate. It is literally one of the, if this is all true, and the fact that it came out so fast, it is the biggest story of all time. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's just after 4:30 p.m. on Thursday, June 26th, 2025. We'll get you caught up. We'll put all the pieces together for you. We'll hang out together like good little towels. And we'll try. Yeah. Wait, what are you talking about? I have no idea. Murder by Maestro, what do you mean? Okay, there's the banner in the news article. There's the banner there, right? I mean, so that's... Oh, right. There, but it's the Murder by Maestro. It's the same room, bruh. It's the same room, just a different angle. Or it's the same style of background. Okay, so look, it's the same guy. It's his PR firm. Oh, hold on. I got to add it to... But it's his PR firm. We're all on to something. Okay, I'll explain again. 5MEODMT. Hello, my friend. It's good to see you. I'm a towel. All right, so take a look. I got to reset it because it didn't like me jumping back and forth there. Got a little upset at towel. All right, so take a look at this background. Let me zoom in for you. That's what I was getting upset at. I had zoomed earlier and then tried to rezoom. All right, so let's take a look at this background, all right? We're going to analyze just the background of this juror's interview. Okay, it's in white, it's in color, okay, but we're going to see a black and white version in a second. All right, so take a look there. Take a look at that background, okay? Take a look right there, all right? You see how the background of that juror's interview has a very specific collage? It is very specific, ladies and gentlemen. It is very specific. Let me move your comments up for this. So, let's move your comments up. Let's make this a little bit more zoomed in. Oh, yep, don't worry about it. Listen, if you're just coming in, like I saw it from the beginning, but I understand your point, Murder by Maestro, because you want me to use the more clear version. I gotcha. So take a look, ladies and gentlemen. You see that background? Now take a look at this PR agency. Oh, what's that? It's just that dude's office without a desk in it? I think he's behind dude's desk, actually. He's sitting at the man's desk himself. Quite a powerful client. You know, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Oh, yeah, but B-Rabbit, you might have to actually save that image and upload it for us because the Boston Herald does not always load. Like, sometimes I can get it to load like this. YouTube also has like a screening mechanism, but sometimes I can get it to load if I do this. Hold on. No guarantees. So then if I do this right at the right moment. Yeah, I got it. So what you can do is you can actually pause the page from loading and then open that and then get it as the image. So it's not great, but yeah, we got him. We got him. That's the firm, ladies and gentlemen. That's the PR firm. And you can tell, like, they were proud, like this was a whole op, brah. It's not as professional as it could be, brah. But that is that office, 100%. Hold on, let me zoom out a little bit for you. We zoomed in so I could really see the jury, but the juror. But let me show you the more full version. Hold on. There you go. There's the more full version, ladies and gentlemen. That is the exact same thing. No question about it. No question about it. Yeah, they obviously edited the room changed around, but the bookshelf, it's the same exact room. The bookshelf, I'm pretty sure, like the champagne bottle is the same. Bossy Texas chick. Do you see that green champagne bottle? The champagne bottle is the same. In fact, I think there's two shit. Yes, the book at the top is the same. It says something about like SCOTUS with an American flag. It's just a little bit pulled over in this one. Looks like there's a law enforcement shield there. Yeah, there is on that black. It's a law enforcement hat. Oh my God. Look how subtle they were. Do you see in this shot? It has the law enforcement emblem facing forward. But for him, with this client, he didn't want to seem pro-cop. So the PR guy turned the law enforcement hat to the left so the logo wouldn't be in the shot. Oh, this guy's a master. George K. Reagan. A master of his craft. Look at that, even turn the hat. He, an eye for detail. An eye for detail, ladies and gentlemen. An eye for detail. Hold on. Yeah, no, I saw legal writer. I saw the. All right, you want to do the Rachel? We can do the Rachel Rollins analysis if you want. I like the. If you want to find out what real. All right, let's explain it. If you want to find out why I think the old DOJ is actually behind this influence operation on the jury, let us listen to Little Towel's video. Okay, we're going to go to Julie Carpenter's post. Hold on, I want to see if I can get the juror interviews from Julie Carpenter's post. Hold on, Little Towels, hold on. Apparently Julie Carpenter has the audio of the foreperson saying this, and we like Julie Carpenter. Julie Carpenter is a super towel. So we go ahead over here to our... we go over here. By the way, I'm keeping an eye on your account, on your comments, but we're going to the Howie Carr show. The Howie Carr show interview with the juror. Here we go. This is where he said it. It was at the 18-minute mark. We're going to listen to it. I'm going to be able to get it. Let's listen.
A lot of people on my social feeds, they want me to say that, will you go on with Turtle Boy? He's looking for you.
Will I go on with Turtle Boy?
Yeah.
Reagan Communications.
Okay, I already gave...
Hold on. Say that again.
A lot of people on my social feeds, they want me to say that, will you go on with Turtle Boy? He's looking for you.
Will I go on with Turtle Boy?
Yeah.
Reagan Communications.
Okay, I already gave the number.
Oh, wow. All right. Let's listen to the juror's interview on Howie Carr. All right? Howie Carr, we'll analyze it. Howie Carr Show Radio. All right? I am in my, what would you call it? My Boston Towel mode. You can call me Boston Towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to listen to Howie Carr down the pack. All right? There's no other option. We're going to listen to him down the pack, all right? We're not going over to Harvard Yard right now. We're just going to listen to him down the pack. All right. So, now, let's look, ladies and gentlemen, at the Howie Carr radio show. We are looking for juror number 1. Howie Carr Show, juror number 1. That's the title of the podcast. I got it. Ladies and gentlemen, I found it. Now I just got to listen to the full interview. It was from yesterday at 3:05 p.m. Eastern. But I'm trying to listen to the interview. All right, it is 39. Oh, dear God, Howie, you want me to listen to this for 39 minutes? How am I supposed to listen to this when I wanted to do the Rachel Rollins analysis? All right, fine, we'll do this first, and then we'll, what should we do? Should we listen to more of the... I think we have to do the Rachel Rollins analysis, and then after that, we're going to listen to this juror's interview with that in context. I don't know if all of you fully understand the implications of what that old DOJ did, okay, and just how tied in it was, folks, but I'm going to show it to you right now, okay? I'm going to show it to you. I have a video on it. It is a very good video. I am a towel. And the reason I have this video is because one time Murder by Maestro, or no, it was actually, I think it was Ali Towel or Eva Towel. Someone was like, oh, will you do a video related to the situation? Will you explain why the old DOJ had a motive to get involved with all this chaos? You know, will you explain it to us? And I said, sure, Eva Towel. And then I went on a very good 30-minute explication, which I'm now going to play for you, which explains the whole sordid history and how the liberal DOJ basically hated cops, and the federal probe into Michael Morrissey was really political retaliation that occurred at the very end of Rachel Rollins' tenure before she got referred for criminal charges for launching a very similar probe into the Suffolk DA for political purposes. It's a little complex. There's a lot to it. That's why I made a video. The video is 30 minutes and 33 seconds long. Oh no, the Freemasons are going to get me. Someone called. I don't know. I need an owl. I don't know what to do anymore. People are like, Grant, it seems to me that you have been up for like 7 days in a row, well, 60 days at this point, and all you do is sit around and have to analyze things that break in real time, and you seem to really enjoy it. Well, yes, I'm a towel. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks very much for being with me. As we get to the top of the hour, we're going to reset a little bit around 5:15 p.m. We have some more to do, some more to explain. We're going to listen to the jury interview from juror number 1 interview from Howie Carr radio show yesterday. It's about 38 minutes. But first, we got to get some context on the overlapping concentric webs of overlapping concentric social circles of influence, which created a situation whereby the old DOJ under Rachel Rollins and Josh Levy might have had an incentive to potentially utilize their latent connections even after new U.S. Attorney Leah Foley came into office in order to sabotage the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe retrial jury with a network of intelligence operatives. As ridiculous as that sounds, don't ask questions. It's actually very possible. Actually ask all the questions you want. Just realize that it's better to try to get some cohesive understanding of the socio-political dynamics involved within the U.S. Attorney's Office under President Biden and in Boston in particular, because Rachel Rollins, to say she weaponized that office would be an understatement. She was nearly criminally prosecuted for lying to the DOJ OIG in December of 2022 about whether or not she leaked a recusal memorandum to the Globe and the Herald in order to try to influence the 2022 Suffolk DA primary between Kevin Hayden and Ricardo Arroyo, because Rollins thought the election was a referendum on her legacy and Arroyo was progressive and Hayden was more moderate, even though they were both Democrats. And Rollins, after Hayden beat Arroyo in the primary with an October surprise about SA allegations from Arroyo being resurfaced about 7 days before the primary, Rollins was upset that the Herald and the Globe refused to run this nonsensical story about how Rollins started a fake federal probe into Hayden. And so as a result, after the election ended between the primary and the general, Rollins took a picture of the recusal memorandum from the DOJ, which was very unusual because Rollins recused from an investigation that didn't exist into Hayden and never existed. And as a result, the Herald on September 9th or 11th, in the lead up to the general election, published an article about Hayden being potentially under federal investigation, even though he was not. And then this led to a December 2022 OIG investigation where Rollins lied to the OIG about leaking the photo to the Herald reporter. And as a result, ladies and gentlemen, Rachel Rollins between December of 2022 and May of 2023 was subject to increasing pressure from the DOJ OIG and eventually resigned right after the report, 161 pages in length, came out into her conduct. Now, this is all tied in because in November of 2022, Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and David Nianetti walk into the offices of then First U.S. Assistant Attorney Josh Levy. Now, something to keep in mind here. You have to understand that when Rollins was doing this weird power play related to the Suffolk DA primary between Arroyo and Hayden, what happened was Rollins got this law professor named Daniel Medved, who's like this progressive who looks into prosecutorial misconduct. Hi, Professor. I'm a towel. So anyway, Professor Medved sends an email to Rollins on August 14th of 2022, and it's confirming Rollins' attendance at a book signing on September 14th of 2022. Now, here for Medved's book. Now, here's what's weird. On August 15th of 2022, one day later, or maybe it was August 15th to August 16th, the point is one day later, Medved then sends an email to Rollins, ostensibly unprompted, requesting a federal probe into Hayden. Now, here's where things get so interesting. That's right into the lead up of the primary against Arroyo, right? Rollins then goes to Josh Levy, her first assistant, and says to Levy at the time, will you write a response to Medved that basically, instead of DOJ following DOJ policy where you write a non-committal response just saying thank you, if we have questions we'll follow up, Rollins tells Levy to write a substantive response to Medved confirming that Hayden was under investigation by the feds. Levy won't do it. Now, Levy does a little bit of a weird thing where I think like Levy would run the prosecutions that Rollins should technically have been recused from to kind of give some air of deniability. But even Levy, I think, realized, you could tell in the OIG report, that Rollins was trying to put her hand, like she was trying to put her hand on the scale in favor of Arroyo using the Office of the U.S. Attorney in the lead up to the primary for Suffolk County DA in 2020, which was Rollins' old seat. And so Levy says, no, we're not going to respond to Medved, all right? Levy tells Rollins to slow walk Medved. And then Levy, interestingly enough, because Rollins is recused, takes charge and won't give Medved a response until after the primary. Now, what's interesting, though, right, is that Levy was clearly upset. He said he felt pressured by Rollins to respond to Medved in a way that was not in line with DOJ policy. But Levy was still able to cut Rollins off at the pass. He stopped her from being able to let Medved get a copy of that response and then leak it to the Globe and Herald. However, Rollins then got pissed and then went over Levy's head, which she never should have done. And then after Levy made the call to not respond to Medved until after the primary, Rollins decided to burn it all down and release the recusal letter, definitely in violation of DOJ policy and federal law, to the Herald and the Globe on like September 11th or something, which was 2 days after Levy released the delayed response to Medved. Now, all of this ties in because it wasn't just Levy who cut Rollins off at the pass. It was also Dustin Chow, the head of the Public Corruption Unit, and a guy named Bill Abley, who was still the head of the criminal division of the DOJ in Boston. So those three people together, like, were honorable patriots, and they stood up when they saw Rachel Rollins doing this. They clearly cooperated with the OIG, as did the then executive officer of the DOJ in Boston, who was also the person in charge of the press team. Okay, so those four people were at the core of taking Rollins out of office for what she did, and rightfully so, in my opinion. But the reason why this becomes relevant is twofold. One, Medved got totally screwed in that deal. She couldn't go to his book signing a month later because the ethics office caught her doing this and intervened and wouldn't let her go. And then, more interestingly, Medved, right after all this goes down, right after Rollins gets forced out, Medved joins an ethics complaint against Dustin Chow for something that Chow did in New York related to a prosecution like a few years ago. So now I reached out to Medved and I was like, so what was up with the ethics complaint about Dustin Chow? And his explanation was, that was something through like a New York accountability project that I'm involved with. And then I followed up and I was like, I think I should just be direct with you. I want to know if you filed that because Chow and Levy and Bill Abley cooperated against Rachel Rollins in the OIG investigation. And then that you also were part of. And he was like, the only response was, I don't know anything about why their involvement in the OIG investigation. Okay, Professor. I left it at that. Let's put it that way. I didn't say anything back. I said, okay, the OIG investigation you were interviewed in. Yeah, I'm sure you know nothing about the people who took Rachel out. I'm sure you know nothing about it. That was my thinking. I was like, okay, I'm not getting anywhere with this man. But anyway, so So that explains the socio-political dynamics of the U.S. DOJ at the time. Rachel Rollins willing to weaponize the office, this really weird strategy of let's make people think someone's under federal investigation, and then DOJ policy is we can't confirm or deny it, and we very rarely confirm something closed without indictment. So that screws the person. Now, you think because Rachel Rollins got caught doing all this September, October, November 2022, right around then, you think maybe she thought her time in office was coming to an end? And as a result, do you think maybe Rachel Rollins' pre-existing grudge against other DAs, maybe people she thought she'd have a few years to target in office to get back at those people, you think maybe she had to kind of move kind of quick, especially Michael Morrissey? You think maybe Rachel Rollins and Michael Morrissey had a pre-existing feud? And you think that feud had a bifurcated origin, which is one, Rachel Rollins had a list of 15 crimes she wouldn't prosecute, which led other DAs and people around the country to think she was out of her mind, and therefore she got extremely criticized. And when one of those DAs who criticized her in public was Michael Morrissey, she got very mad about it, didn't like him. Another thing that happened before Rachel Rollins got into office as U.S. Attorney is while Rachel Rollins was the Suffolk County District Attorney, Rachel Rollins filed a motion in a case to have a youth offender who was under the age of 25 not be subject to a mandatory life term for the crime of murder. Now, Rollins' argument, and it was vindicated in the end by the SJC in 2024 in a different case, but that's irrelevant. Rollins' argument at the time, for our purposes, Rollins' argument at the time to the court was that youthful offenders under 25, their brains haven't developed, so therefore they can't be held culpable for the crime in question because their brains aren't fully developed, so they can't have a full life term. Now, that caused Michael Morrissey and 4 other DAs including like the Essex DA, and I want to say the Barnstable or Cape and Islands DA, and then maybe the Worcester DA, like 4 of the other 8 DAs in the state filed an amicus curiae, friend of the court brief, in this case against Rollins, involving Rollins trying to get the life term off the table for a youthful murder offender under 25. That really pissed Rollins off that they did that. She gave like interviews in the press. She was furious with them. So Rollins has got this pre-existing bifurcated grudge against Michael Morrissey. So did you think maybe when David Yannetti, who was on Rachel Rollins' transition team when she became Suffolk County DA in 2019. Do you think, and Rollins loved defense attorneys, by the way, because she was very pro-defendant. She didn't prosecute a bunch of low-level offenses, and she hated cops, in my opinion. So do you see, lady, except for the transit cops for some reason, those were the only cops who liked her and the only cops she liked. So do you see what happened here, ladies and gentlemen? In my opinion, Rollins knew she was heading out of office after the ethics investigation in September of 2022 started up by the DOJ OIG. So Rollins, knowing she's about to be interviewed by the OIG in December of 2022, January 2023, they're going to get her out of office. It's just she's a dead woman walking. So she sees, she gets approached by Yannetti. She says, oh, I want to fuck Morrissey over. Rollins is thinking, I'm going to fuck Morrissey over. I'm about to get out of office. I got to do something. So Yannetti walks in, Jackson and Reed walk in. Rollins is thinking to herself, I can't have the meeting directly. I'm already taking all this fucking heat because I got involved in the situation with Arroyo and Hayden. So I got to put a little plausible deniability here. This is my opinion. Rachel Rollins, will send Jackson, Yannetti, and Reed to fucking Josh Levy, and I'll tell Levy to do it. And now Rollins also has something else in mind. Dustin Chow, who, by the way, is at the same time working with Levy and Bill Abley to take out Rollins from her position as U.S. Attorney, Dustin Chow has a pre-existing grudge against Michael Morrissey for independent reasons than Rachel Rollins, also unrelated to the Reed case. In 2015, during a joint prosecution of Whitey Bulger, Stephen the Rifleman Flemmi, and Frank Cadillac Salemi, Dustin Chow's wife, Dustin Chow was the head of the public corruption unit at the DOJ under Rollins in 2022. In 2015, Chow's wife, I think it's Laura, was passed over, not really passed over for a promotion. The Norfolk DA was going to keep her salary the same and benefits, but remove her out of Superior Court and send her to District Court because she wasn't good enough for Superior Court. She got really offended. Dustin Chow went around saying to a state trooper who was a detective in the unit assigned to Morrissey's office that he was going to go and burn down the Norfolk DA's reputation. Now, that led to a situation 7 years later, right? So 2015, Chow's looking for blood with the Norfolk DA. Grudges in politics last a long time. 7 years later, you got two different independent pre-existing grudges in the DOJ in Boston against Morrissey, Michael Morrissey, the Norfolk DA. Rawlins, though, is the impetus for the probe, and the public corruption chief has a lot of power, too. He single-handedly determines whether public corruption prosecutions in this district go forward. So Rawlins and Chow, each with independent reasons to get Morrissey, although Rawlins and Chow are feuding internally over the Arroyo and Hayden situation. You see how this gets complicated? Like, you can be enemies on one thing and friends on another. It's why this is very complicated. So anyway, Rawlins is the one under the time pressure, though. She's about to get thrown out of office. So she sends Yannetti, Jackson, and Reed to Josh Levy in 2022 in November, and they spin this weird fucking yarn about like a dog who doesn't follow the laws of gravity, doesn't leave DNA, has no lower mandible jaw, that was somehow, along with like the Candlestick Man and Oompa Loompa, responsible for John's death. Now, I think Josh Levy is like, okay, obviously dogs follow the laws of gravity. Dogs have DNA. Karen Reed is a drunk who, in my opinion, killed John O'Keefe. I think that's what Josh Levy's thinking. Like, dogs don't violate the laws of gravity. Like, that's fucking ridiculous, David Yannetti. What the fuck is wrong with you? But, if I'm Josh Levy, I'm thinking about something else. Ken Berkowitz, the former chief of the Canton Police Department, has probably in the past 3 to 6 months leading up to no very historic blizzard. But let's go back to February 1st, 2021, ladies and gentlemen. It's a small apartment building in Canton, Massachusetts. There's a young teacher's aide by the name of Sandra Birchmore. She's sitting around in her apartment. She's glued to her phone, just like she has been every day of her life, and she's expecting a baby. She has just started doing her laundry, ladies and gentlemen, and she's doing some coloring. She's picking out baby clothes for the baby on her phone when she gets a text. The man who she has just told is the father of the baby, Stoughton police officer Matthew Farwell, is coming over to see her. Little did Sandra Birchmore know, though, at 9:23 p.m. on February 1st, 2021, that those would be her last moments alive. Matthew Farwell was not coming over to talk about how excited he was to deliver the baby, or to talk about its bassinet, or to help decorate the baby room Sandra was planning. No, Matthew Farwell was there to kill Sandra by hanging her from a door and staging her death to look like the result of self-harm. And so, ladies and gentlemen, on February 4th, 3 days later, Monday, February 4th, the Canton police respond to a wellness check because Sandra Birchmore, the teacher's assistant who was about to have her first child, the family she had wanted her entire life, called the Canton police and let them know that Sandra didn't show up for work that morning, and they were concerned. The Canton police go to Sandra's apartment and proceed to find her deceased hanging from a door. The Canton police, in turn, go immediately to speak to the building maintenance worker, who gives them a security cam footage from that 9:23 and says, "That's Matthew Farwell. He's the man that helped Sandra move into the apartment. He was here at the very moment she died." Then the Canton police go over to Sandra's school, where they collect electronic text messages indicating that Matthew Farwell was telling people at the time, right before Sandra's death, that she was refusing to get rid of the baby. She wanted to have the baby. She wouldn't get rid of it like Matthew Farwell wanted, as disgusting as that is. And that further, Sandra was telling Matthew Farwell he was the father, and she wanted him to sign the birth certificate. Matthew Farwell then told people that he would take care of the problem if Sandra wouldn't do it herself. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the Canton police, over the days of February 4th, 5th, and 6th of 2021, take all that information, compile it, and give it to the Massachusetts State Police Unit, detailed to the Norfolk DA, the very same unit that investigated Karen for John's death. Now, how interesting is it, ladies and gentlemen, that the man that writes the report into Sandra's death for the MSP, a report that clears Matthew Farwell and declares Sandra's death the result of self-harm, how interesting is it that that man, John Fanning, used to work in Stoughton, where Matthew Farwell used to work? And how interesting is it that another trooper on that unit, Yuri Buchanan, used to work in Stoughton? So, ladies and gentlemen, it certainly starts to raise questions, I'm sure, for people in the Canton PD, when all of a sudden these like former Stoughton-affiliated cops and the state police unit somehow write a report saying that Matthew Farwell, who had been sexually abusing Sandra since she was a child, somehow was not responsible for her death, despite all of this very clear evidence. So, maybe that would lead someone like Kenny Berkowitz, former Chief Berkowitz, to go to the FBI. So maybe in November of 2022, Josh Levy knows Rachel Rollins got a political motive for going after Michael Morrissey, but that doesn't really matter. He can set that aside. He's going to deal with her and take her out anyway, so it doesn't matter. And Josh Levy's got to think about this like fucking like non-DNA having anti-gravitational dog as the fucking bullshit sideshow that it is, because he is a smart man. So therefore, I think it's very likely that Levy ran a fucking op on Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti, and we're like, oh yeah, we'll look into that shit. Like, we'll look into it. But really, what Levy's plan was to use that as kind of a classic DOJ FBI tactic to cover to distract the state police. The state police are an intelligence gathering operation. They are a paramilitary operation. They're tied into the JTTF, the BRICS. They're tied into every possible level of state and national intelligence sharing you can imagine, except for, I'm sure, the very highly classified DOD stuff. So as a result, the state police, you can't just investigate them. They will know. But if you make up a bullshit investigation into John's death and do like a federal probe into the investigation of John's death, they're going to be like, what the fuck is this? We know that was clean, right? They're going to get really distracted by it. They're going to get really confused. And then all these witnesses, the McCabe's, the Alberts, whatever, they're going to think they're like the real target, but it's really a distraction. And that explains why I think what Josh Levy was doing there, it wasn't that he was enabling Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, or David Yannetti. It was that he was playing them, and he played Turtle Boy too, which was they were never going to investigate John's death. They never thought it was a problem. They were stringing them along, stringing Reed's defense along the whole time. And the real point of the probe of John's death was to instead get enough information to start a probe of Sandra Birchmore's death, which started in August of 2023. Now that simultaneously, so you see what's going on here. Rollins leaves office in May of 2023. Levy was not and even though Chow had his motives for going after Morrissey, Levy and Chow had just taken out Rollins for doing a pretextual probe into Hayden with no merit. They were not going to do the same thing. They were not actually going after Morrissey to smear him. What they were doing is they were running Karen Reed and Aiden later as kind of cover operatives so that people would pay attention, including the public and the state police, to the investigation of John's death, and then the DOJ would backdoor the investigation of Sandra Birchmore's death, which is exactly what the fucking DOJ did. They started in August of 2023. They arrested Matthew Farwell in August of 2024. Now, all of that links up because that explains why, even though Karen Reed, Alan Jackson, and David Yannetti are spinning this ridiculously nonsensical yarn in November of 2022 about a dog and all this nonsense, Josh Levy was like, oh, yeah, come on, guys. Yeah, this shouldn't go to trial. Yeah, we'll look into this. You go tell him, guys. You sell it, guys. No, Levy was playing them, and he was getting them to to bring in tips about the state police, and then he was also getting Aiden and Karen to be useful idiots for an investigation into the state police about Sandra Birchmore's death. So do you see how this all kind of worked? And then this is where it all comes together. What no one saw coming was that the President Biden was not going to get reelected. When President Trump got elected, because I really do think that thing in Pennsylvania, I think that was a hit. I think that was a hit by the powers that be. I really don't think they wanted President Trump back in office. It was another Kennedy situation. But he survived. God bless his soul. He survived. And what that led to was freaking chaos, because when Leah Foley came into the DOJ on January 30th or January 20th, whenever she got into office, 2025, she definitely found this clusterfuck. And I think by Leah Foley, between January 30th and February 12th, confirming the end of the federal probe, releasing those hidden contacts between ARCA and Reed's defense. What that led to was the old DOJ, like Adam Deutsch and some of these guys, getting really fucking embarrassed because they did try to put a finger on the scale for Karen, but it wasn't because they fucking liked Karen. It was because they were protecting the integrity of a DOJ playbook that is very, very secret. And so therefore, here's my final conclusion. The DOJ, I don't think they loved that the 9-3 jury happened the first time. I think they would have liked her to get off, but they were like, they did enough to get to another mistrial or to get to another trial. Then what I think really happened was when the DOJ realized back in November of 2024 that President Trump had won, the Boston DOJ was like, oh fuck, this is a hot potato. Like, we're fucked. If she gets found guilty, someone's going to investigate us for what we did. We're fucked. We have to make sure, if you're old DOJ under Levy and those folks, we have to make sure that she gets off. The only people that have the ability to rig a jury in the way that is playing out right now are the feds. And I don't think it's Leah Foley's office. I think it was the old DOJ who had an incentive to protect their reputations and prevent an investigation of all this shit by running a very, 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 very well done, although I was onto it right away because I look at this so closely. Don't you read my reporting about the Cannabis Control Commission? Come on. That old liberal DOJ wanted to get revenge on Hank for Hank and Leah Foley confirming, U.S. Attorney Foley confirming the end of the federal probe into John's death and for for confirming that ARCA and the DOJ were trying to manipulate Reed's first trial. I'm telling you, they tried to fuck Hank, and then they ran this operation, but that's only one part of it. They inadvertently, without realizing it, by running this fucking jury operation, which I really believe was a old DOJ thing. It's not the new DOJ. It was remnants of the Levy liberal DOJ sending a message to Hank and like protecting their reputations and trying to prevent an investigation. They fucked up because they didn't do their background research on Juror 11's father-in-law, and if they had just done a little bit of background research, they would have, and I don't know how they missed this shit, they would have realized then maybe they just needed an operative and they thought no one would find this, but they needed someone who could, they didn't realize that it wasn't, I think they could have got away with it if it was just the father-in-law going down on the defense secrets theft, the missile defense secrets theft from Egypt in 2019 and the CP. No, maybe not the CP. Once the CP came in too, they were fucked. But those two things, I think, like, maybe kind of sort of they could have, like, maybe, but it would have been a lot of desperation. What fucked them and what they cannot get away from is this shit about the Saudi intelligence guy on that fucking patent. That is just so bad. It's so bad. They're going to have to burn this operation. I'm telling you, the feds are going to have to burn this operation because what's now going to be more important is making sure that the intelligence failures related to the father-in-law and that fucking patent related to the Warrior X system, that is now way, way, way more important. So that you can have competing factions within the intelligence community, but if the primary fucking concern is that they didn't do a good job and they didn't realize that the father-in-law, when they pled him out on the missile defense secrets in 2019 and the child porn, withheld from the government that this Warrior Defense X patent from 1990 was actually done in combination with Saudi intelligence, that means that he was like manipulating the government, which spies do, and therefore there's a clear and present danger right now because that patent and others could be preemptively manipulated by foreign intelligence services in this specific case to allow missiles that can't be detected by the system to hit our troops. So that's what they didn't think about, whoever ran this operation, because if you actually knew that, if you found that fucking patent and you knew that that was there, you would never run these people in this operation, that Juror 11 or whatever, the husband, you would never get them anywhere near this because anyone who found that it becomes way more of a problem. So therefore, if we break all of this down, you have all these overlapping concentric social circles of influence, you have all these different motivations and you have all these different players, but what it basically breaks down to is Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey. Levy realized that even though Rollins had a grudge, this wasn't a redo of Hayden, not about the Reed case, but instead about Sandra Birchmore's death. Levy knew that investigating the state police was going to be really delicate, and Levy didn't even tell Karen and Alan and David Yannetti that the investigation was really about Sandra Birchmore's death. He just led Karen, Alan, and Aiden on for a long amount of time just so they were useful, because the arrest of Matthew Farwell didn't happen until August of 2024. Then, once Karen, Alan, David, and Turtle Boy's usefulness was really run up for the feds when they got Farwell, it became a matter of making everything go away, which it would have if President Trump didn't win the election in November of 2024, and because Leah Foley came into office in January of 2025, and Leah Foley revealed to Hank Brennan that the old DOJ was, keeping open an investigation for no reason that was now confirmed as closed, and two, interfering in the trial by allowing ARCA to violate Judge Cannoni's sequestration order and hide documents and payments from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors, the DOJ said, oh, fuck, we're going to be out of office. We can't control this anymore. The narrative could spin wildly out of control. The DOJ did indeed lose the old liberal DOJ under Levy and Rollins did lose control of the narrative. And then they must have decided their only option, because Hank Brennan was fucking the fuck out of the defense and the DOJ with Leah Foley's help, the old DOJ, the only option was to fuck the jury pool. And they have the capacity to get into that system, to get that jury notices out, to get their people in there. This might have been an actual intelligence community operation. And in turn, Hank Brennan could be confronted with a situation where he needs plausible deniability to be able to address this without compromising national security, although that cat may be out of the bag, unfortunately, based on how these morons went about this. Not Hank, but the people he's up against. Hank Brennan needs plausible deniability, so therefore, if he's going to revisit the verdict, instead of addressing it as the DOJ fucking corrupted a state criminal trial and fucked with the jury pool and these are intelligence operatives, if you really love America, you won't do that. What you'll do is you'll get Turtle Boy to cooperate by giving him a sweetheart fucking deal, the best of all deals, against Karen, and the cooperation will be reveal the jury tampering and reveal the witness intimidation. Therefore, the state gets a retrial of Karen as to John's death, and they get to try Karen on the WI, and Turtle Boy will testify against Karen, and he can't take the fifth because he'll have immunity because he'll have taken a plea. I present to you Towel's theory of everything. Towel may have cussed a few times in there. How did I do? Was that good? Is everybody on the same page? Are we all comfortable? I think I would like to take a breath now. I did that all with my eyes closed from memory. There's a lot of stuff up in Towel's brain. Yeah, let me cook. You know what I'm saying? Just let me cook. Towel has a brain that is basically an encyclopedia. Did you notice my eyes were closed the whole time? I'm pretty sure I was rhythmically composing at certain points there. I don't really know what was going on. All I know is I know all of that from memory. Every date, every timestamp, every person, every single bit of that I know from memory. I don't need notes. I don't need documents. Forget about Juror 1. I have that in my memory completely. Paula, that's what it's like to be able to remember it actually from memory. Paula's at my level, though. I respect Paula. I don't agree with a lot of what she believes, like in terms of the case, but I respect her. You're at my level, Paula. Oh. Grant flew to the space towel continuum. Yes, for Towel, history is a living mosaic in my mind. I can paint it with different brush strokes, and I like to bring it to life as if it were a wall capable of pulsating in and out with the human breath. And I like to think that kind of vivid historical mosaic interwoven with recursive dialectical circles is a due and proper homage to the Joycean framework enumerated in the Wake. And also, what's more important to me is creating a living explication of Hegel's historical syntactical dialectic, because it's very, very crucial that people see the real-time emergence of the historical thesis and antithesis in real time, forming a new synthesis, or they will become alienated and confused as the emergence of a new digital epoch comes to pass. So that's what I have to say. There's some point to this. You know, like, it's not just me explicating these details. I'm trying to prove that history has a purpose, and you don't have to be scared if you can see the larger forces as they are emerging onto that sort of historical scene. It requires a bit of academic explication and study, and you kind of have to be somewhat familiar with a bunch of different subjects, but there's nothing to worry about. It's just kind of like breaking through during a trip on L. Like, you know, we're in that, like, you're past the nervous anticipation stage now of this transition in the world around us, and we're heading through the breakthrough phase. It's going to be a little uncomfortable, kind of feel a little bit awkward, and then everything will be wonderful. We'll be in the age of Aquarius, and hopefully he'll be carrying a towel. Well, when did they start following it, Selma? Take a screenshot, by all means, Selma. Yes, Peony and Rose, recursive historical circles. That's what James Joyce was trying to say by way of explicating Vico's philosophy in Finnegan's Wake. I can only study what I find interesting. Hold on. Listen, Selma, you got to take screenshots. If you just send links, they can delete them. So make sure when you send links, you also take screenshots. Because first of all, it's if you're just, it's fine to just keep doing this. But just remember, if you are sending links in chat, please make sure you're also screenshotting them. I'm only looking at chat every once in a while. But yes, let me take a look at what Selma's sending here. I don't really know, Selma, like, I'll take a look, Selma, at what you're sending. Thank you for sending those along. But it's, you know, I don't really know. So no, you didn't actually send a link, Selma. The first one is you just sent a link to her profile. It didn't actually link to anything. And then the second link, wait a minute, what? Wait a minute, what? She was online during trial? Wait, what? What? She was on the internet during trial? Oh my God. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Wait, when was this? June 18th? When was the verdict? Oh. Wait, what? This doesn't make sense. I don't understand. And then all those comments went up. All right, make sure you screenshot all that. I guess we can just look at it on the stream, but all right, hold on. All right, well, thank you for this, Selma. All right, so this is a little weird. Here's an Instagram post from the Juror on May 30th of this year. And the reason why it's a little weird, and Selma, I'm sorry it took me, because the first link didn't work, but the second link did work. It's a little bit weird because this account did post in the comments on June 18th, which was the day the verdict came in. But if you look at this post here, which was from during trial, so I don't know if, like, anyway, I don't know what happened here. It looks like she posted... let's see, and she clearly owned up to it already, because you're going to see in the comments she's like, oh yeah, this wasn't a big deal. But if you take a look here, It says it was in Portuguese originally. After 3 days without posting anything, coming in here very sporadically, speaking after 3 days without posting anything, coming in here very sporadically, speaking little, knowing nothing about the inhabitants of this virtual village. Is this photo a comeback, or will it just be an uncontrollable desire to be validated and praised by people I don't know, or that I know but I'm not close to, or family members who will probably say that I'm pretty? Well, why am I here now with this photo? Out of the blue. What is the real relevance of this post and all the text for half a dozen spotted cats? Our subconscious is very interesting. Happy Friday, Brazucas. Happy Friday, Muslims. Happy Friday, America. And then her explanation is 1 week ago on the 18th. Hello. So guys, I posted this picture on a day when I was pretty. I just wanted to show up. Simple as that. Turns out when I logged on here and was running across the local news here in the U.S. itself, I decided to deactivate IG again for a while. Reason, I was summoned to be a jury in a media case here in my country. How could we not access the news involving the case? I no longer open IG. Today the trial is finally over. It's been more than 2 months, more than 20 hours deliberating. It is finished. I will answer one by one, and gradually I will post more showing the kids and such. Thanks for all the love. But, okay, so I don't understand. This was 3 weeks ago. This was May 30th. This was during trial. What time was it posted at? Does it say when? Does it have a timestamp? No. But if you look at it, I mean, it looks like she's in the parking lot for Juror service. Was she trying to what is this? Why was she posting her face on social media in the middle of the trial? Did she want to be found? Thank you for getting that screenshot, Selma. I wonder if it's that girl from X. Did she interact? What's the FKR? Do you have the FKR Brazil account? I'm just reading. This is the Karen Reed account she follows. 1 second. I want to go through all the translations. She doesn't have a lot of followers. She gets a lot of activity, though. I think people don't read blogs. I don't even know what's trending now. Do I write a lot of stories? Real? I don't even know. I take suggestions. Weird. If there's even one comment about the Karen Reed case from 3 weeks ago. You don't agree with her? Alright, so that was someone who saw her on World News Tonight 5 days ago. No one 3 weeks ago mentioned the Reed case. But do any accounts that comment? Alright, so she follows this one. Let's see if there was anything around. She wouldn't be so dumb as to comment on it, right? And that was 21 hours ago. No, we need like 3 weeks ago. Oh dear God, this person posts a lot. What is wrong with you? Alright, so this must be from... No. Let's see. That must be from after the verdict. Hold on. We gotta go before the verdict. We need May 3rd. Oh my dear goodness, this person posts a lot. Hold on, we gotta go all the way back to May 30th. Because that's... She was only... It looked like she only activated it around May 30th. This person posts a lot. I mean, a lot. So remember, we're looking for roughly May 30th. Let's see. I've never seen any... All right, we're almost at May 30th. I've never seen anyone post this much. Like, this is like... That's like the kind of thing you do, like, for work. It's more than I post, and I post a lot. All right, we need May 30th exactly. All right, here we go. So May 27th. May 27th. May 27th. May 27th. Hold on. May 28th. May 29th. Alright, now this is where we want to see if she started interacting. May 30th. Alright, anything? No way she would be dumb enough to interact with the post. They like their own post. That's embarrassing. Alright, she's being somewhat smart. Here's another post, May 30th. Come on, May, multicultural. No, they don't get a lot of likes either. Alright. It's a relatively small account. And they like their own posts all the time. This is hilarious. I'm just seeing if any of the posts on the 30th, if the juror interacted with. No. All right, hold on. Was this was the May 3rd? No, that was May 27th. Hold on. Is this May 30th? And they just post like the same picture over and over and over and over again. All right, I think I looked at this one already. It's just the same people liking it too. Looking to see if the juror liked any content on this on Instagram right around May 30th. That would be a little too obvious though, but maybe she made a misclick. Nope. Nothing around May 30th. Yeah, lots of trolls. We must be onto something if there's this many trolls all of a sudden. There's something going on with this Portuguese Instagram from this juror. Do you want to see this juror? She gave this really interesting video about Islam in Portuguese, and we translated it to English. I'll bring it up for you, little towels. We're on an investigation, though. You know what happens when we start investigating? We can go down any number of roads. Where we're going, little towels, we don't need roads. Hold on. I can't. Hold on. What am I wasn't looking at the chat. What is this one? Hold on. Thank you, Richard and Joanne. Yeah, sometimes you do have to actually highlight me, and even if you highlight me, there's no guarantee I'll see it. But thank you, Truth Over Bias. That was an incredibly helpful highlight. I'm going to the Boston Herald link. Oh. That's brutal. David Traub, huh? Oh, this is brutal. I wonder if these guys get any federal contracts. Look at this. The juror in the Karen Reed trial is vice president of the spokesperson. All right. So the juror in the Karen Reed trial, Juror 1, has retained Reagan Communications as his PR firm, and that PR firm employs David Traub, who resigned as spokesperson for the Norfolk DA and was there for like 20 years in the middle of the between the first and second Karen Reed trial. Oh, that's messed up. This is deep. Yes, hold on. Who needs to be timed out? You just let me know. You just let me know. Is someone causing problems? This is so interesting in every sense of the term. All right, hold on. Let me make a little tweet about this. Just a little tweet. Not even going to take a screenshot. I'm just going to tweet the article link. Listen, a towel. There's a difference between a towel tweet and a towel post. All right. If a towel's going to post something, then we're going into writing mode. But I'm just going to write a little towel tweet. Wait. Hold on. All right, come on, little towels. Hold on. Which one is that? Is that the interview? Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Oh, no. Oh, no. I'm still here. I have upset towel computer. Oh, no. I have upset it. I'm still here. Give it a second. Give it a second. There we go. I'm back. I'm back, and I'm a towel. You can tell that we're into some things because, let's say, okay, first of all, when I was interviewing with Andrea Box the other day, someone did not want that interview to take place. And I was like, I'm a little towel. Hey, look at me. I'm still not back fully, but you can hear me. And then LS, I don't know exactly what you shared with us, so because I can't get back to that link. No, Nunya, what was Nunya's comment? I did not. You might have to repeat it. What was Nunya? Oh, can I use it? What was Nunya's comment? It was, hold on, very troubling? No, it had to have been something, very troubling? I don't understand. I can't find a comment from Nunya. All right, who was trolling? Who was trolling, ladies and gentlemen? Hold on. I see it was Sweating Bullets was trolling. We can time them out if they come back. Oh, the Rachel Rollins article. Oh, yeah. So we're going to watch a Rachel Rollins video. I had some responses to I have some responses to that, but I want to tweet this Herald article first. Just a little tweet, especially because as I started tweeting it, the computer got a little bit wonky. So now I want to tweet it even more. All right, hold on, little towel. Oh yeah, no, it is very upset at little towel. That's fine though. I have a backup plan. I have a towel backup plan. You don't understand. I am a towel. I have a backup plan. There we go. Now, that doesn't mean that my camera's working yet. Oh no. Is it working? Is it working? Hold on 1 second. Hold on. I have a plan. Alright. I think I'm back. No, I'm still not back. I'm going to fix it. Hold on. I'm going to have to be a little bit more creative though. Well, we might have to give it a second. Hold on. I feel a little bit bad. I definitely upset Towel Computer. Don't worry, Towel Computer. I'm gonna fix it. I have a plan. All right, watch this. Go over there. Go like that. Hold on a second. Nope. Yeah. See, that did not fix it. How about if I do? All right, we're gonna have to go back to the start scene. Hold on. I have no guarantees that this is gonna work, little towels. I'm gonna try to refresh it. I don't think that worked. Oh no. All right, hold on. Stay with me, little towels. All right, hold on. I may have actually upset the damn thing. This has never happened before. Hold on, I have a backup plan. We may have to do a quick pause here if I can't get this thing to cooperate. Oh, I got it to cooperate. It's genius. No, I didn't. I spoke too soon, ladies and gentlemen. I spoke too soon. All right, so hold on. Stay right here. We're going to have to take a 60-second commercial break. Well, there's so many of you watching, but I can't control what's on the screen, and that's going to frustrate me, so hold on. Let's see. I'm going to try to get it to refresh. There's no promises I'm going to be able to make this do this. All right. Hold on. There's no promises at all. Nope. All right, hold on. 60-second pause. 60-second pause. Don't panic. It's going to spin for about 30 to 60 seconds. We're just pretend like this is a commercial break. 30 to 60-second pause. We will be right back. And we're back. Hello. Sorry about that. Sorry about that delay. It was actually an issue on Tel's end for the first time, as we were about to talk about the spokesperson for the Norfolk DA going to that weird PR firm, everything just crashed. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. There have been some weird things that have been happening recently. I'm just going to look past that, and we'll just assume everything is okay. Am I back? Am I back with you? Can you see me? Can you hear me? Am I a towel? So, with all that said, we are back. This is what we were looking at when that all went to hell. The Norfolk DA's former spokesperson going back to the PR office that the juror for the trial is now working on. I mean, that's a little weird. Isn't that a little weird, ladies and gentlemen? But yes, I think you should be able to hear me again. Let me go back and double check that, actually. There's a lot going on today, ladies and gentlemen. There is a lot going on. So in order to check that, I think we should go back to this screen and wait for it to load up. And then I believe I should be live. Yes, I'm back. So don't worry about that. That was just a little crash there in the streaming software. I'm sure it was completely incidental and that there's nothing going on. Also, we took a look at the Turtle Boy video. We took a look at the new juror interview. I know what we have to do. We have to listen to the juror's interview on Howie Carr, because now we know that the juror is using the same exact PR firm as the former spokesperson for the Norfolk DA, or the law firm where the former spokesperson for the Norfolk DA, not law firm, PR firm, works. That's incredible. I mean, these connections, all of these connections, it's too much. It's a lot going on at once, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm happy to be with you, and we're going to listen to this juror's interview on the Herald. All right, so it's a 38-minute audio interview with Howie Carr. We're going to listen to that, and then I'm trying to think. Oh, thank you so much, Olaf the Russian Metalhead. I'm so glad you're here. We're going to take a look at that. And then we're going to watch. I do want to watch my old video on the Rachel Rollins situation again. And then I think, because there hasn't been any major catastrophes, I might be able to get some rest tonight. We'll wrap up, unless there's something you all want to watch. We're going to watch the Saudi Arabia lecture as well. So, if you're still here, Tal loves you very much. Thank you for that 60-second break, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming past 5:45 p.m. on this Thursday, June 26, 2025, and there has just been a litany of developments going on to get you caught up. I don't even know how I can get you caught up, ladies and gentlemen. I don't even know. There are just too many coincidences with this case. What I do know, though, is that we can listen to the juror number one's full audio interview with Howie Carr. We're going to analyze it right now, little towels. Give me just 1 second. I should have it up for you in just a matter of moments. I was able to get over the technical difficulties. I was able to be a towel, and then I referred to myself as a towel. I mean, all in all, can't really complain. All right, so let's listen to juror interview number one, and let's see how it all goes. This was the interview juror number one gave with Howie Carr, by the way. So this would have been, I believe it was yesterday afternoon. Oh, thank you, Peony and Rose. I do my best. Oh, what was someone saying? Something, did I miss something? Something about the Boston Globe. My guess on it. Oh, I wish I could predict timelines right now. I don't know what's going on. I really don't. If I could tell you what was going on, I would, but I do not know what's going on. Murder by Maestro has never trolled in their life. They are a towel. They're baking pizza. Maybe they're baking more than pizza, and they're being a towel. All right, so Howie Carr did a full audio interview with Juror 1. This is where it came out that they got that PR firm. The Juror number 1 got the PR firm. Let's listen to it. It's a little weird that the former Norfolk DA spokesperson works there. Like, it's a little weird, but let's listen. Taco Bell. You get that, Taco Bell, Olaf the Russian Metalhead. That sounds delicious.
referred to today as 1970s Boston.
Hey, paper.
4 500 4242 is almost exactly attention. And it is a pleasure today to be joined by juror number 1. He was the foreman of the jury, and he's really been a great source of information at various forms, including my newspaper, the Herald, and the Today Show. And juror number 1 is joining us for the first segment here, and I have so many questions to ask him. Juror number 1, thank you so much for being with us here on the Howie Carr Show today. We appreciate it.
How you doing?
I'm doing great, and I'm so happy that she was acquitted, and so are the vast majority of our listeners. And we thank you for your work. And apparently, you were, according to Paula, juror number 11, you were a great foreman. You had a photographic memory, she said.
I didn't take no notes. It was a lot of just trying to absorb a lot of the information that was presented in front of me in evidence and the testimony.
Was there a point in the trial when the sort of the light bulb went off and you said there's no possible way she could have done this, or did you go in skeptical?
I went in like every juror should go, is she's innocent until proven guilty. And there wasn't any moment that I really felt solid that she could do this. So, and then when I went into deliberations, we collectively felt the same way, and we all felt that she was innocent at the end of the day.
So there was no piece of evidence that Hank Brennan put out there that made you say, well, maybe she could have hit him?
There was no supportive evidence at all that the prosecution was able to put out there for lack thereof police work.
You know what, I like the fact that you said, and I think the Herald interview, on the first Herald interview, where you said, why weren't there any cops that went into the house? You said if it had been my house, if there'd been a body on my front yard, the cops would have swarmed in. And I think everybody felt that way, and that's
just thinking about knowing that this was supposed to be the last location that this man was supposed to be, that John was supposed to be in. Why not just take a walkthrough or whatever it is, maybe anything, but there was none of those things happened.
And you also, another phrase you used, the word you used that I liked. You said that they threw all this technical stuff at you with the guy with the blue paint and the guy who didn't know the difference between megabits and megabytes, and you called it jargon. I thought that was a very good way to describe it.
It's just, I feel like it was just a lot of stuff to just kind of, and we all collectively was like, even the first day when we started deliberating, we were spinning because we didn't exactly know how to attack the evidence. And then come Monday, we all had our particular ideas and we regrouped together and we started the wheels rolling, and there we were. That's what the verdict we came up with at the end.
We had Alan Jackson on the day afterwards, and he was talking about how the judge one time he was getting testimony from one of his witnesses. I think it was Dr. Wolf, and he said that there were 49 objections from Hank Brennan, 49 objections, and Judge Cannoni sustained the objections every time, 49 out of 49 times. How was that seen by the jury? That the fact that that apparently the judge and Brennan were hamstringing the defense from examining witnesses.
Me personally, I feel when I can't really speak that part. We didn't really speak of how the judge acted towards the lawyers or whatever. It was really small in that aspect. But my look on it, it was
she was just trying to do the best she could on a lot of things that a lot of people was trying to slide things through on the defense and the prosecution side. And we was just trying to make sense of all the evidence with that. So she was just doing the best she could in what she had.
So you didn't think she was particularly prejudiced towards Brennan?
That's the whole process. I didn't really process myself on kind of feeling what she was doing. I was processing myself on witnesses and lawyer and evidence. And that's what I really was sustained. Okay, but I see where we're going with this. And that's where my whole thing was. I wanted to see where each witness, each piece of evidence was going with. Why were they submitting this? What did it do with the testimony, and how is this leading on to proving her guilty or not guilty? And that's kind of my whole process was.
We're talking to juror number 1. He was the foreman in the Karen Reed trial. Were there particular witnesses that you found particularly effective or ineffective?
Which part?
Who would be a witness that you didn't believe or you didn't like?
I can't really say in large part. It was just a lot of holes and a lot of faulty memory at times. So I just had to weigh myself on the evidence in that process.
So when the Boston police officer Kelly Dever said that she had a false memory, what did you believe her?
What I did was look at the whole picture of everything, and in all aspects, me looking at the whole picture, like it. Let's make it make sense. Why would you say something so direct and then renege on it a year and a half later? So it came down to, okay, how credible is this? But at the same time, wait a minute, now you got me thinking. So
did you they made it very difficult to say who hired the crash reconstruction experts. They made it very difficult to say who interviewed Jen McCabe, who she lied to when she gave the wrong name. I asked Paula if she knew it was the FBI. Did you know it was the FBI when they kept talking about another agency and they kept repeating that over and over again?
I really didn't. It had no pertaining to the evidence, and that's the whole key. It was, there was somebody else investigating. Probably there would be, or whatever. It could have been internal affairs or whatever it could have been. But I particularly didn't know or didn't really care in that aspect. I just was trying to find where is this evidence connecting to the case.
Now, you said today you hoped in the Herald, you said you hoped the FBI got involved in this case. I mean, you don't. I know this seems like a silly question, but you have no confidence in the Mass State Police or the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to get to the bottom of this?
It's not even that I don't have confidence. I feel right now at this point of the scope of way people look at it, it's too many applicative biases that which I feel like. Even for their sake, it would be better just being handled elsewhere.
And now, who was your the lawyer that you found most effective in the courtroom on either side?
Everybody had their parts, and I could see how with certain witnesses and certain aspects of the case, certain people was put in place for this witness or in that aspect. So, I mean, all of them I felt did a great job. Lowley, Brennan, I feel Jackson and Lassie, Yeti, Little, all of them did a great job.
Wait, hold on. Sorry. Wait. I thought you had a photographic memory. You got Adam Lally's name wrong?
Yes.
How'd you feel? Paula said she would look over at the families, and when the verdict was read, she was looking at the O'Keefe family. Did you study the faces of the O'Keefe family and the Reed family as the days and weeks went on?
Well, let me put it to you this way: in all aspects, I did not want justice for Karen still to be like downplaying justice for John. And even when I was truly soft-spoken when I was saying the verdict, because I didn't want it to be something that was bigger than it needed to be in that aspect. So when I did look over throughout the whole case and everything, I seen a mother that lost her son. I seen a father that lost his son, and I seen a brother that lost his big brother. And I was thinking about just me myself. I have two big brothers, and not to have them around, I would truly be lost in a certain aspect. So I could sympathize in that aspect, and I could still want, like I said, justice for John. So.
Yeah, you said you knew the Sarnievs, the Boston Marathon bombers, and you knew the little kid that was killed, the poor little Martin.
No, I only knew the brother. Only knew the younger brother.
All right, hold on. Let me tell you right now. I don't know why he knew the younger brother. We'll listen to it a little bit more. But that younger brother sold weed at UMass Dartmouth. Now, you really got to, Michelle McPhee and I think we have a little bit of a different view. I guess she would say she probably doesn't have a view on the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed case. Like she would, I can't speak for her, but she's a journalist, like a very hardcore journalist, and she like an investigative journalist. She's actually someone who, when I first got into the field, I was reading some of her early work in Newsweek about the Boston Marathon case. And I'll tell you, for whatever you want to say about Michelle McPhee's coverage of the Karen Reed case, some people really like it. Some people think it's like a little pro-Karen, whatever. Some people would say I'm pro-prosecution, whatever. Michelle McPhee's journalism on the Boston Marathon, oh my God. Have you all ever read that? Michelle McPhee did. Okay, so let's talk about a few things. Okay, so first of all, Little Towel on the day of the Boston Marathon was at Boston College. I was a graduate student. I think it was my first or second year of grad school. And I remember one of my colleagues at the library, I was a student worker at the library before I worked there formally. I was a student employee. And I remember one of the grad students lived, I think they were a fifth year or something. They lived in the mods. And so they had a library staff gathering for the marathon. And I remember all the students who worked at the library, grad students, whatever, as long as you were 21, you could go to the mods and you could go to this marathon party. And I remember I didn't really drink. I did not drink at all, really, after I turned 21. So I remember going because I wanted to, I think I wanted to just be in the mods for the marathon, one more time. I knew I wasn't going to get to go very often. You only really get to live in this special kind of housing at Boston College, which is on the Boston Marathon route, if you're a fifth year graduate student or if you're a senior. And I didn't get to live there when I was a senior. I lived right next door in Edmonds, actually, or Gabelli, whatever. And I lived in Edmonds when I was a sophomore, Gabelli when I was a senior. And I remember distinctly being in this mod and just I was talking with a colleague of mine who was going into political science, and we looked over at the TV, and all I remember is it went from images of the marathon to like police running around. And then all of a sudden, the police were running around outside Boston College because we were at mile 21, and they locked us all in. They came in droves to the area right off the Marathon route, and they wouldn't let us leave. They made us sit in the mod we were in, and then they made sure we were all like students there, and then whatever, we all got like walked back to our apartments. But that's how I remember that day unfolding. I remember calling my mother from that mod and saying, like, calling my mother and sister, and the first words out of my mouth was like, I'm okay. And they were like, what are you talking about? And I was like, you should probably turn on the news. But as to the Boston Marathon, okay, a few things. One, I wasn't per se close to the finish line. I was on mile 21. But one of my fellow graduate students was a medical page at Beth Israel, BIDMC. Now, if you remember the Boston Marathon, if you lived around here, that attack, you'll remember just the wild news coverage that night. I mean, it was wild. It was, I've never seen anything like it. Now, there was a fake story put out there, I'm pretty sure by the feds, that they were going to take the older brother, after he was found in the streets in Watertown. They were going to take the older brother to Mount Auburn Hospital, which is kind of on the outskirts of Boston. It's in Cambridge. It's outside Harvard Square. It's near Tory Row. They didn't take him there, though. And they also said they were going to take the younger brother when they caught him the next day. They said they were going to take him to Mount Auburn when he got caught in the boat. But they didn't take him to Mount Auburn either. They took them both to BIDMC. Now, I know a lot about what happened there, okay? A few things. One, they cloned everybody's phone who worked at that hospital, which is weird. Two, the way they set up the intake for these guys, it was like 8 bays of hospital space, 8 bays in the emergency room. I think it was the ER, maybe the ICU. I think it was the ICU, maybe ER. One of the two. They had 8 bays set up, like completely secure for each of them. So eight, like the size of 8 normal hospital rooms for each one of them. The older brother, when he got there, was already dead. That's and what was weird is I know someone who talked to the ambulance crew that received the older brother. They did not pick him up from the scene. That ambulance crew, and I think Michelle McPhee might have known this. I don't know if she did. I don't know if I'm the only person who knows this. But that ambulance crew that dropped off the older brother the night before, they got him from someone else. They said that. I don't know who that crew is out there, but I don't know if they were ever asked about it, but they got the brother. I don't know if it was from a police car or from another ambulance. And when they got the older brother, he was dead. He was dead. They received his body and then he was pronounced, which means something happened between when they were on that street in Watertown and like the younger brother like drove away in a Mercedes, like ran over the older brother. No, he was taken alive and naked. He was taken alive and naked into an ambulance or something, maybe a cop car. I don't know. Something happened. Like I know this. Something happened between then and when the second ambulance got him. The second ambulance received him dead, and this was the older brother. Then they took him to BIDMC. 12 to 18 hours, maybe 24 hours later, they get the younger brother. Now, this is the part that really freaked me out. And I think Michelle McPhee basically figured this out, but I don't know if she had anyone in the hospital. So I don't know if anyone's actually ever talked about this before. But the younger brother, when he got picked up, you can look at the news videos. They caught him in a boat. And the reason why I'm bringing this up is this guy's talking about it. Okay. So I know you aren't none of you are asking questions, but this juror is talking about the Boston Marathon brothers. And I got to give this context. So the younger brother gets caught in Watertown the next day. I think it was either the next day or the day after. It wasn't very long after the Watertown shootout and weird situation where he ran over his brother. It was not that. It was in the similar area. I think that happened over by the 7-Eleven, one of those side streets between 7-Eleven and that Bank of America, right there on Mount Auburn Street in Watertown, kind of near the Landmark building, coming with Sturo drives. Oh no! I threw my cigar. Hold on a second. Where'd it go? I was very animated there. So the Stirrer drives behind you, okay? Star Market in Cambridge is to the right. Watertown Square is to the left, okay? Right there is a 7-Eleven. Between that 7-Eleven and like 3 blocks to the left of it is where the initial incident happened with the older brother. 18 hours later or something, the younger brother ends up in some like convoluted situation where he's being chased or something. He ends up in like a boat. He ends up in like somebody's boat in their backyard. Now they take this younger brother alive. Okay, it's on camera, right? And he doesn't look that injured. Like when they take him alive, like he has a little bit of blood. Like I think they shot him in the boat. He wrote a message in his blood or something. But he wasn't like that injured. Like it looked like he had just been maybe like shot in the arm or something. He was walking on his own power when he got out of the boat. When he got to that hospital, let me just tell you that the description I got was that he had a shot through his femoral artery, a shot, I believe it was through his hand, and then a shot. This is what was really weird, and even the medical personnel I thought this was weird. He had a shot through his jaw, through his tongue, and then out of his mouth in a way that rendered him unable to talk. Like what the hell? And there. Just so you all understand, there's an even weirder component to this, which is they tried to deny him access to a court proceeding, but I don't know if it was like a defense lawyer. I don't know what exactly happened, but there was this federal magistrate judge that got wind of this whole situation. I think it was sua sponte. Like the magistrate judge knew that this guy, that the younger brother was alive and was arrested. And so the federal magistrate judge, without consent of the DOJ, I think it was a guy, on his own authority, he either goes to the hospital or he issues some kind of order. I think the judge actually personally went to the hospital. The judge, it was a federal magistrate judge who was going to do a arraignment. He went to the hospital. The FBI tried to tell the magistrate judge he could not go in to arraign the guy, and the judge, I'm pretty sure the federal magistrate judge actually pulled rank because the judge isn't part of the executive branch. It's its own branch of government. And I'm pretty sure the judge pulled rank on the FBI and said, I'm a federal judge and I'm ordering you to let me in. And I'm going to issue a court order that you let me in. And so the FBI let the judge in and they arraigned the dude, the younger brother, but he couldn't speak. And I'm telling you that there is no doubt in my mind that was on purpose. They shot him after he was taken from the boat. They shot him in the mouth so that he couldn't talk. And it was described as a precision shot, like not a long range shot, a precision shot. Okay, let's keep listening to this juror interview and I'll come back and tell you more in a second.
Oh, you knew. Oh, okay.
And I was working at a particular location with at-risk kids, and he was the lifeguard there.
So you've had some experience with high profile, even sort of peripherally, you've had some experience with high profile cases like this.
Well, yeah, even like literally, my wife worked in the building that Carly was shot at, was shot and killed.
At MIT. Yeah.
I was supposed to be picking her up at 9 o'clock. But she told me at 8:45 that I'm going to take the train because a lot of the kids are already leaving. I'm going to take the train. So meet me at the train station. So, yeah. And I knew also the young Martin boy. He was in, I don't know what exact class he was in, but he was also in my class when I worked at Neighborhood House Charter School.
This is a case that people are going to talk about for a long time. Did you know about Brennan's background with Whitey Bulger and all that?
No, I didn't. I didn't know anything. I didn't even know Jackson with all his other cases or high-profile cases. I didn't want to research anything or anybody about anything. And so afterwards, it was like, wow, eye-opening for me when I was able finally to research and look up and see all these different things I couldn't see before the case.
How difficult was it to avoid seeing anything on social media? I mean, your social media had to be pretty much shut down totally. Forget about watching it on TV or reading newspapers or the radio.
Well, I don't think a lot of the people on my feed was really tight with the case or anything, because I really didn't get too many things about anything about Karen Reed or anything like that. I was still on there, and sometimes I'm on there because some of the kids I work with, they have their little pages and I comment on them and stuff like that. But other than that, no, I didn't see much. I didn't turn on the news, or if the news was on, I was quickly turning it off or hearing any brief reviews of stuff like that. So I didn't see anything.
What's your reaction to the horrible things that people are saying on social media, some of the trolls about people like Paula, juror number 11?
I haven't been really reading on any. I haven't even read anything about what people saying about me or anything.
They're happy with you, juror number 1. They like you a lot. You're doing very well. It's with them. Are you glad? Are you glad you did it?
I am, but back to Paula. I found her wonderful throughout the whole case and everything. I had no problems with her. She was a wonderful woman, always concerned about her kids and everything. So, yeah.
All right. And we really appreciate you taking the time to talk to us, juror number 1. And what a lot of people on my social feeds, they want me to say that, will you go on with Turtle Boy? He's looking for you.
Will I go on with Turtle Boy?
Yeah.
Reagan Communications.
Okay, I already gave him the number for that, and I just wanted to check with you. Well, listen, is there anything else you want to say? And again, thank you very much, and we're very happy. We were concerned that you guys weren't going to pick up on some of the things that we were seeing, because you were kind of in that vacuum, not being able to read or see anything else. But you guys seem like you really knew exactly what you wanted to do and what had transpired.
Yeah.
Well, listen. Go ahead.
She was saying, that's all.
Okay. Well, listen, juror number 1, we really appreciate it. Thank you very much for joining us here. And again, thank you. And thanks to all the jurors, Paula and Jason and everybody else who took part in this trial. This circus is what it was, but everything turned out for the best. Thank you again, juror number 1. We really appreciate it. I had my first appointment back at Perfect Smiles, and it was a good thing I scheduled it early because I needed a filling replaced. Bacteria from a compromised filling can also irritate the surrounding gums, potentially contributing to gingivitis or periodontal disease. Dr. Houghton was able to take me right away, and he is the best. This is why I only go to Perfect Smiles in Nashua, New Hampshire. It is so worth the trip. While visiting, I met 3 listeners. They came from Maine, Vermont, and New Hampshire. Perfect Smiles is worth the trip. They're equipped to expertly handle all your dental needs, whatever they are. Grace goes to Dr. Tam for her Invisalign. I go to Lori for cleanings, and the mailroom manager and I have both had amazing smile makeovers by Dr. Houghton. Anything you need done, they are the best at it. For dental implants, TMJ, or smile upgrades, Perfect Smiles has the first-class team to take care of you. Listeners travel from northern Maine, from Cape Cod, from all over New England, in fact, to have all their dental needs met by the best team anywhere. Visit perfectsmiles.com and take a look at my testimonial video, or call them at 603-595-6699. Perfect Smiles. Change your smile, change your life. I'm Howie Carr.
Carr is back.
844-500-4242. Headline in Fox News: Dem socialist win in New York City adds to party confusion. He's a Democrat, but he's really a socialist. So there's a socialist, an independent, and a Republican. No real Democrats on the ballot in New York City. But I guess it would be better to have a Democrat than a socialist. Although these days, what's the difference? Thanks to juror number 1. We appreciate it. I'm Howie Carr.
It's Howie Carr.
Enjoy the sounds of summer with Raycon. Get 32 hours of battery life and active noise cancellation at half the price of other premium audio brands. Right now, get up to 15% off at buyraycon.com/Howie. buyraycon.com/Howie. Taylor, what's the poll question? What are the results thus far?
Today's poll question, which you can vote in at HowieCarrshow.com, is: who would you vote for in the New York City mayor's race? Eric Adams, Zohran Mamdani, or Curtis Sliwa?
Eric Adams. Vote for the crook. It's important.
34% say Eric Adams, 62% say Curtis Sliwa, only 3% for Mamdani.
All right. 844-500-4242. Richard, you're next with Howie Carr. Go ahead, Richard.
Hey, Howie, it's Richard Ross. Love your show.
Oh, thank you.
Just a quick question for you, and I don't want to belabor the Karen Reed story, but if since she's been found innocent, and you're very good at this, but do you think there's going to be a further investigation into what actually happened here?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I agree with Juror 1 that, somebody needs to step in, but I don't see it. Unfortunately, I've talked to people that know how the federal U.S. Attorney's Office / FBI works. And the way to move up now with Trump as president again, and he will be president for the next 3.5 years, is immigration. That's going to be the key thing for law enforcement, at least for the time being. And they brought down the Stoughton cop who allegedly murdered his pregnant girlfriend in Canton exactly a year earlier than the John O'Keefe murder. So they've kind of done a lot of spade work, and it's going to be difficult. I mean, the further you get away from the actual crime, the harder it is to prove anything. That's why they call it a cold case. All the evidence is cold, and in the case of 34 Fairview, all the evidence has been destroyed. The house has been sold. You all know about what happened. They ripped up the floor of the house. They took off the bulkhead of the into the basement. Some people say they dug up the concrete in the basement. They got rid of the dog. They filled in the pool. I mean, I don't know what kind of evidence they're going to have. Unfortunately, I don't think we're ever going to get a justice for John. Let's put it that way, as the sign goes. Thanks for the call, Richard. 844-500-4242. I wanted to just go for just give you something. This is another funny thing about a dumb Democrat. I know. There's so many of them, but this is one you may never have heard of. Representative Melanie Stansberry of New Mexico, and she was at a hearing. This is Marjorie Taylor Greene's subcommittee on delivering on governmental efficiency, DOGE, and they were holding a hearing on it. And so Melanie Stansberry, being a Democrat, has to be down on DOGE. She's in favor, as is the party as a whole, in favor of waste, fraud, and abuse. So she brings out this placard or this poster behind her. It's a pink poster. She's wearing pink and the poster is pink. How do you rate the work of Elon Musk in Doge? No question mark, by the way. They forgot to put that in too. So this was a Quinnipiac poll. And so she has it right, and it like dominates her. It's bigger than her, the poster. 67% disapprove, 38% approve, 5% don't know. Now, if you were doing that math in your head, you'll see there was a slight problem.
Hello, I'm back. Hello, Ambram. Did you miss the Turtle Boy video? To say that it was an interesting one is putting it lightly. Now, I will say, ladies and gentlemen, there is a lot going on. Yeah, we won't be promoting any Turtle Boy fundraisers. Good for him, though. But yes, Amber M, if you missed, and Kerry Gold, if you missed the Turtle Boy video, we're listening to an interview with Juror 1 right now that he gave on Howie Carr yesterday, where he revealed that he retained a PR firm. Now, what's fascinating is that is the same PR firm where the former spokesperson for the Norfolk DA, David Traub, now works, ladies and gentlemen. And you might be saying to yourself, well, that is a very, very strange coincidence, isn't it, Grant? Well, I mean, yes, it is a little bit of a strange coincidence, I would say so. And you can see right here, Amber Am and Kerry Gold and other Towel friends just tuning in. I think it is a little bit strange indeed that the PR firm that the Juror 1 retained is exactly where since last year the former Norfolk DA spokesperson has been working. I mean, it's a small world, ladies and gentlemen. It's a small world, but is it really that small? Now, if you missed Turtle Boy's video, we can go back to Juror 1's interview. Juror 1 tends to say the same thing a lot, so, I mean, we can go back to that in a second. It's kind of the same thing over and over with Howie trying to say, please give me something else, and he doesn't really do it. So, well, this is interesting. Hold on, I guess I should take a screenshot of this. The former spokesperson for the Norfolk DA works at the PR firm retained by Juror 1 in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial. That's what a small world. Massachusetts is such a small state. It's just such a small world. Everybody knows everybody. How the aristocracy, ladies and gentlemen, the American aristocracy made manifest. I'll tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the American experiment might be on its last legs. I'm a little bit concerned for the history of our country. Oh, goodness gracious. How does this happen? Just everywhere. It's like the scene from Casablanca. Vultures everywhere, ladies and gentlemen. Vultures. I tell you what I did find, though, which I think is very interesting. Has worked at the pier. Since when? Since December of 2022. Since December of 2024. What a small world, ladies and gentlemen. What a small world. It's a small towel world after all, ladies and gentlemen. It's a small towel world. John DePetro said that Turtle Boy told him he would give him Karen so he didn't have to go back to jail. I actually wouldn't be surprised. I don't know. Oh, personally, like, gravy isn't really my thing. I mean, I like turkey and mashed potatoes, but in terms of like actually eating gravy, I can't say that I am the biggest fan. So I don't know how to answer that question, Olaf the Russian metalhead. I mean, I personally like gravy, but it's not really my forte. I don't know why other people like gravy. I cannot really answer that question. I'm sorry, that was a little bit out of left field. I wish I could help you with that one. All right. Now, hold on. We got a few towel things to do here. Number one, I'm going to see if anything's going on. All right, what do we got going on? Here? Oh, yes, the Aiden Turtleboy Canny. The Aiden Turtleboy Canny discussion, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness. Oh, also, it looks like there's Angela Box, who's not Angela Box Brown. Angela Box uploaded her interview with Towel. Do you want to see it, ladies and gentlemen? I'm an excitable towel. Your towel is at half-mast. Is it because I don't like gravy? All right. So we got a few things we want to do. We want to watch the Turtle Boy video, and then also can we watch the video of Paula speaking? If you haven't seen this video of Paula speaking in English that I translated from Portuguese, it is really interesting. So all these jurors have been giving interviews, and Turtle Boy also just put up a really weird video that we're going to watch. But the very first thing that I think I want to watch is the video of Paula translated into English, like and dubbed, because Murder by Maestro, first of all, put it best, which is, imagine Paula finding this interview of her. Imagine that this juror finding that interview of her, not an interview, the statement she gave like 4 years ago in Portuguese. She finds it and it's dubbed into English in a voice that's actually close to hers. And Murder by Maestro thought that was just funny. And so in recognition of that, and also for the probative value of finding out what exactly she was saying, we translated it into English. So I'm going to go ahead and bring that up for you right now on the towel screen. Give me 1 second. Watch this. Hold on. I need the one that just says my name. Where is it? Hold on. I got a plan. It should say here's an interesting. No, it's this one. Look at that. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. Murder by Maestros eating their pizza, and then they're also going to get to see the video that they absolutely adore, which is Paula, Juror 11, speaking in English in a dubbed video that was originally in Portuguese. Why Murder by Maestro finds this so wonderful, I don't know. I can't explain. I'm not Murder by Maestro. I am just a towel. But the fact that Murder by Maestro enjoys it makes me enjoy it. So there you go. I'm a little towel, and that's what we're going to do. All right, so let's do that. All right, let's do that, and then let's do that. Hold on, and then I got to make this buck. I got to make this a little bit more. There we go. All right, let's do that. There we go. Now, I know a lot of people find the jurors have their own style of interviews. I do not deny that, but this is not really an interview. This was Paula speaking in Portuguese like 7 years ago, and we are just going to watch it in English, which is actually an interesting experience because otherwise you wouldn't be able to understand it if you don't speak Portuguese. I don't speak Portuguese, no falamos portuguese, but I do speak Spanish, entiendo español un poco.
Well, I'm going to tell you how Karim and I met. Sit down. Here comes the story. So we met at a cafe in San Francisco. I had a little Brazilian flag, a card with the Brazilian flag. And he saw the flag and asked if I was Brazilian. I said yes. Then we started talking. He told me his name was Karim. I thought to myself, Arab, I really like that. What an interesting man. He also had a beard like I like, a little bearded guy. Cute. A little wooden necklace that I was enchanted by, which I later found out were prayer beads, but I thought that little necklace was super hippie. I thought, wow, Arab, hippie, bearded, perfect, right? But our conversation started to flow there, and we really connected when I told Karim on that same, on our first day, I told him that I wanted to learn more about Islam because I was studying Islam, because I had been fasting, that I knew about Ramadan, knew some things, and I wanted to learn more. He immediately offered to teach me a lot of things. And we had other meetings after that. I met some of his friends. Yeah, he met my cousin here. I mentioned him to my family. He saw my family on camera. You know, that's what we could do. I also met his parents through the camera, and, well, Muslims don't date, Muslims meet and marry. So we couldn't keep dragging this process out, just getting to know each other, And since Karim is a psychologist, this helped a lot because he did a bunch of personality and compatibility tests with me. We talked very openly about everything. We discussed things like where we are going to spend vacations with my family or with his, the method we will use to have a child, if I prefer normal delivery or cesarean section. We talked about things like who will pay the household bills, how the bills will be divided, how everything about the day-to-day life of a couple we discussed before getting married. Seriously. Nothing was sugar-coated or sweetened. We were very straightforward because he knew the right questions. And I was 27 years old. I wasn't that mature, but I also knew what I wanted. So we were very direct with each other. And the fact that of me looking for a religion, wanting to do the right things, wanting to follow this faith, it also enchanted him and gave him confidence that I was a nice person. And he also gave me a confidence that I wasn't afraid. During this process of getting to know each other, he converted, and we went through the process of the religious wedding. After the religious wedding, I was able to meet his parents, and then we could travel, because once you have the religious wedding, you can already live as husband and wife. So then I went to meet his parents, and we could travel together, and then we had the civil wedding here. And all of this happened in 3 months. Okay, folks, I married him in 3 months. I called my grandma. I told her what was happening. I said he was Muslim. Then my grandma said, wow, Paula.
Oh, just so folks understand, this is a dubbed video. It has the dubbed disclaimer in the bottom right. This isn't her speaking English. She was speaking Portuguese. This video is a dub. It translates her speech using an AI into English.
I woke up early these days. I was watching a morning show that was explaining how Muslims wake up super early to pray. They must be good people. Just like that, my grandmother gave me that kind of sign, like, go, Paula, go ahead. It will work out. And I believe in these kinds of signs in life. My mother didn't oppose. My grandmother didn't oppose. My aunts, my cousins didn't say much. My father, I think he was a bit hesitant. The family of Karim certainly had doubts too, but things happened very easily for us, As his friends got to know me, childhood friends, people he trusts a lot, the friends also realized that I was being sincere. And as I got to know him, talked about him to my family, and my family saw him, they also felt that Karim was sincere. So everything went right, So it was super fast, but it was fast and responsible. It was responsible because we were first trying to honor God. Second, because we asked the right questions and discussed absolutely everything before getting married. And third, it was quick and easy, which we understood as a divine sign that it was meant to be. And here we are almost 7 years later. It truly was meant to be, because almost 7 years, 3 children, 1 move, 2 trips. I think his family likes me. Certainly my family likes him. So that was our love story. It was destiny. It was from God. It was at the right time. We said the right thing to each other so that we connected right away. The conversation began. And will I tell you it was easy? It wasn't.
See what I mean? This isn't... It is an adaptation, because the dub has to listen to her voice to dub it, but it doesn't always get her voice pitch right. It's a bot trying to take her Portuguese and it does translate it all into English, but it doesn't always match how she is speaking. It tries to match the pitch, but it doesn't always get it. It's an overdub. So if you were watching like a movie in a foreign language and they had dubbed it with a person speaking, it's kind of like that, but a bot is doing the dub.
The first year of marriage then was horrible, because intercultural marriage is complicated. It's not simple, okay? Yeah, different cultures, different customs. I was adapting to...
It was the Herald and the Globe, Murba Maestro, Sean Philip Cotter, who was working for the Herald at the time, and a woman named Ivy, I want to say, Ivalise or Ivy, who worked for the Globe.
The new rules of the religion. Yeah, he was trying to adapt to my ways, to the things I liked that he didn't understand. Language. my English was terrible. I spoke with many mistakes, and he couldn't understand me most of the time. But like we had some really intense moments, like in the first year in 2014. Then in 2015, we went to Brazil, had our wedding party there in Brazil, and I think that sealed everything because everyone met him.
Kyobad Khan, hello. So I'm pausing for a second because Kyobad Khan. So I'm a Catholic myself, but we have a very interfaith perspective here, and part of what we're interested in learning about, and we're going to watch a documentary. It's actually a lecture. We're going to watch it in about half an hour. Top of the hour, we're going to do a special kind of review of sort of Saudi Arabia and 9/11. Now, we're not reviewing it for that reason. We're going to review it to learn about Wahhabism and its kind of pernicious influence over Saudi, and then we're going to juxtapose a little bit the Iranian Revolution of '79 and how that prompted the Saudi state to basically become a vassal state for Wahhabism to ward off an Islamist revolution in Saudi. Now, the reason I bring that up is a lot of people think of Saudi Arabia and other Muslim countries in the Middle East as allies of the United States. But I'm not really sure, and maybe please don't feel any obligation to stay around, but please reach out on Twitter or something. I'd love to get your perspective and learn more. I don't think a lot of people understand how deeply and how much antipathy exists between the Abrahamic religions and the other world religions. There is a substantial amount of it is as much of a conflict about the BRICS and the rise of sort of a new world polarity juxtaposing itself with the hegemon that was the United States after Marshall Aid for so long, and in particular after the fall of communism. But it's more than that. It is an ideological battle, and there are a lot of people in the Muslim world who don't really believe that their belief system can gel with other belief systems. Now, some of them do. I'm not speaking completely broadly, but I think that there is a misunderstanding of what Islam actually is among the Western world. We have a very distorted perception of Islam because of a lot of rhetoric, both like pro-Islamic rhetoric and very anti-Islamic rhetoric that makes it very hard to actually parse out for a Westerner what the Islamic belief system is, and obviously in a non-biased way, tease out the elements of that belief system that might result in hostility among the Muslim world to the West. A lot of us just kind of, and I'm not speaking for all Americans, but a lot of us were brought up to not understand the nuance of it and to more just demonize the Islamic world. That I don't think is a good idea, but I do want to look for the nuance in the conversation. But yes, Kyobad Khan, do you have an X account? I don't know what the best way to talk to. I don't know where you're from, but I'd love to at least open a dialogue, and maybe we could even have you on someday. Love to hear about your experience. And you don't have to, obviously, I bet you are schooled in this. You don't have to be an expert, but if you have a subject matter expertise, that'll be even more interesting. Obviously, this topic right now is very rife for discussion, in particular as we're analyzing, and Kyobad Khan, I'll be direct with you, I really do think that the Saudi Ministry of Islamic Affairs has an interest, along with the rest of the Islamic world, in sort of seeding Islamic faith throughout Western cultures as a way to obtain influence within those cultures. Now, you can say what you will about whether that's a positive or negative ideologically based on the belief system, but it's kind of pernicious because it's of the way that it is deployed. It is very hard to spot, and some of the podcasts that this juror did back in 2020 with her husband, I mean, a lot of it was trying to, one of them in particular, was trying to convince feminist Catholic women in the U.S. to become Islamic. Like, that to me is a very interesting dynamic. It's statecraft by other means. It's not selling religion as an ideology. It's selling religion as an extension of a state belief system. That, like, theocratic deployment of Islam is like Sharia law. I don't know if a lot of people understand. We talk about this in a very abstract way, but Sharia law is a very different system of running a country than the way that we in a Western democracy run a country. There isn't a distinction under Sharia law between the faith and the state. Like in an Islamic country like Iran, which is run by a different group of people than Saudi Arabia, a different group of Muslims. However, you still, like Sunni versus Shia, you still have to understand that Wahhabism has a big influence over Saudi Arabia. But in Iran, I mean, the morality police, although this is getting a little bit more checked and balanced right now, they will beat you for not wearing a hijab. They will just beat you on the street with clubs. If you're a woman and you don't wear a hijab, they will just beat on you with a club. What the hell is that? What is that? That is ridiculous. And I'm not saying it's ridiculous because their beliefs are ridiculous. You can believe whatever you want. You want to believe in subservience, whatever. It's a free world. Do what you want to do. What I don't like is the idea of the state having a police force that goes around and beats people because they don't wear a hijab. What the hell? Like, no. If someone tried to do that in this country, if they went around and were like, you must wear the Catholic, cross, or the state police are going to beat you with a club, I'd be like, no, absolutely not happening. Although, I do think, listen, I know this is a little bit sardonic, but if the state police beat me with a club and demanded I wear a Catholic cross, I would actually be like, this is quite a moment. What has happened to America? Oh, goodness. But I don't mean to be sardonic. No, I'm not, Ruth. I'm not. I don't mean to be sardonic. I'm talking about, and my respect for a pluralistic system of government is really where this comes from. I don't like the idea of any hegemonic system, any hegemonic belief system, religious, secular, morality-based or otherwise, domineering a government. I think government is not designed to be an extension of any one comprehensive worldview. Now, I have to work really hard on this, though, because some states, like some what you would call decent consultative hierarchies, are anti-democratic, but have embraced on the whole, by way of like pseudo-elections, this idea of an autocratic state with one worldview running it. I don't really know what to do with those states, but I'm telling you that the Muslim iteration of a autocratic regime based on Sharia law is dangerous. That does not mean that every person who lives in that country is dangerous, but just having a system of government based on one religion's viewpoint is very dangerous. And not just one religion's viewpoint. When those governments come to exist and enforce Sharia law, what they're really doing, as we learned from Dr. Thiel the other day, is interpreting Islam, because it's not just what's in the Holy Quran, it's what the different scholars, sort of the religious authorities, have interpreted the Quran to mean. And that's how you can get sects of Islam that take over countries, and it's not even just Islam that runs the country. They will oppress Islamic people within their own country who don't ascribe to their interpretation of the Quran. And I mean, yes, the U.S. has some history of that, but at this point, we're like beyond that, I hope. So looking at those systems does make me a little uncomfortable in terms of my democratic principles. It's not a judgment. It could be a Catholic country imposing Catholicism on its own citizens, and I would be just as uncomfortable. Oh, you want me to read the article about George K. Regan? Okay. So this was the PR guy. If Murder by Maestro asked me a question, I'm going to read it. This is the PR guy that the Juror 1 hired, and Murder by Maestro asked if I would be so inclined to take a look at it. And, I will do anything for Murder by Maestro. Literally, I would probably get in a plane, go over to Europe, and bring Murder by Maestro a hamster and 42 towels. You don't understand. I really, really care about Murder by Maestro. So if Murder by Maestro wants me to react to this article live, that's a very simple request. But I have one request. Murder by Maestro, did you watch the Saudi lecture last night? I'd like to watch the Saudi lecture with you a little bit later. I don't mind if all of you don't stay, like we're going to watch an academic lecture about Saudi Arabia. I don't expect a lot of you to stay. However, this might be a preview of a guest that we might have on the show. I have to actually contact him. But I think I would like to talk to Kayobord Khan and also the law professor that we're going to see speak at Dartmouth in the next segment. We're going to aim to do that around 7:30. But that's a very nice compliment, Kayobad Khan. They said, I am so fascinated by your profound knowledge in Wahhabism and in other aspects of Islam. Kudos, sir. Oh, thank you so much. So just to give you some background on myself, I guess I was a student of political science at Boston College for a while. Then I went on to study kind of discourse theory, kind of in the tradition of Horkheimer, Adorno, the critical theorists, Kant, Hegel, John Rawls, Habermas, just any discourse theorist, anyone who studies epistemology, knowledge of mind. And so I developed like a pretty good understanding of Western and Eastern philosophy, the continental tradition, the analytic tradition, decent amount of East Asian philosophy by the time probably by like 2013, 2014. And then by that point, what I wanted to do was develop a kind of like a quantitative methodology for examining the cogency of public discourse as an indicator of political legitimacy in liberal republics. So basically, I wanted to like use natural language processing, which it turns out is a military invention. I didn't know that. But I wanted to use natural language processing to basically look at, like, I wanted to get access to the Twitter backend API or whatever it may be, and I wanted to look at what people were talking about in a given, for example, state in the United States between, let's, for example, say like 2012 and 2014. I wanted to see everything that everyone said on Twitter who lived in Massachusetts with a Massachusetts IP from January 1st, 2012 till January 1st, 2014. Then my plan was to populate a word cloud of like the 100 or 1,000 most commonly used words on Twitter in particular, because I thought it'd be easier to geobound on Twitter during that time period. Now, a word cloud, as you probably know, is just this big box. It's a way of showing words in a chart. It's a big box, and the words that are used more frequently are bigger in the box. Now, I am going to read the article, Murder by Maestro, but I just want to finish explicating for our dear friend Kayobad Khan my history a little bit. And I wanted to use this word cloud, and I wanted to then go to the congressional record for Massachusetts between January 1st, 2012 and January 1st, 2014 as an example. Then I wanted to get all the public statements by every member of the House of Representatives and every member of the Senate from that time period, okay? Then I wanted to populate a similar word cloud, just like I did for the public talking on X or Twitter. I wanted to populate a similar word cloud for everything that was said on the congressional record in the State House in Beacon Hill and everything that was said by those representatives and senators in public. So then I'd have two word clouds, right? And then I wanted to overlap them in a Venn diagram, and the degree of overlap is a quantitative methodology for examining the cogency of public discourse in liberal republics. In other words, the amount that the words in those two word clouds overlap, the amount of words that are shared, shows how much legitimacy our political system has, because if there's a lot of overlap between what the public's talking about and what lawmakers are talking about and debating and writing bills about, we have a legitimate system. If there's not a lot of overlap, then we have a bad system, an illegitimate system. It's not representative democracy. And so my theory basically came from this philosopher John Rawls, who wrote a book called The Law of Peoples in 1993. And in Chapter 8 of The Law of Peoples, he says that the Supreme Court is the exemplar of public reason. And I was offended by that on a fundamental ideological and moral level. And I said, no, John Rawls, that is not the exemplar of public reason. Public discourse is the exemplar of public reason. Don't you understand? We have the internet, although it was at the end of his life, so I forgive him for this. We have the internet. You just take what everyone's saying on the internet, amalgamate it, and that's public reason. And then you have to juxtapose it with what the representatives are talking about. But I was like, you got it wrong, Rawls. Come on. The epitome of your entire theory, public reason made manifest is not the discourse of the Supreme Court. And my logic was, if we look at Gideon v. Wainwright from 1956, which was the case that first extended the right to counsel in non-capital cases via the 14th Amendment to state courts. You didn't have a right to a lawyer in state court outside of capital cases before Gideon v. Wainwright in 56. We all owe Gideon a debt of gratitude. He was self-represented. Good for you, sir. Anyway, so in the Gideon case, while writing the majority opinion, the reason why we have the right to a lawyer in every criminal case, and this was the logic of the Supreme Court, it's that the layman is fundamentally unable to understand the adjudicatory adversarial process at its most basic level, which the court was talking about in that context being like the moment you start talking to a cop. And because of that, we're entitled to a lawyer at every step of the process. Well, okay, if even the most basic interaction with a police officer is unintelligible to the layman, then clearly the opinions of the Supreme Court are not the exemplar of public reason. That's impossible. Most of the public can't even understand what the Supreme Court is talking about. Anyway, so that was my idea, and I developed this quantitative methodology. I don't exactly know where it went. I kind of just developed the theory. I talked to some people in some places. I think it went off into the ether, and some people used it for some reason. I don't know. I didn't really follow it after that. It was just an idea. I had to move on with my life. Became disabled for a little bit. I'm still struggling, but I was really struggling when my surgery, the complications first manifest. And then I kind of slowly emerged back in the world, trying to advocate. I helped write some laws in Massachusetts for adult and medical use products. I helped create a dedicated levy on the excise tax to facilitate investment in small, locally owned mom and pop companies through a 0% interest grant and loan fund through the Executive Office of Economic Development. And then I did some coverage of the, done some war coverage. I've done a lot of coverage of regulatory corruption in Massachusetts. Worked for an international publication for a while, sort of writing stories. And then I started covering the Reed and Turtle Boy cases. But yes, I guess I'm a multifaceted, multi-pronged individual attempting to utilize and engender cogent public discourse as a bulwark against the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. And so I have to know a lot about every government, and therefore I know a lot about a lot of things, and Islam happens to be one of them. I hope that was a helpful explication. I'm sorry I delayed my overview of the article for Murder by Maestro. He's going to think I'm not a super towel, but I am. Okay, the man in the arena, George K. Reagan Jr. I might need to order a coffee if we're going to stay up. I'm getting a little tired. I do want to watch this lecture on Saudi Arabia, though. All right, so 40 years is a long time. A lifetime is even longer. As George K. Reagan Jr. prepares to celebrate a milestone anniversary since the opening of his juggernaut public relations firm in '84, he spent some time with Boston Man magazine to reflect on his agency and a lifetime dedication and love for the city of Boston. One second. Huh. So it looks like it's all right. So that's over there. Hancock and Prue over there. That's the Customs House Tower. It's a really old part of Boston. I think it's near, it looks like it's near the north end, but like coming around, kind of south of it. It looks like it's near, yeah, like south of the north end, so the waterfront. But where exactly? I think it's between, it looks like it's between the north end and where you take a left to go over to the seaport. So it looks like it's right between the seaport and the north end. That's my independent analysis. Oh, hold on. Do a control F for 17 years old. Okay, why am I doing that, Murder by Maestro? I'm almost... Okay, so I don't need to read the article. George be assigned to the copy room where he admits it was probably a better fit for me. There, at 17 years old, he would become the youngest Boston Globe writer to ever have a byline. I basically did whatever they needed me to do, George says, which included the occasional undercover assignment. In the late 60s, the Globe received a tip about an ongoing narcotics investigation along Quincy Shore Drive in Wollaston Beach that authorities were being extremely tight-lipped about. Anyone or anything that was believed to be even remotely close to the media related was quickly removed from the area. But still a teenager with a baby face to boot and an intimate knowledge of the Quincy shoreline, the Globe reasoned that George would blend in and perhaps get the scoop on the scope of the whatever the investigation and scandal was about. So they basically assigned me to go down there and just hang out and observe for a month and see what I could find out, George discloses. I was paid to be a spy. That's some serious stuff. Murder by Maestro, I need a coffee or something, man. Like, that's some serious stuff. We're going to have to put something on so I can go get a coffee and come back. My God. This is some serious stuff. Like, this is very serious. This was a whole... This was a whole thing. I mean, I know what... I can't confirm it, but I know what domestic assets look like. And do you understand that, like, administrations change, okay? Like, every 4 years, the U.S. administration normally changes, sometimes 8 years. What you've heard called the deep state is not really the deep state. I'd call it like the steady state, you know? And what it means is, like, imagine you have a very long-term cover intelligence asset. You can't just fire everyone in the DOJ and the CIA and the FBI when a new president comes in, because what the hell are you going to do with that? Who's the troll? Hold on. Who's trolling? I'll keep an eye. It's a tough situation. If you have people, and you're in the DOJ or the steady state, whatever, you have to keep them in there because they handle the spies and they handle your operatives. And it's very possible, I'm almost willing to say I have a gut feeling, that this jury wasn't just compromised, but that this was an intelligence community operation that Leah Foley did not know about. Now, U.S. Attorney Foley, I do not believe, was aware this was happening. I think this was the old DOJ, like holdovers from Levy and Rollins. This was too professional, and it ties into too many people who are too well positioned to be intelligence operatives. I can't believe they did this. Do you realize this is like you can't, in a high profile case like this, run this kind of op. This is the kind of shit you do, like, you cannot hide in plain sight when there's so many eyes on it. Who's not? Yes, I do. I just want people to be respectful. I'm not sure what exactly was being debated that I missed. I'm going to go check now. No, and that's the last thing. I don't want anyone to... No, if anything, I want people to feel comfortable saying that, how they feel. So I want it to be the opposite. There may be strong opinions on a belief system or anything, but I don't want anyone to ever get to a point where they feel like they're another discussion partner's not welcome. So let's just all remember that. Everyone's appreciated here. Kitty and Ruth or whoever it may be. You're all appreciated here. And just remember, if we get into a discussion about passionate subjects, someone may be expressing their feelings on that subject in a way that doesn't reflect on you, but rather how they feel. So let's always try to remember that and keep our towel friends fluffy and hugged. Hello, and I'm a towel. We have a lot. Murder by Maestro. Here's what I'd like to do. I'm going to go get a coffee, and while I'm getting that coffee, I am going to play. I need something that's about 28 minutes. So I'm either going to play the interview with Juror 1 or my overview of the DOJ. I'm going to play my overview of the DOJ thing. I think you all are going to like this. I put this together for Eva Towel. Oh, goodness, I don't remember how long. It was a little bit ago, and I think you're going to like it. It's a great overview of what's going on, and what it actually ties in to why the DOJ might have had a motive, in my opinion. Oh, I didn't wake Ange up with laughing towel. I actually woke Ange up with concerned towel, so I could make all the towel friends feel welcome and fluffy. But you know the rules here, ladies and gentlemen. We like our towel friends to feel fluffy. We are fluffy little towels, and Towel needs a coffee. You know me, ladies and gentlemen. I am, of course, Richard and Joanne Hogan. Towel loves you and appreciates every single person chatting. It means a lot to me. But we're not actually taking a break. We're going to watch a video about the history of the DOJ in the context of this federal probe. I did this for Eva Towel the other day. I think it's a very good video, and it's expanding on the TB, Rachel Rollins, and Josh Levy connection. And I put this together for Eva Towel, and I'm excited to play it for you all. I'm going to be back. I'm going to be listening. I'm going to play it on my car's phone. I can listen to the audio with my car dock, with my phone docked to my car on the dashboard. I can listen to the audio without watching. So I'm going to listen to the YouTube audio, and then I'm going to be back in about 20 minutes after I get my coffee. Then we're going to talk more about what Murder by Maestro found in that news article. Then we're going to watch the Turtle Boy 10-minute video that might actually make more sense after we watch this video. Then we're going to watch a 45-minute lecture on Saudi Arabia. Then I'm going to tell you more about my thoughts about the world. Amber M, have you ever read, listen, I'm a Catholic, I love Jesus very much, but you should read paragraph 11 of the Treaty of Tripoli, signed in 1789 between, I believe, the United States and the Muslim, Moslem spelled at the time, nations of the world. I think that we are a religious country. But I think that even the founders were, and I know this will scare some people, I don't believe in this stuff, but I think even some of our founders were pagan. And I'm not, like, Benjamin Franklin, the guy in the Hellfire Club in London, like, he was not a Christian. Thomas Jefferson, Christian. So I think a lot of our founders were Christian, but I think there were also some like pagans in there who were like, no, you don't understand. Like the Pilgrims came here because they wanted to have their religion. We want to be pagans. And so that's why I think there was this debate in the early republic about like, okay, America is clearly a country founded on a belief in God, but can we like build in this sort of tolerance of this like anti-Christian, it's not anti-Christian, it's pre-Christian belief. And that's why you see this tension in the early republic, because I'm sure Ben Franklin was not a Christian. I mean, Ben, and the Jefferson Bible is interesting, but Jefferson was, Jefferson was more of a Christian than the people who were in the Hellfire Club. That's all I'm going to say. Now, we don't really have time to do an analysis of deism in the 1700s, but just know that God was a very big part of the founding of the American Republic, but there were some founders who were like, well, our version of God is a little different. I think we're being very, very gentle with that, though, because, like, I don't know how to explain it. Like, the reason why a lot of the people fled England, it wasn't just the Pilgrims. It was that there was, like, serious persecution in Europe of religious minorities for, like, centuries, like hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And so eventually, like a lot of those persecuted, and again, I'm using religious minorities to describe pagans. There was a lot of pagans who are very spiritual, but who don't believe in Christ, that were like literally like chased by the Inquisition, like for hundreds of years. So when they came to America, like some of the people in America were believed in Christ. Most, though, of I think the loyal British aristocrats who we converted and took and used to win our independence, I think some of them were pagan. And Ben Franklin is the best example, but it was more than just him. And so we have this weird, like, yes, we're very Christian. Clearly the country was founded on a belief in God, but there were these, like, pagans who were like, no, we deserve religious toleration. And we weren't willing to extend it to everyone. Like, for example, do you know the reason why the Rhode Island is a state is because we kicked out Roger Williams from the Massachusetts Bay Colony? The guy, like, who founded the state of Rhode Island was some, like, puritanical preacher who the Massachusetts thought was radical. So he was a Christian, but we kicked him out. And that's why he founded Rhode Island. So, yeah, and Alicia B., I agree with you. I think the more educated someone tends to be, I'm probably one of the few exceptions, and I don't like this, but when you get really, really educated, when you see like all of human history, and I'm not saying I know all of it, but when you see a lot of it and you learn about a lot of human history, it will alienate you from your faith. Like, it really will, because you will see faith not as an authentic expression of one's belief system, but you'll kind of come to see it as a tool of control. And it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate in a lot of ways, because it's not that. It is anything but that at its pure essence. Faith is a very beautiful thing. But by the same token, you can only watch it get degraded for so long before you'll come, and I don't mean this in a jaded way, but you really will come to see it as a tool of oppression. Even if you really, really, really believe in it with all your heart, you'll come to see it as a tool of oppression. However, I also think that that means that academics come to believe, or people who are very educated come to believe, that they're above spirituality. And that's why I think some of the pagan belief systems, not all of them, but some of them have this dark element to them where it's like, well, we're smarter than the public. Those commoners don't know what they're doing. They're dumb. Let's just make decisions for them. That's why I don't, whereas I think it's harder for a Christian to do that. Some people do it. I'm not saying no one has ever taken advantage of Christianity to oppress people. Trust me, they have. But it's harder to, as a Christian, I would like to believe, because it's so hard to actually have a belief in Jesus and then think of people as like tools to be like looked down on or oppressed. Like, you identify with the most vulnerable if you're a Christian. Pagans, it's a lot more internal. And I'm not putting down pagans. I'm just trying to explain where this sort of tension comes from. It's more like the divine is inside of us. That's what they believe. Like, you master like the conscious mind over the emotional self. That is God. You are God. I don't believe in that. I think that can justify very good things, but also very selfish things. And I also think that's not really a belief in the divine. It is just egoism masquerading as calling oneself God. It's very Wagner-like. It's like the Übermensch made manifest. And that's what really worries me, that this whole Nietzsche's conception of an Übermensch, and thus spoke Zarathustra, was a critical commentary on people who do that stuff. But then, like, a lot of people were like, no, an Übermensch is a good thing. What they didn't realize is that Nietzsche was commenting on this sort of pagan, sort of internalized conception of the divine when he wrote Thus Spoke Zarathustra, and when he brought up that concept of the Übermensch, he was saying, like, that is a very dangerous force in society that already exists and is latent. And a lot of it comes from this form of paganism that's a little perverse, in my opinion, because it really bastardizes the divine and turns it into an internal sort of experience. That's not to say that internal experience doesn't have spiritual components, but to say the whole concept of divinity is only within ourselves. Nope, I don't buy it. But that's why, if you want to know, there was that tension in the early American Republic between Christians and people like Ben Franklin, because Ben Franklin, I'm sure, was saying, or any of the pagans, like, we have a right to this belief too. Like, we believe in God, just not your God, you know? So, yeah, I hope you found that interesting. Towel has a decent amount of knowledge of, I'd say, like, how the esoteric traditions that predate Christianity intersect with various world governments. And I look at that as an analytical framework to understand the aristocracy and how the different wings of the aristocracy, the industrial wing, the governmental wing, the public relations wing, how they structure. Their goal really is to bring order from chaos. So how their various belief systems inform, whether paternalistic or sort of symbiotic with their polity, how they inform bringing order out of chaos is a big focus of my scholarship. I'm very interested. But to know how that works, you really have to know every religion, every country, every culture, every political faction, and you have to do it over millennia, because you won't understand any emergent or any current political, socio-political dynamic unless you understand the entire history of its emergence on the world scene, which is why reading Max Weber takes like 40 years, because his books are literally a chronicle of all of human history. I prefer Father Copplestone's anthology of the history of philosophy myself, or I like Hegel's Reason and History. It's a little bit more condensed, and it says basically what Weber was trying to say. But anyway, that's my thoughts on philosophy. Let's watch this video. Happy Canada Day, ladies and gentlemen. It's this weekend. We love Canadian towels, even though I'm an American towel. All right, I got to get my coffee, or I'm not going to come back and be able to talk with Murder by Maestro, and we won't be able to watch our interesting documentary about Saudi Arabia. If you're interested in learning about the connection between the feds and Turtle Boy and Karen Reed, this is the video for you. Everyone wish me luck on my coffee adventure. I will be back in about 20 minutes. If I don't come back, the Egyptians or the Saudis got me. Someone call the government.
Okay, so we have a question about Turtle Boy, Rachel Rollins, Josh Levy. I'll be happy to play a clip overviewing that. Basically, the overview is Turtle Boy, Aiden Turtle Boy Kearney, just before the Karen Reed trial even started, just keep this background in mind. Turtle Boy had a connection to the former Suffolk District Attorney turned former U.S. Attorney Rachel Rollins, who was very liberal. Rollins was very liberal. For some reason, Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins had direct communication during the 2020 Senate primary in Massachusetts between JFK Jr., one of the Kennedys, red hair guy who used to be a representative for the Massachusetts 4th District in the Federal House of Reps. Joe Kennedy Jr. or something. Joe Kennedy Jr. ran against a guy named Ed Markey for JFK's old Senate seat in Massachusetts in a Democratic primary. For some reason, Rachel Rollins, at the time, it was either Suffolk DA or maybe U.S. Attorney, was working with Turtle Boy. No, she was Suffolk DA at the time. Working with Turtle Boy to send a Republican spoiler candidate named Rayla Campbell to events for Joe Kennedy Jr. Now, you might say, why would they do that? Well, Rachel Rollins, I think, really wanted Joe Kennedy Jr. to lose that primary. And you might say, well, that's a little weird. Why? Well, the Democratic Party establishment, I think, saw Joe Kennedy Jr. going up into JFK's old Senate seat as a potential trajectory for Joe Kennedy Jr. to challenge Joe Biden in the 2024 primary. Now, in hindsight, for the Democratic Party, although I'm apathetic about this, that probably would have been better than what happened, the disaster that was Biden trying to run and then dropping out and Harris trying to run midway. So, ladies and gentlemen, let me give you that's the little bit of background here, because how interesting is it then that Turtle Boy and Rachel Rollins work together? Then Rollins gets appointed U.S. Attorney, okay? And right after that happened, she leaves her Suffolk DA seat and gets appointed U.S. Attorney. What's one of the first things that happens while Rachel Rollins is U.S. Attorney? Ladies and gentlemen, Rachel Rollins talks to a man who's running for her old Suffolk DA seat named Ricardo Arroyo, then a Boston City councilor. And she wants Ricardo Arroyo to beat Kevin Hayden for that seat. Kevin Hayden is a Democrat who was appointed to fill Rollins' seat when she went to go be U.S. Attorney, potentially a position, U.S. Attorney, that Rollins got as a thank you for helping, with Turtle Boy's assistance, Ed Markey ward off a Joe Kennedy Jr. Senate primary challenge in 2020. Rachel Rollins goes off to become U.S. Attorney in Boston, Massachusetts. And then she tries to rig, in essence, or tries to help Ricardo Arroyo win her old seat. When that fails, Kevin Hayden, the man who Ricardo Arroyo was running against, was a Democrat, but he was appointed by Republican Governor Charlie Baker to fill Rollins' seat, because Rollins left when the governorship in Massachusetts was under Republican control before Baker went to become the president of the NCAA. Anyway, so Baker, the Republican, fills Rollins' old district attorney seat in Suffolk County with Kevin Hayden, a moderate Democrat. Rollins was the antithesis of that, very liberal. We'll get into that in a second. But Rollins, right away, independent of the Karen Reed case or anything like that, says that to Ricardo Arroyo in a text message that she's going to make Kevin Hayden pay for beating Ricardo Arroyo in that DA primary. Hi, Murder by Maestro. Great to see you, dear friend. But tell friends, listen, because this gets even more intense, right? Rachel Rollins then opens a pretextual probe into Kevin Hayden to punish Hayden for beating Arroyo in the Suffolk DA primary, right? Then leaks the investigation to the Herald and the Globe to smear Hayden. Does that sound like a familiar precursor to other things that might have been going on, towel friends? Well, ladies and gentlemen, by May of 2023, Rachel Rollins gets forced out of office by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General, because Rachel Rollins did indeed, as it was found by the Inspector General. You can read the DOJ's OIG report from May of 2023. Rollins launched that probe into Hayden, leaked it, and then used it to smear Hayden, and she was found to have violated a bunch of rules and also found to have violated 18 U.S.C. 1001 by trying to mislead the OIG during the investigation. Well, let me layer one more thread into this fascinating explication, ladies and gentlemen. Did you know that Rachel Rollins, a former U.S. attorney in Massachusetts, who I just explained got forced out because she launched and leaked pretextual federal probes to smear political opponents? Did you know Rachel Rollins had a history of tension with the Norfolk DA, completely unrelated to the Reed case, dating back to Rollins' time as Suffolk DA? Why is that, ladies and gentlemen? Two bifurcated reasons. One, Rachel Rollins, back in 2018 or earlier, maybe 2015, somewhere in there, started trying to advocate in court motions for not giving lifetime sentences to youthful murder offenders between 18 and 25 on the grounds that they weren't fully developed, mentally ready to be charged as adults. Well, ladies and gentlemen, do you know what happened as a result of that? 4 other DAs in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, ladies and gentlemen, intervened in that case, including Michael Morrissey, leading to a very public fight and spat between Michael Morrissey and DAs and Rachel Rollins. Well, do you know what else caused a little bit of history of tension? Rachel Rollins was a notoriously soft on crime prosecutor. She, instead of doing the soft broken window approach to prosecuting, she did the opposite. She wouldn't prosecute a list of low-level offenses, ladies and gentlemen. And as a result, other DAs started getting upset about that in the Commonwealth, and that caused more tension between Rollins and Morrissey. Oh, why is that relevant, ladies and gentlemen? Because we come to find out that in November of 2022, Karen Reed, David Unetti, and Alan Jackson walk into the office of then first U.S. Assistant Attorney Josh Levy, who worked for Rollins, and they started, I believe, a pretextual federal probe into John O'Keefe's death. Now, there was another reason why the DOJ up in Boston, not just Rollins, with their history of pretextual probes and grudges against Morrissey, not just Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey, but a high-ranking line prosecutor in something called the Public Integrity Section of the Department of Justice named Dustin Chow. That man also had a grudge against Michael Morrissey, and you can find this in public court filings from the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial from December of 2023. Michael Morrissey used to work with Dustin Chow's wife. Dustin Chow's wife in 2015 during a joint prosecution involving, ironically enough, the U.S. Attorney's Office in Boston and the Norfolk DA. Dustin Chow's wife was passed over for a promotion in the context of that hearing, prosecution, and other things like that. And so Dustin Chow's wife had a grudge in 2015 against Michael Morrissey. Dustin Chow then went around saying he would do anything he could to burn down the reputation of the Norfolk DA as a result of his wife being passed over for that promotion. So you see how these constellation of factors all align. People in politics hold grudges for a long time, long time. Rachel Rollins had a grudge against Morrissey for two reasons. Dustin Chow, high-ranking line prosecutor in the Public Integrity Section that looks at this kind of public corruption, had a grudge against Morrissey. November of 2022, Karen Reed, David Unetti, Alan Jackson walk into Josh Levy's office because David Unetti, interestingly enough, to make this even more layered, was on the transition team for Rachel Rollins, which means he was very close to her, probably raised a lot of money for her when Rollins became Suffolk County District Attorney. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, so Unetti's got the connection to Rollins. Rollins probably says, give me a little plausible deniability here, meet with Levy instead. They meet with Levy, who, unbeknownst to everyone, though, Levy would go on to have some kind of personal direct connection to Karen Reed. He would talk to her ex parte about the ongoing federal probe, all sorts of stuff that shouldn't have been happening. But anyway, Josh Levy, when Rachel Rollins gets kicked out in May of 2023, goes on to become actual acting U.S. attorney from the District of Massachusetts. What happens immediately after that? A grand jury for the summer of 2023 opens into John O'Keefe's death and then quickly closes by the end of that summer, or winds down, formally closing a few months later. Now we know in public that it is confirmed as closed. But ladies and gentlemen, how interesting is it then that right as the John O'Keefe probe winds down, in August of 2023, the investigation into the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, a young woman who lived in Canton that was in a very tormented, abusive relationship with a former Stoughton cop named Matthew Farwell, who was murdered in her apartment, right? Only for that murder investigation, within 48 hours, the local police, before all the investigation was turned over to the state police, because unattended deaths and things like that are always in the original jurisdiction of the state police. And although there's initial processing of the crime scene by first responders from the local police department, in this case Canton, the state police actually do the investigation. Within 48 hours, the Canton police turned over to the Massachusetts State Police evidence that Matthew Farwell, the former Stoughton cop, was at Sandra Birchmore's murder on February 1st, 2021 at 9:23 p.m., the time that she was killed. Then the Canton police provided to the MSP evidence that a maintenance worker at Sandra's apartment building said the man who was at Sandra's apartment at the time of her death was the same man who helped her move into her apartment, Matthew Farwell. Then the Canton police went to Sandra's school where she worked and got evidence that Farwell had been telling people that he knew Sandra was pregnant, Sandra was excited to have the baby, and that Farwell would, quote, take care of the problem himself if Sandra wouldn't induce the death of the child or have an abortion, okay? However you feel about that, we're not getting into the politics of it. I think women have a right to choose, and I will stand on that till my last day. Now, ladies and gentlemen, after that evidence was handed over between February 4th and February 6th of 2021, the Massachusetts State Police Unit, the same unit that is detailed to the Norfolk DA that investigated Karen for the death of John O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen, that state police unit gets handed the information. Two of the police on that state police unit, one man, John Fanning, who wrote the police report that we're about to talk about, and another man, Yuri Buchanan, who's a trooper on the Norfolk DA unit, used to work in Stoughton, ladies and gentlemen, the same police department where Matthew Farwell worked. And what did the MSP unit detailed to the Norfolk DA conclude about Sandra's death? Somehow, some way, that it was the result of self-harm. And ladies and gentlemen, I have reason to believe that in August of 2023, a federal probe then, as it shifted away from John's death, opened concurrently into Sandra Birchmore's murder and the subsequent cover-up thereof. And ladies and gentlemen, I believe, and I now know because of public statements from law enforcement partners, that the federal investigation into John O'Keefe's death is over. But that probe may well have led the Boston DOJ to uncover the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder. And ladies and gentlemen, if you've been following this twisted tale, then what you'll realize is the DOJ had all the reason in the world to give Karen a wink and a nod and let her do things like collude with her ARCO witnesses, allow the ARCO witnesses to violate Judge Cannoni's sequester order, hide payments and contacts with Reed from Judge Cannoni and state prosecutors. And ladies and gentlemen, before we delve even more into this timeline after the fall of 2023, let's talk about how Aidan Kearney in April of 2023 gets involved with the Karen Reed case, starts reaching out to Karen through an intermediary by the name of Natalie, who went to college with Karen, PR person, liked talking about houseplants with Karen, etc. So Natalie gets hooked up with Aidan Kearney via this woman named Jen Altman. Karen knows Natalie from college. Okay. Karen and Aidan then start speaking through Natalie as an intermediary. The very first thing Aidan Kearney brings up to Karen is how Aidan Kearney in April of 2023 was facing an issue and he needed help. Karen Reed then hooks up Alan Jackson with Aidan Kearney on April 21st, 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, Aidan Kearney, according to what I have seen reported at the time, was facing an investigation unrelated to the Karen Reed trial for wiretapping a woman who lives in Rhode Island. Ladies and gentlemen, I think that woman's last name is Haskin? Haskin or something like that. Okay, there's a lot of women from Rhode Island who are involved with Turtle Boy in some way, shape, or form. So, Veronica, Virginia, something along those lines. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, now let me continue with this story. Turtle Boy's facing this wiretapping investigation. The Holden police are doing the wiretapping investigation. Turtle Boy thought that if he used a Rhode Island number or something, even if he was in the state of Massachusetts, he couldn't wiretap the woman because Rhode Island's a one-party consent state or something, and the woman was in Rhode Island or something. But no, Turtle Boy was allegedly physically in Massachusetts, so the Holden police were investigating him. Ladies and gentlemen, within 2 weeks of Karen Reed hooking up Aidan Kearney with Alan Jackson, I have it on good authority that the FBI Worcester Field Office, an agent named Samuel Weiner, yes, that is his real name, directly intervened in that wiretapping prosecution of Aidan Kearney and made it go away. Ladies and gentlemen, do you see what I'm saying here? And then all of a sudden, Aidan Kearney gets this cover to run rampant over the summer of 2023, tormenting witnesses, writing all these stories on his blog, a pace of which he has never reflected again. Almost like the FBI was using all the attention on the Karen Reed case as artificial cover in order to generate leads about the state police, which eventually led them on to Sandra Birchmore's murder cover-up, which led to the August 2024 indictment of Matthew Farwell, whereupon at a press conference, Josh Levy said the investigation into Farwell started exactly 1 year earlier. See where I'm going, ladies and gentlemen? And how interesting is it then that it is only after Josh Levy and that whole cohort is removed from the DOJ when President Trump takes office in January 2025, that on January 30th, 2025, Hank Brennan gets the first ever responsive TUI request under a case called U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan from 1985, which is interpolated by 28 U.S. CFR 126.000, which is itself interpolated in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual, okay? For the first time, the new U.S. Attorney, Leah Foley, and her office turn over to Hank Brennan just the top of an invoice between Karen Reed's experts from ARCA, who were retained in the context of that shady federal probe that Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, and others helped start, and Reed's team. Within 13 days, ladies and gentlemen, or 14 days, February, or within just maybe even less, February 13th, 2025, Karen Reed's lawyers are forced to turn over, ladies and gentlemen, forced to turn over evidence to Hank Brennan of their contacts and communications with ARCA. And then, ladies and gentlemen, days later, although the TUI rules do not allow U.S. Attorney Leah Foley to directly confirm the end of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed federal probe, what happens? U.S. Attorney Leah Foley tells Dan Ray on WBZ Nightside that, well, she can't confirm those kind of things. The DOJ does allow law enforcement partners to confirm such things. Within a week, the Brian Walsh prosecutors confirm that the federal probe is over. Hank Brennan, the prosecutor in the Reed case, says out loud he had permission from U.S. attorneys, the Leah Foley or her office, to confirm the probe is over in open court. And then the Canton police release a statement saying they got permission to confirm the O'Keefe probe was over. And so, ladies and gentlemen, and then we therein recognize that it was, in fact, this sordid overlap between the DOJ's investigation into John's death, which closed, and then the discovery of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which led the DOJ to, 1, give Karen a wink and a nod, 2, facilitate this old grudge against Michael Morrissey, 3, use Aidan Kearney's coverage of the case as a honeypot and give Aidan Kearney some protection.
Hold on. We have a question from Octavia Lucky Girl. 1, I love your username. It has a Greek resonance to it, and it reminds me of reading ancient Greek. 2, I wouldn't, so there are people in the comments that will, I'd say majority will tell you that they believe Karen's guilty. I think there are some people here who don't believe that, which is fine as long as they're respectful. As to myself, I'm pretty firm that I think Karen's responsible. But I wouldn't necessarily say that I'm probably the most amicable person who believes Karen's guilty with people who believe Karen's not guilty. So there's just, it doesn't really matter if you're Nick Rocco or whoever, even the people who like are really close to Karen and like Karen are friendly with me. I'm happy to be friendly with them. We're never going to agree on the case, but I don't know. I really like Jesus. I love America. I'm very authentic in those beliefs. So people tend to just be like, well, that's Grant. So it's Grant. So I don't know what to tell you. I would say that we have a firm view, not just me, but the people on this channel have firm views on Karen's responsibility and their opinions for the nights, for the events of the night of 1/29/2022. But you'll also hear people here being like, I also think that the MSP unit who investigated Karen and covered up Sandra Birchmore's murder. There are people here who will literally tell you, I think the investigation of John's death was clean, but that the investigation of Sandra Birchmore's murder by the same unit was not. So I don't know. It's not black and white thinking. It's definitely not obsequious. Like I don't think there's anyone here who just because they say an opinion, other people will agree with. It's a lot of people have their opinions because of their their analytic interpretation. Yeah, I even say some things on this channel that I think people don't agree with. For example, my family was from Israel. My family was Jewish and got chased out of Lithuania before Israel even existed, actually, in the 1800s by Russian pogroms. Does that mean that I'm completely unsympathetic to the suffering of the Palestinians or the people in the Arab world? No, like they don't deserve that because of the militant actions of a fringe radical government in the occupied territories. Like, Hamas is not the Palestinian people. Everyone knows that. That would be like saying Americans are the American government. We support our government because they protect us, but there are plenty of policy decisions made by the American government that either 50% of one side or 150% of the other side like or don't like. It's always been that way. It will always be that way. So for me, I just parse out the governmental actions from the people. I've never kind of seen the people as a representation or as a manifestation of the actions of their government. So I don't really know. It doesn't really matter what topic it is. You're going to get nuanced, non-biased analysis here, in my opinion. You may not always agree with everything you hear in the comments or what you hear from me, but if you're willing to give a different viewpoint a chance, this is a pretty respectful place to do it. And Colleen Henry's back, ladies and gentlemen, which means I think we have to do something special here. We have to mark the moment. We are gonna listen to this overview of the DOJ and Turtle Boy connections. They are very relevant. I think I do have Lithuanian blood in me, and I think you can have Jewish blood in you. Well, certainly you can have Jewish blood in you, but I'm pretty sure that that the reason that entire side of the family left Lithuania, it wasn't the government of Lithuania that was a problem. It was that Russia took over Lithuania and started like doing mass purges of Jewish people. People forget how nasty the Russians were to Jewish people in the 1800s. I'm literally lucky to be alive. I'm lucky to be here. If this country, that's why I love America so much, by the way. If this country, when I think it was my great-great-great-grandfather or great-great-grandfather, I'm not sure. It's a little bit complicated because the family that was living in Lithuania when they came to the United States, they couldn't pronounce their name, so they just gave them the name Ellis when they gave them their citizenship. But the point is, when my family came over here, if the immigration officers did not let us in, and I'm not saying we should let everyone in, but if they did not let my family in particular, we would have been sent back to Lithuania where the Russians would have massacred us. And some of the members of my family on that side did not get into the United States because they weren't in Lithuania, so they couldn't get on the boat. It was like in Lithuania, there was this underground network of Jewish people who helped Jewish immigrants, like people fleeing the pogroms. You could get out of Lithuania. That was like the one place you could kind of get out of. But the other members of my family in Europe did not get out, and I know some members on that side of the family perished in the camps because they could not get out. So, I don't know. I love this country. I'm only here because this country, when my family was at its most needy, they had nothing on their backs. They had no one to help them. They came here. They had nothing to offer this country when they first got here, except for their belief that, living a better life here would make, things better for their family. They didn't have anything for us. They didn't have any investment capital. They didn't have any property. They might have had like some food that they ate on the way over, but they didn't have any savings accounts. I don't even know if banks were really a thing. They came here searching for hope of a better life with nothing on their back, in a storm, fleeing people who wanted to murder them for being Jewish, and we let them in. And you have me as an American because of that. And that's why I love my country so much. Not saying we should let everyone in, but there's a reason why this country is so strong and became what it is, and it's because you gave people like my family a chance. And now I'm a very proud American, and I love America. But yes, it is. It's a beautiful thing. I do think my family lived the American dream, and it's something I want other people to be able to do. Now, it's very delicate balance. It is a very delicate balance. The world's population is a lot bigger now than it was in the 1800s. I get that, but there are great people out there. There's a Michelangelo on every street corner in Rome. Imagine how many Einsteins have died paupers in a field, ladies and gentlemen. Why can't we bring them here? Not saying that we have to bring everyone here, but there are great people out there who would love to serve this country and who would make our country better. We just got to find them. All right. Now, we have to do something special because Colleen Henry's here. You don't think I'm not going to do this, ladies and gentlemen. You know exactly what I'm going to play. Every single one of you knows it's not a secret. I couldn't keep a secret if my life depended on it. I am a towel. I don't even believe in keeping secrets. I believe that's illegal. Also, I have news on the Kohberger 4 case, ladies and gentlemen. Per Anjanette Levy of Law and Crime, I can report that Judge Hippler has denied Brian Kohberger's motion to continue his August trial. This is breaking from Anjanette Levy of Law and Crime. Judge Hippler has denied Brian Kohberger's motion to continue his August trial. So the Idaho 4 trial, ladies and gentlemen, will be taking place. Ladies and gentlemen, the Idaho 4 trial will be taking place in August of this year. Now, if you know, Towell has actually been following that case for a decent amount of time. However, I still have a lot to learn. And we are going to try to get caught up. That is 2 months away, ladies and gentlemen. The Kohberger case, the motion to delay the trial was denied. The motion to delay the trial was denied. And so there we go. There is your news update. Someone wants me to be President Towell. I'm not exactly sure if I'm ready to be President Towell. However, I do think we need to put people in there who don't want to be there. And I'm pretty sure if we just let me loose on the country and let me walk around and delivering speeches, it would be pretty awesome. Imagine if the news had to cover my speeches. I would just get up there and deliver soliloquies extemporaneously that are in iambic pentameter, and it would be hilarious. And then all the news analysts would be like, is that man who thinks he's a towel preaching about Jesus and unconditional love and overlapping consensus, and then why is he speaking in iambic pentameter? All right, enough iambic pentameter. Colleen Henry's here. We got to play the moment. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir. I will, Hank. Hello. Wow. First of all, we missed you, Hank. We missed you. It's just not the same without you, Mr. Brennan. I mean, Hank. I mean, sir. It's just not the same, ladies and gentlemen. Life isn't the same without Hank Brennan. Look at there's the Hank smile for Towel. There's the little Hank smile. We needed it. I know, we all needed a little Hank reminder. But yes, of course, we don't want any discrimination. And so, Ruth, you are not outnumbered here, and I'm not taking anyone's side. But one of the key principles is no matter what your views are, we try not to generalize. Even as I was saying earlier, I was trying to describe very large cultural movements and things like that. And I still was caveated by saying, and I want to be clear, I don't think that every person from X country or X belief system holds these views. It's a general overview. So with that in mind, I want to continue to stress that my name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's coming up on 7:45 p.m. We just got to watch the Call Me Hank clip. I have seen a comment from Colleen Henry herself asking Towell whether or not Hank potentially did a sting on the jury. So, Colleen, I would like that to be true. I'm not exactly sure that's what happened. I wouldn't be surprised if what happened was a juror after the trial let Hank know something that led Hank on to other things about the jury being compromised. My theory, and I do think that Hank is on this, but I'm not I have no confirmation of it. I haven't spoke to Hank Brennan. And that's kind of telling as well, because I sent him an email, I'm sure like every other human being, once the gag order had lifted and the trial was over, saying, oh, do you want to like sit down? I didn't say, do you want to do an interview right away? But like, would you like to talk about potentially doing an interview? Silence. And Oh, and that's, yep, Alicia B., I listen, I totally understand. I didn't actually see the origin of that discussion. All I know is those discussions in particular can be very heated, especially when people have very strong views. So all I know is we'll take a breath, and no one should feel like they're not welcome here, and especially when someone may be defending a point like I was defending earlier about not, how I wasn't generalizing, and I wouldn't, about any viewpoint or state or culture or the people from those cultures or states or viewpoints. I think that's just important to keep in mind. People can feel very passionate about that, and I would never knock them for it. But yes, my name is Grant Smith Ellis, and I am a towel. And part of what we were going to just analyze is, Colleen, I don't know how much you've been keeping up, and I'll fill folks in as they can. But I have real suspicions that, I know that the juror 11's father-in-law was a member of the intelligence community, probably Egyptian, maybe still is. I know that juror's father-in-law was very obviously connected to a man in Saudi intelligence, and they worked on a patent together that went on to become a U.S. missile defense system that's worn on the shoulder of our soldiers. It's complicated. It involves using sound waves to analyze the parabolic arcs of missiles in order to figure out their location, so you can get a real-time read when someone fires a missile at you about where they are when they fire the missile. Now, it was a little bit convoluted because the patent for this device was hidden under a fake proposal about detecting emergency sirens in traffic. Me and Murder by Maestro, though, we're super towels. We knew that it wasn't about that. And then it turns out that this patent, the reason why it was likely compromised, is modern warfare is, I'm being very general here, I don't know anything about this, I'm a towel. Modern warfare is mostly centered around attacking people with missiles. It's some conventional warfare, there's a little bit of it, but it's mostly like, I have a better missile than you do. Think about what missiles are, okay? They are bombs attached to very fast moving rockets, okay? So if you want to stop a missile from attacking you, you need another missile. All right. So everything in war these days, as you've seen in Haifa and Tel Aviv and in Tehran and in Damascus and in Lebanon, in Gaza, it doesn't matter. War is missiles now. There is some conventional warfare. It is very rare. It does exist, but even that has a lot of drones, but it's mostly missiles. So everything is missiles, all right? Everything is, your missile is faster than the person's ability to intercept the missile, all right? Now, missile technology is advancing very quickly. And we're at a point in warfare where missile technology has the capacity to travel at 10 to 15 times the speed of sound. We would call this Mach 10 to Mach 15 if you were thinking about like an airplane flying, all right? That's very, very fast, okay? The Concorde, I think, went like Mach 2 at its fastest, maybe Mach 3 or somewhere in there, like Mach 1.7. That plane, okay, could fly from New York to London in like 2 hours and 50 minutes, all right, which is like half if you get a good headwind, that's like half the time of the best commercial airplane. And we still have not gotten back to that point. You know why? Because we use all that freaking technology for missiles, and they don't want to run it on a commercial plane. That was Mach 2, all right? A missile traveling Mach 15 could go from London to New York in, let's times 7. All right, so 2 hours and 50 minutes divided by 7, 330 divided by 228, 4. Oh, my dear God. That missile traveling at like Mach 15 could go from London to New York in 40 minutes. 40 minutes, and it's controllable in flight. These are the missiles that are out there right now in the hands of our enemy, not to mention like the states that are allied with us ostensibly. So do you know what a primary goal of a state would be that was potentially going to get in a war with another state? You know what their primary goal would be? to steal the technology from the opposition state that has to do with detecting where missiles are fired from and intercepting those missiles. Now, what did Juror 11's father-in-law get caught stealing in 2019 while he was a contractor at Raytheon? What did he get caught stealing from Raytheon? He got caught stealing documents, full sets of documents, 31,000 files, 500 of which were all classified, 500 of which were marked top secret, 5 of which related to very sensitive missile defense systems. Well, that juror number 11's father not only goes down in 2019 for the possession of those illegal documents, but he also goes down for possession of child sexual abuse images. Now, here's where it gets really, really weird. For some reason, this guy in federal court, despite the DOJ pursuing a 70-month sentence recommendation, despite a bail violation days before sentencing that involved trying to intimidate a witness in the state child sexual abuse material case to not testify, the guy got 18 months in federal prison, in a very easy federal prison. 18 months, private immigration detention facility, actually, that he served concurrent to the state court charges on the CP, right? Now, you might say, Grant, that's a lot. Like, the Juror 11's father-in-law was close to Egyptian intelligence and stealing our missile interception documents, but what does that have to do with his patent? Well, his patent in 1990 that he submitted alongside a man that was clearly Saudi intelligence was the basis for technology that was just developed and deployed in the field in recent years that intercepts, that interprets, it sits on the shoulder of our soldiers. It's called the Raytheon Boomerang X, Missile X or something. Sits on the shoulder of our soldiers and detects where missiles are being fired from so that airstrikes can be called in to hit the people who are shooting the missiles, basically. How did this come up? Well, this guy's patent, if you look at it from 1990, it has 2 names on it. The guy's name, Ahmed El-Hadi Yassin Sergaladin, and Sergaladin, or something like that. That's how it's pronounced. And then the other name is Mostafa with an O, E. Ahmad, who says he's at King Fayed University in Saudi Arabia. But there is no Mostafa E. Ahmad at King Fayed University in Saudi Arabia. There is a Mustafa, M-U-S-T-A-F-A, Faisal F. Ahmad, who has been at King Fayed University in Saudi Arabia for like 40 years. And that Mustafa F. Ahmad was in Nebraska in the 1980s. And that Mustafa F. Ahmad was the founder of Saudi Arabia's first e-commerce platform and has companies in multiple countries. And that Mustafa F. Ahmad doesn't mention anything about being a technical systems engineer for ballistic missile interceptor systems in his profile. And it's because it's very likely that Saudi intelligence put a fake name on that patent application. And it's very likely that Saudi intelligence now has the capacity to defeat that Raytheon missile detection system because their guy and this Egyptian intelligence agent who's the father-in-law of Juror 11 designed the patent. That was the foundation of the technology. So therefore, all Saudi or Iranian or whatever intelligence, Egyptian intelligence, has to do is pass that information to their proxy militias in Iraq or Syria or wherever. And now you can shoot at our troops and we won't know why the missile isn't being detected. Because the person who designed the patent can just say, well, the audio spectrum that it detects, it doesn't matter how much it's classified. I'll just tell you I built a fucking patent. And the audio spectrum it detects won't pick up on if you fire a ballistic missile with this sound frequency, and if you use some kind of like white noise hum, it will distract. You know what I'm saying? That's espionage. That is straight state espionage. Straight up. It's the most serious form of it too, because what you do is it's latent. It is insidious. It stays quiet for decades and decades and decades. Do you know how long it takes for something to go from a patent to a freaking deployed weapon in the field? Dear God, it takes about 30 to 40 years. Do you ever wonder why they say the military technology is 30 to 40 years ahead of civilian technology? Did you ever wonder if maybe, just maybe, what they were talking about there is the fact that the military knew about where we were going and had this technology 40 years ago, but to actually build it and deploy it to an entire army, it takes like 30 years. You have to submit the patent. You have to develop the patent into technology. You have to go to the DOD and you have to get the procurement contract and you have to field test it. Then you have to go back to the DOD. Then you have to get an order. Then you have to produce like 10 million of these things. 10 million. Try like 100 million if they're going to supply the entire army. But the point is, you have to just get so many of these devices that to go from patent to field is like 30 years on serious stuff like this. So you have an engineer who's Saudi intelligence that builds the patent. You have an engineer that's Egyptian intelligence that helps build the patent. Okay, you say nothing for 30 to 40 fucking years. You hope nobody notices it. You put a fake name on the patent so in case the guy in Saudi intelligence gets exposed and the U.S. figures out who he is like 30, 40 years later, a search of his name won't show up on the patent. And then when the weapon gets deployed to the field, your guy built it. He's going to know where his fucking patent went in the chain. You just tell your guys, the militant, proxy militias in Syria, oh, you know, we have really good actionable intel. If you want to go after the soldiers who are wearing that shoulder-mounted missile detection system, you just make sure you use this version of the missile. We have a special sound masking technology on it. It can defeat the system. That's what we're looking at here, all right? Now, if you want to talk about what do I think this means in the context of the Reed trial jury, my theory is a simple one. The old Department of Justice in Boston, which we're going to learn a little bit more in a second here, the old DOJ in Boston under Rollins and Levy, they were very liberal. They were very mad that Hank Brennan got U.S. Attorney Foley in 2025 to January and February of 2025 to confirm the end of the federal probe. They were even more mad that the ARCA shenanigans was getting exposed. That was a hit to the integrity of the old DOJ, so they punched back. And the way they punched back was this was a DOJ, not a current DOJ op. This was an intelligence community op to actually fuck up the jury. And I think Hank Brennan's onto it. I think the jury was full of intelligence community operatives. It wasn't free. That's what people aren't getting. These people that are on the jury, I'm not saying any one specific person, they are not FKR. That is an act. They are intelligence community operatives who went in there to get this result because it insulated the DOJ from criticism, that old liberal DOJ, and it fucked with Hank Brennan for exposing the ARCA shit. I think Hank knows this too. I think that man knows this. If I know this, I think he knows it. The question is, what is he going to do about it? Now, this brings us back to the Turtle Boy video, but we can't watch the Turtle Boy video until we get through the rest of this video that we were watching about the DOJ in Boston. So we were about 15, 16 minutes in. We're going to get back to it. I appreciate your patience. Hopefully it picks us up right where we were before. No, we were about 15 minutes in. So let's pick up about there and let's continue listening because the Turtle Boy video is going to make more sense with this context. And I hope you found that catch up useful. And I do agree that Hank knows Amber Am. Now let's get back to Tal's video so I can drink my coffee, eat my cookies, and then get ready to transition into our next segment, which was supposed to be at 7:30. I'm sorry, Towel Editor, I did my best. It's supposed to be at 7:30. It's going to be closer to 8:30. Our next segment's going to be analyzing why Saudi Arabia is so dangerous. And you might be saying, sir, I didn't intend to come here to learn about geopolitics, but now I'm fascinated. Well, it all ties together. All the world's a stage. You can call me Towel. You can call him Hank.
It's the first ever responsive TUI request under a case called U.S. XREL TUI v. Reagan from 1985, which is interpolated by 28 U.S. CFR 126.000, which is itself interpolated in Section 25 of the DOJ Operations and Sections Manual. Okay? For the first time, the new U.S. Attorney, Leah Foley, and her office turned over to Hank Brennan just the top of an invoice between Karen Reed's experts from ARCA, who were retained in the context of that shady federal probe that Josh Levy, Rachel Rollins, and others helped start, and Reed's team. Within 13 days, ladies and gentlemen, or 14 days, February, or within just maybe even less, February 13th, 2025, Karen Reed's lawyers are forced to turn over, ladies and gentlemen, forced to turn over evidence to Hank Brennan of their contacts and communications with ARCA. And then, ladies and gentlemen, days later, although the TUI rules do not allow U.S. Attorney Leah Foley to directly confirm the end of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed federal probe, what happens? U.S. Attorney Leah Foley tells Dan Ray on WBZ Nightside that, well, she can't confirm those kind of things. The DOJ does allow law enforcement partners to confirm such things. Within a week, the Brian Walsh prosecutors confirm that the federal probe is over. Hank Brennan, the prosecutor in the Reed case, says out loud he had permission from U.S. attorneys, the Leah Foley or her office, to confirm the probe is over in open court. And then the Canton police release a statement saying they got permission to confirm the O'Keefe probe was over. And so, ladies and gentlemen, and then we therein recognize that it was, in fact, this sordid overlap between the DOJ's investigation into John's death, which closed, and then the discovery of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which led the DOJ to, one, give Karen a wink and a nod, two, facilitate this old grudge against Michael Morrissey, three, use Aidan Kearney's coverage of the case as a honeypot and give Aidan Kearney some protection to generate tips about the MSP. And then four, it explains why in December of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, when Aidan Kearney faced a bail revocation for going over to Lindsay Gattani's apartment. By the way, it was Lindsay Gattani, who we've talked about on this stream, a superhero in so many ways. Lindsay Gattani was given information by Aidan Kearney that Karen Reed and Josh Levy were talking directly in the fall of 2023. Natalie, the intermediary I mentioned earlier, she had a falling out with Karen because apparently she called Karen late at night about something to talk about her personal problems, and so Karen cut her off, Natalie off. Therefore, the only information that was available about Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney and Josh Levy's relationship between June of 2023, when Karen cut Natalie off, and December of 2023 was Lindsay Gattani. Well, you know what? When Aidan Kearney got criminally charged in October of 2023, ladies and gentlemen, for witness intimidation and a bunch of other things. That was in Stoughton District Court. Those charges got bound over by a grand jury, an indictment on December 20th, 2023. You know what happened next, ladies and gentlemen? Another grand jury was open, and Lindsay Gattani on December 21st, 2023 got a subpoena for that grand jury. Why? Aidan Kearney must have been thinking, well, the previous charges just got indicted. What could the state be doing a grand jury about now? What does Lindsay know? Oh, did Lindsay have information about Karen Reed and Aidan Kearney colluding potentially to torment witnesses in Karen's trial? Did Lindsay Gattani have information about Aidan Kearney saying Karen controlled what he could publish on his blog? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Did Lindsay Gattani's information eventually lead to a search warrant affidavit and a search warrant being approved for Karen Reed's cell phones? And did it get worse, ladies and gentlemen? Did Aidan Kearney go over to Lindsay Gattani's apartment on December 23rd, 2023 and try to find information on Lindsay's phone, and according to that search warrant from Karen Reed's affidavit, tell Lindsay not to cooperate with the new grand jury? And when Lindsay refused, did a situation happen where Aidan was accused of pushing Lindsay onto a couch?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Hello. Sorry about that. This is a very important moment, and we are going to continue this overview from Towel. But I have a statement here from David Yannetti in response to Turtle Boy. It was on June 26, 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the statement from David Yannetti. The only reason David Yannetti gets sympathy from Towel for a few reasons. One, I think he knew David Meyer way back in the day, and I have a lot of respect for David Meyer, who was the chief of homicide prosecutions in Suffolk County for a while. I've known David for, oh goodness, I haven't seen him for a while, but I've known him for like 40 years or something, almost 40 years. So David knows a lot of the people who knew my dad and who know my mom. So I don't know, but David's also like a defense attorney, so he's a little ornery. All defense attorneys are ornery, like they like to win. Prosecutors don't like to win, they like to get justice. Defense attorneys like to win. Like a prosecutor will look at the case holistically and make a determination. A defense attorney is just like, screw it. No one should read anything in, this is David Unetti. No one should read anything into the fact that Bob, he's not a Bob. Bob is not a Bob. He is a Robert. And I have not gone on Aiden's show. He is wildly successful without us, with much more success to come in the future. He has been a tireless advocate for Karen Reed and played such an important role in this movement, shining sunlight on injustice. Anyone seeking to cause a rift between Aiden and me, please stop. You will only end up being disappointed. David, there is no one who thinks that the people involved in this there's no one who thinks you and Aiden having a rift is relevant. I'm sorry, David. No one cares. No one cares. It's about Aiden and Karen. That does not assuage any concerns. We're going to watch the Turtle Boy hostage video, as it's being called. I don't think it was actually a hostage video. I think it was a latent message to Karen. But if you missed it, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch the Bob Alessi video. The Bob Alessi video, oh my God, it's the Turtle Boy video, but I was looking in the comments, and someone put a picture of Bob Alessi with a zip tie over his mouth. The zipped up Bob Alessi emoji. That one always makes Towel laugh. All right, hold on. I got to play the Turtle Boy video before I go look at the other thing. I got like 40 things to do right now. I feel like an overwhelmed towel. Where's the Turtle Boy video? Nope, that's the Boomerang Warrior X. I need the Turtle Boy video. Hold on. I'm a towel. It's being called the Turtle Boy hostage video. You don't understand. It's absolutely ridiculous. All right, where is it now? All right, let's see here. I thought I had it up earlier. I'm just going to go find it. All right, hold on. Turtle Boy Live. All right, here we go. England's third city. All right. Towel loves England. I'm an Anglophile. I might be an American, but I want to bring back the Jack and Max special relationship, and I want to give Super Towel at Dewdrops the dual access keys to Trident and Polaris. I don't know if Dewdrops knows what that is. Turtle Boy's hostage video got more videos than his views than his video about the Reed case in the first 5 hours.
Hello.
Hold on. So this is the video that's got the internet talking. This is what David Unetti He basically commented after Turtle Boy released this video. And it's got to make you wonder, what is going on in that camp? Hold on. I'm going to bring up the video for you. What is going on over there? It is a very odd situation, to put it lightly. To put it lightly, ladies and gentlemen, it is an odd situation. So let me see if I can bring this up for you here. All right, there's no guarantee. Oh, there we go. All right, so let's do this. And then let's do this. Addressing comments I made on my show. I've never seen Turtle Boy deliver a statement like this. Something is really going on. It must be very bad for the defense.
Hello, everyone. I just wanted to address some comments that I made on my show the other night that have become fodder for social media. Karen Reed's team is not distancing themselves from me, and I'm sure I'll be able to sit down with them and have a recorded discussion with them eventually. The only reason I even brought that up on my show was because people kept asking when I was going to have them on, in light of Bob Alessi and David Unetti's appearances on other channels. I've always been straightforward about what's going on, so I answered the question truthfully. This has been perceived as me being bitter, but the truth is I was just answering a question that a lot of people were asking. Let me be very clear, though. Karen Reed and her team don't owe me anything. I didn't do this for accolades and thank yous or money. I did this because I love doing investigative journalism, and I've been doing this sort of work for 11 years now. I love digging into stories and reporting what the rest of the media isn't. I love uncovering corruption, exposing people who behave badly, and helping innocent people. It's a very satisfying line of work, and I'm lucky and blessed to be able to do it for a living. I wrote about the Karen Read story because it was a story that wasn't being properly told by the media. I was shocked on April 17th, 2023, when I read all of the court filings and spent hours doing a deep dive. I published part one of the...
Pause. I'm not reacting to Turtle Boy's video right now. I just want to look Murder by Maestro in the eye. And I just want to say, what the fuck?
And cover-up series at 3:30 a.m. on April 18th, 2023, and I've never looked back. The story didn't take off because I sensationalized it. The story took off because the facts and the evidence were shocking. Like many of you, I have had no idea that our institutions could partake in something so transparently evil. My reporting and activism is not the reason Karen Read is free. Dr. La Posada, Dr. Rentschler, Dr. Russell, Dr. Wolf, Dr. Scorti-Bello, Lucky Loughran, and Nicholas Barros are the people most responsible for her freedom. It was their truthful testimony that caused the jury to realize that John O'Keefe wasn't hit by a car, and therefore Karen Read did not kill him. You could argue that Hank Brennan, Yuri Buchanan, Judd Welcher, Kerry Roberts, Jennifer McCabe, and Kelly Deaver contributed to her acquittal more than anyone because of the way they behaved in front of the jury that proved that the Commonwealth wasn't being honest. Karen Read is free because of her own investigating and the fine investigative work done by her lawyers and private investigator. That's not to say that I don't think I played a part in it. I certainly did, and my reporting supplemented theirs. I wasn't just annoying Chris Albert outside of his pizza shop. I was filing public records requests, speaking with other witnesses, and passing this information on to the defense when it was useful. I found things in my own investigation and gave that information to Karen and her team prior to publication. I reported that Jennifer McCabe was parked outside the Proctor's house on September 25th, 2023, which proved for the first time that there was a personal relationship between the two families. This information was used in court filings, and the two families could no longer lie in court about that. More than anything, my journalism and activism raised public awareness, and without that, none of this was possible. Not only did the crowds outside the courthouse lift Karen Read's spirits, they also gave her the financial ability to properly defend herself. The Legal Defense Fund was an idea I suggested for Karen Read, and I was one of the first people to fundraise for it on one of my earlier shows in May of 2023. We ended up raising over $1.1 million, which paid for the defense to fly, feed, and lodge all of these experts time and time again for pretrial hearings. The experts are the reason the jury acquitted Karen Read, and every single person who donated to the Legal Defense Fund helped make that possible. There's no denying that the story has helped me professionally. Although I made a fine living with Turtle Boy before the Karen Read story, I've made a lot more money since writing about it, and my social media reach and online profile have grown exponentially as a result. But I never would have had the opportunity to do this if the Commonwealth didn't frame an innocent woman for murder. If they had dropped the charges after part one of the Canton cover-up series, then this story would have been a one and done, and most of you never would have heard about it. Instead, they decided to continue to frame Karen Read with new planted evidence. They arrested me for asking questions of the people who were quite clearly hiding something, and they dragged Karen through 2 internationally televised trials. They chose to do that, not me. My newfound fame and monetary gain they came out with it was simply a side effect of their choices, not mine. I've spoken to Karen many times since she was acquitted, but I don't want to bother her too much because I'm sure she needs space. Think of what she just went through. 3.5 years of being framed and tortured by the most powerful people in the state, being defamed as a murderer, having every word she said taken out of context, and dealing with the constant anxiety of knowing that at the end of this, there was a chance that she could spend the rest of her life in jail, which would mentally and physically kill her parents. Although you can probably imagine what a horrible feeling that must be, you don't really understand it until you've lived it. 4 times I've stood in front of judges at the Commonwealth as they've sought to revoke my bail and put me in jail for 60 days over completely made up charges. One time they succeeded, but all 4 times were anxiety-inducing hell. Being away from my kids for 60 days was the worst punishment I ever could have imagined. Talking to them on the phone from jail, pretending I was away on business, and not being able to truthfully answer their question about when I was coming home was painful. Reuniting with them on February 23rd, 2024 was one of the greatest feelings in my life. I couldn't sleep that night as I looked at their pictures on the wall and promised myself I'd never be separated from them again. I thought I would never be happier when I got out of jail. But the truth is,
do you see what he's saying, though? Like, he's trying to, on the surface, talk about the case, but he's really, like, saying, like, I'm not going back to jail, Karen.
I was never...
I agree, Beach Dance.
...more scared. Just days after I was released, Paul O'Keefe and the McAlberts brought the woman who had lied about me and sent me to jail with them to a Karen Reed hearing for the sole purpose of having me charged with violating a restraining order. It worked. I knew that 17 days later, I would be standing in front of a judge who would have the chance to revoke my bail again, this time for 120 days. Imagine feeling the joy of being reunited with your kids after 60 days away from them, only to immediately be faced with the process of being away from them for another 120 days. It was the biggest tease ever, and I didn't truly feel free until the bail revocation was denied on March 14th, 2024. After that, they tried to have my bail revoked 2 more times, once over window intimidation and another over comments I made on my show about what I hoped would happen to the corrupt cop who knowingly participated in framing me. The feeling of standing in front of a judge, knowing that he has the ability to cause you the worst pain imaginable by taking you away from your kids again, is mental hell. I can't tell you the amount of nightmares I've had about going back to jail. It's on my mind constantly and will be as long as I'm out on bail. And these bad faith, corrupt law enforcement officials have the ability to lie and file motions that would take away my freedom. Too many times to count, I've woken up in the middle of the night kicking and screaming as I was in the middle of a horrible dream about being forced back to jail. It's traumatic, and I deeply underestimated what it would be like when I got out of jail last February. I'm not telling you this to feel bad for me. I'm telling you this because I know what Karen Reed is going through, as only someone who has lived it can truly know. I see a therapist regularly, and I highly doubt Karen has time to. What she's been through isn't normal. The smiles you see on TV and the confidence she exudes in public are her way of putting on a strong front. But she is human, and she knew that at the end of this, if she was convicted, that she would be the only one who has to go to the hellhole known as state prison. Although we're all happy for Karen Reed, keep in mind that the emotion she's feeling right now...
Wait. Did you hear what he just said? Wait. Did you hear what he just said, Brett? He was like... Brett, he was like, if Karen got convicted, she's the only one that would have gone to prison. How does he know that? How does he know that? How does he know that? I bet he was going to flip on her if she went to prison no matter what. The question was, because then she would have been in prison forever. He just would have cooperated when she was there. The question was, if she was found not guilty, would he cooperate? I agree. I think this is a breakup letter. It's hidden well, but I think he's... There's something off. There's something, like, it looks like it's hard to analyze. He's like reading a teleprompter speech, so it's very hard to analyze. It's very fake. But his eyes, it looks like a weight's been lifted off him. Like, he doesn't have that same, like, stress. Like, look at his shoulders. They're actually somewhat relaxed. And, like, his face looks different. It's not, like, scrunched up and angry. Like, even the facial muscles are kind of relaxed. And he's not, like, scrunching his forehead. He's not pissed off. It's like he's resigned to his fate, and it's more he's trying to sell it. He's trying to sell it. He made his decision for himself. He's trying to sell it. That's what I take from this.
Might be even worse than what she was feeling before she was acquitted. What she has lived through the past few years has been news and entertainment for us, but for her, it's been traumatic, and she may not even realize it until now. I don't know if she's having nightmares and random feelings of severe depression like I was after getting out of jail, but it would be very normal if she was. Life will never be the same for her after this. As for interviewing her, I've had many discussions with her over the last 2.5 years about being the first to interview her, but she never promised me that. It was always something I hoped for, but it wasn't something I thought I was entitled to. The fact of the matter is that she has lost everything as a result of this, including her job, her car, and her house. She has to rebuild her life again, which means she has to make money. As much as I would be honored to interview her first, the fact of the matter is that there is likely a bidding war going on right now for that honor. I'm just a guy with an online news website, and I can't compete with what others would offer her. I don't have hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars. I've discussed this with her, and I think she should make as much money as she can off of this. She assured me that after the first interview, she'd be happy to sit down with me. So no, Karen Reed and her team are not distancing themselves from me because they're worried about new charges or because I use foul language that they don't want to be associated with. In fact, I was the second person Alan Jackson called after his wife on the day that Karen Reed was acquitted. I was invited out to dinner with all of them that night. It is purely a business decision for them now, which I not only completely respect, but I think they would be crazy and stupid to blow that type of financial opportunity just to throw me a bone. Everything I did with this story was for justice for John O'Keefe. I might get a little carried away sometimes, and I definitely use foul language that my mother wouldn't like. But the fact of the matter is that an innocent man was murdered inside Brian Albert's house, and the people who did it not only got away with their crimes, but framed an innocent woman for it. If this doesn't sufficiently outrage you to the point where you use foul language or want to get up in people's faces and ask them legitimate questions about why they murdered someone, then you're not understanding the gravity of what an injustice this was. I didn't do this for any sort of professional or monetary gain. I didn't do this to get an exclusive interview with Karen Reed. I did this because I was outraged and couldn't remain silent. I am fine with whatever happens from this point on. I will continue to do my show and make public speaking appearances, talking about my coverage of the story. If and when Karen Reed is up for it, I'd be happy to sit down with her for an interview. But for now, I just hope that she does what is best for her and her family, as will I. Thanks, guys.
Bruh. He's dry snitching. Bruh. He's dry snitching. Hey, Hank. Hank, if you're listening. Hey, Hank Brennan. If you're listening. Hank Brennan should be listening to this. Because I'm going to say something right now. And I think it's very important. So I think we should all just kind of gather around. And we should say out into the world, Hank Brennan, you need to listen to this. And you might not want to call Towel or whatever, but you need to listen to this, Mr. Brennan. I have to tell you something from my heart and my soul. As a journalist, as someone you said can call you Hank. How do I say this? How do I say this gently? Oh, goodness. Let me do my breathing exercises. I'm not suited, Hank, for the intelligence world. I think they might want me, but I'm not suited for it, Hank. You know why? Because I love my country. I get so wound up about things like federal informants getting on state juries, and possibly representing an effort by the old DOJ and some holdovers to screw you over because you found out about the ARCA contacts and got Leah Foley to announce, U.S. Attorney Foley to announce the end of the federal probe into John's death. Hank, you had federal informants on your jury. Hank, the defense didn't coordinate federal informants getting on your jury. Hank, that was a DOJ operation. The federal government, or at least some holdovers, obstructed justice and compromised your jury. We need the Congress. We potentially need the president. We're going to need the DOJ OIG. Well, I'm pretty sure half the government knows about Little Towel. Now, I'm pretty sure Towel has got some kind of just absolute crescendo of concern. I don't know if they're going to put me in office after this or tell me that I am. I'm unsure if they think I'm like a one-man, just like show-stopping show, or if they're concerned. Hank, you have federal informants. You had federal informants on your jury. I'm telling you right now, I'm not going to say who. You had multiple informants on your jury. The defense did not get federal informants on your jury. They hid it from you because it was the old DOJ and their holdovers who compromised this jury to protect their reputation and also to fuck with you because you figured out about ARCA. U.S. Attorney Foley, somebody somewhere, please do something. This got way fucking out of control. I told you it got way fucking out of control. I sniffed it out from the beginning, the day the verdict was read. I just needed to prove it. I'm telling you, I've proven it. Hank, you had federal informants on your jury. They rolled out an op. They've rolled out an op on my justice system. This is the United States of America. That is a state criminal trial. That people need to go to jail. I will not rest unless people are jailed for this. I don't know who was behind this. I don't know what room it happened in. I will not rest until people are jailed. I will go to Congress. Probably already have. I will go to the FBI. I probably already have. I will go to the CIA. I don't know anything about the CIA. I will not stop until people are jailed for this. This is outrageous. And it won't just be me. It's too late now. This is way out of control. This is completely out of fucking control. This is fucking ridiculous. I am on the verge of declaring it treason. It is treasonous. Treasonous. I want to speak to the president. I want to speak to the Congress. I'm going to Washington. Mr. Towel goes to Washington. Send me to Washington. That's the only solution. That's it. That's it. I'm done with it. I'm fed up. I will take it no longer. Nope, this is it. This is the red line. That's it. I'm going to Congress. I have put up with a lot. Nope. Get out of here. No trolling, Davey. Not on a day like today. Not on a day like today. Federal informant on my jury. My state court jury. Are you kidding me? outrageous. Outrageous. Oh my God. My faith in the country is decimated. This is a scandal. This is worse than the church committee. This is worse than the CONTELAPRO. This is the worst thing I have ever seen in my entire life. I need a sign. I'm going out on the street corner with a sign. I demand arrest. What do you even say to this? Are you kidding me? What do you say to this? How do you react to this? How do you analyze this? How has this happened? Do you understand what this means? We have had a lot of moments on this stream where I was just simply incredulous. Incredulous. People calling Miss O'Keefe horrifying terms. People sexualizing children and sending pictures with bodily fluids to their parents. Things that just morally should not even be humanly possible. I now regret some of the levels of incredulity I displayed. Because now, in this moment, even as I am screaming about this, I don't think I can truly do justice to the implications of this. You must understand. You must understand. If it is the case that the old DOJ or some holdovers literally ran intelligence sources, confidential informants or otherwise, onto a jury in a state court murder trial of a Boston police officer to insulate their reputations and also give a big middle finger to Hank Brennan because he's a genius. Ladies and gentlemen, the Republic is under threat. That's it. With the fucking Saudis and the Egyptians and the missile defense systems. Oh my God. That's it. The country is fundamentally under threat. Internally, externally, dear God, I am concerned. This is bigger than Turtle Boy. This is bigger than Turtle Boy. This is bigger than Turtle Boy. Turtle Boy was just part of this. I think he realizes it now. Oh my God. It lasted 6 fucking days. It took us 6 days. We are a group of freelance researchers using publicly available information, and it took us 6 fucking days. It's obstruction of justice at a bare minimum. It's treason. It's treason at worst. It's fucking treason. I don't even know how to process how I feel right now. Dude, I'm not pleased about being right about this. Someone called me the other day and was like, oh, you'll get this accolade. I don't fucking care. Do you understand? My primary concern over the past 48 hours has been that our fucking missile defense technology was compromised. That was my primary concern. And I think the people involved know that. And now this. I wanted to think maybe Alan Jackson called in a favor or two. I love my country. You know? And I wanted to think it was just him with his Stay Puft Marshmallow Man bloviating self being like, all right, I'm against the wall here. You know, I had some contacts. I'll call, you know, I'll give a call, you know, whatever. It's not that hard to know someone in the fucking CIA. All right? So it wasn't that out of the realm of possibility to me that Alan fucking Jackson was like, oh, like, I'll just, you know, I'll pay a couple $100,000. But then, no. There was a certain point where I was like, how much money do these fuckers have? Like, I don't care how much Karen got in her fucking Venmo. She didn't move these people from Brazil. That's when it all started to click. But I didn't want to believe it. Even then, I didn't want to believe it. I was staring at it, and I didn't want to believe it. Mind you, I also got pulled down a rabbit hole trying to protect the country from Saudi intelligence having access to compromise our missile defense. I didn't want to believe it. I didn't want to think it was possible. Thought it was just Alan calling in a favor. That would have pissed me off, but it's Alan. Like, Alan could be like, oh, I called the fucking, yeah, bro, I called, like, the Prime Minister of Turkey or the President of Turkey. You know, I knew him from, he was the mayor in Istanbul, and I was fucking selling, like, you know, almonds or walnuts over there, you know? And I would be like, Alan Jackson, I am not surprised that you knew the President of Turkey because you were involved in the walnut trade. I'd be like, that's actually that's something I would believe, Alan Jackson. I don't know why you were involved in that, but I totally buy that. So therefore, my brain, because I love my country, was like, oh, it's got to be a one-off thing. Like, he just called a friend who had a friend. Like, I get it. I didn't like it, but I was like, I get it, Brad. Like, you know, if you got to do what you got to do. His reputation was on the line. Like, I didn't love it, but I wasn't going to go fucking red alarm. Like, I think the institutional integrity of the country is being attacked. I just thought Alan was being an Alan. You know, being an Alan Jackson. Being a little Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. That's what I'm saying. You know, I'm trying to have a little, you know, he's just being a little Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. But then, the dominoes started. The dominoes started, friends. You know, domino theory, right? You can call me, who's a really radical domino theory ideologist. You can call me Richard Nixon Towel. The dominoes started falling. And I am not a communist. Not that communists are involved in this, I just wanted to say that. But as the dominoes started falling, ladies and gentlemen, Little Towel started getting more concerned. Yes, one domino. The second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. By the 15th domino, I was like, oh my dear God. Yeah, I'm not going to be adding Jen Altman as a mod. Sorry, Jen Altman, there's just certain lines there's certain lines of demarcation. Now, I'm going to get back to my domino theory analysis thank you very much for the heads up, Beach Nance. Now, let me back up a little bit here and continue my analysis. As Little Towel was examining the dominoes, as he thus does, Little Towel did not intend, with LA Connection and Murder by Bistro, who will forever go down as Super Towels, I did not intend to find any of this out. Frankly, I just thought Paula was very smart. And listen, I know it's not Paula's fault. Paula was probably like, oh my God, how did this happen? But it was because Paula was so intelligent. People were getting mad at me and calling me obsequious. I was not being obsequious. It was really Paula's intelligence and that made me pay attention, because it wasn't a normal series of interviews. It was very good. I'm talking like, I will analyze those interviews. If this is all true, I will analyze those interviews forever. 30 years from now, I'll be analyzing those interviews, because it was so good. My God, it was, especially if it was actually an op, it was so good. Just the only thing that I think they didn't expect was, one, this channel. I think that they didn't, like, this channel, if you watch it now and again, you might think it's just kind of like one-off entertainment or like decent analysis from time to time, but you wouldn't see it holistically for what it is, which is a very intelligent group of people who really like each other and all hang out here and discuss and also know how to find information. And we do it publicly. We're not hiding anything from you. But I think they didn't really anticipate that, because even when I was reading the sentencing memo for the Juror 11's father-in-law, I sensed this like real frustration in the DOJ staff attorney who wrote the sentencing memo. And I didn't read it in there, but I sensed it, that he knew that the father-in-law was not just looking at CSAM material and spying for Egypt. Like, he was selling this shit. He was giving it to other states in a very bad way. And I think he even sensed, because he said it, the agent said it, the defendant said it in the father-in-law said it in his sentencing memo for the federal sentencing. He was like, oh yeah, the FBI was tailing my client for like 3 years or something. And I was like, the counterintelligence unit was doing what? Like, what do you mean they were tailing your client? Like, they don't just do that. And like, he didn't just get banged stealing the documents. He was either compromised by Egyptian intelligence and selling and giving the documents to Egyptian intelligence because they were forcing him to, or he was selling them to Egyptian intelligence and has been Egyptian intelligence this whole time. Either option is really fucked. But when they wheeled and dealed on him on the state CSAM and the secrets, that's also what tipped me off a little bit to the fact that this was an intelligence op, because I immediately was like, wait a minute. There's no way, even setting aside the patent thing, which could have fallen through the cracks, there's no way that the U.S. Attorney's Office didn't know about the kids, the son and the daughter-in-law. And the reason why I know is in the pre-trial, there was a motion to impose bail conditions on the Pacer docket for the father-in-law's federal case in 2019. There was a motion to impose bail, and the U.S. attorney moved to limit the movements of the mother. And this is what really tipped me off. And it's not anyone's fault. This was just out there on Pacer. The U.S. attorney had the option under the case law that he cited to move to ban the mother, so the wife of the father-in-law, so the juror's mother-in-law. The U.S. attorney had the option to ban her from traveling and all the kids. It's under this obscure series of federal cases that interprets the discretion for federal judges to impose bail conditions. And it says basically, like, if you're a guardian of someone who's released on bail, you can you don't even have to be established as a guardian or a custodian of them for like home detention, but like you become subject to the jurisdiction of the court, and your flight or absence from the jurisdiction technically means that you're not like able to bring the person to court, and so you're not living up to your role. So technically, if you get arrested federally, and there's concern, especially with spy cases, that your family can like facilitate you moving assets or you doing something through like them as the intermediary. The federal judge can ban your family, your kids and your wife from traveling, from leaving the jurisdiction or from leaving the U.S. or whatever. They only extended that order. They only asked for it for the wife of the father-in-law. So I was like, all right. Like, what's up? Like, you're only worried that the wife is going to run his money to Egypt or Saudi? Okay. That tells me what I need to know. And then I was like, hey, all right, Paulie, you're good with the government. You're good with me, Brett. That was my, like, thinking in my head. So that's when I was like, Paul is not the story here, in my opinion. She's an interesting component of a wider story that's in the public interest about the integrity of the intelligence apparatus, but she's not the story. She's, in fact, I got the vibe from her statement she sent to me that she doesn't even like her father-in-law. The vibe she gave was like, fuck that guy. So what I'm thinking is that, and I don't want to get too deep into this because there's certain stuff I want to hold back to protect the United States. So let's just say redacted for the next part of that explanation. All right, just redacted. And then where this really started to steamroll for me a little bit was that patent application. Because then I realized that what the U.S. attorney in the sentencing memo in the father-in-law's case missed was that he was doing this for a long time, like 30 or 40 years, and all they needed, and I realize now how easy it was to miss, but all they needed was to catch that Saudi intelligence guy's fake name on the patent document, and they would have got the father. But it also made me realize this was an in, because it was an in right now to deal with this, because the father had a continuing cooperation agreement with the feds in his plea. I found his plea agreement on Pacer as well, on the federal docket, publicly accessible. And in like paragraph like 18 on the last page of the plea agreement, there was a special condition, and I noticed it was weird because plea agreements are normally standard form. It's like a contract of adhesion almost. But the section that was in there that was a little weird was like he's going to like give all the documents back that he doesn't know where they are and all this shit. Like, he was cooperating. But then I realized, wait a minute, I bet he didn't tell the feds that in 1990, this patent application, which went on to become a very serious piece of military technology that's in the field right now, was actually developed in a collaborative project with this buddy there who was Saudi intelligence. And then I was like, oh, fuck. The only reason you wouldn't reveal that. And then I put it all together. Like, it's not just that there was operatives involved here. It's that part of this was wheeling and dealing. It was like, it was operatives. The father-in-law had probably wheeled and dealed. I'm speculating, but the father-in-law had probably wheeled and dealed to get citizenship or whatever the fuck, protect his kids. Like, he loved his fucking kids. And so I think the father-in-law of Juror 11 did something that facilitated the safety of his children. Okay, checkbox. Like, okay, checkbox. You know what I'm saying? Like, in the sense that government, you're useful to the government. Like, you be useful to the government, kids. Whatever they ask of you. Now, that's number one. Number two, it started to steamroll a little bit more when I realized that the old DOJ got really screwed by Hank Brennan. Like, the old liberal DOJ, like U.S. Attorney Leah Foley and Hank Brennan turned the screws on them. And that old DOJ, they cared about their reputation. Yeah. Like, and you can tell they were kind of pissed because Josh Levy sued President Trump, like, right after all this shit went down. Right after Levy left office and Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney Foley, confirmed the end of the federal probe, and the ARCA shenanigans came out, the feds they did a light version of this, in my opinion, during the first trial, the old DOJ. They lightly interfered. They lightly obstructed justice. I'm not saying any names, just the general apparatus there. They let ARCA violate Judge Cannoni's sequestration order. They, I'm sure they let ARCA hide payments and communications with Karen's team from state prosecutors under the auspices of a federal protective order, which they abused. They let ARCA violate a federal protective order. They did run an op on the first trial, but it didn't work. So the second time, this was risky as fuck, too. This is a very prominent national trial. Very prominent. Very prominent. So you're going to run, but they got desperate. And that's part of, that's why they got so desperate, because if Karen got found guilty, it would have been a stain on Levy and all. I think this might actually trace back to Josh Levy. And I don't think it's all about Birchmore anymore either. I thought that played a big role in it, but I think it's more than that. I think to do this to a jury, to run an op, to put federal informants on a jury, it's, first of all, the DOJ did not approve this. Let me just tell you right now, there is no chance in hell that there is a formal memorandum. I don't care how you justify it. I don't care. You could sell this as the most important national security operation ever. No one in the DOJ would ever authorize anyone to obstruct justice in a state court trial by putting informants on a jury. This is a black op, which makes it even scarier. This was an off-books black op. Straight up. Straight up, and it's going to come out too. I think Hank knows. Question is what Hank's going to do about it. But if the federal government, elements, I'm not talking about the current DOJ, if elements of that old DOJ, who knew, by the way, we were heading to retrial when they were leaving office. Remember, President Trump won in November, okay? And U.S. Attorney Foley didn't come into office until January of 2025. That gave Josh Levy 3 months. 3 months. They weren't in office when Karen's second trial started, but they absolutely could have ran an op. It's not that hard to listen. Murder by Maestro found it. The last audit of the juror selection system in Massachusetts. I'll bring it up for you right now. I have it on the screen. You all have to see this. I mean, it's almost incredible. This Office of the Jury Commissioner audit. And, I almost called Diana's office today. I really trust me, if you follow me on social media and you have for the past 5 years, I love the state auditor. Oh my goodness. I mean, I think she came into office 3 years ago, but she was a great senator too. Actually, then Senator DeZoglio definitely played a big role in the Social Equity Loan Fund. But I think part of the budget amendment 867 and 868 to the FY 2020 budget ring a bell. But anyway, when Senator DeZoglio became the auditor, that primary fight, I remember I was a delegate at that convention. And I remember being like, I will not compromise. I want Diana DeZoglio as the Democratic nominee for auditor. She ran against a more, I forget his name was Chris something. She ran against a more institutional Democrat. And I remember being like, she is going to go into that auditor's office, because Diana DeZoglio was very well known in the Senate because she exposed this insidious non-disclosure agreement culture up there on Beacon Hill. And she's a hero. But I remember thinking, listen, we got to put her in there as the auditor, because she is just going to fuck shit up and it's going to be amazing. And so I was at that convention, and I remember some of the debates. It was a virtual convention, or it might have been hybrid, but I remember some of the debates, and I would not compromise. Like, I just would not give up. I was like, no, we must nominate Diana DeZoglio. And she won. She won the primary, and it was interesting. It was a battle. And she won the primary, easily became auditor, and she's one of the best auditors we've ever had. A lot of debates about the constitutionality of the budget amendment, and it's a balance of powers thing, or the audit the legislature amendment. I don't know. There's some serious constitutional implications from that. It has to be analyzed by the courts, but it deserves to be analyzed by the courts. We voted to pass the law. 72% voter approved law, in fact. But anyway, Auditor DeZoglio is wonderful. So I was thinking about, like, oh, should I call Diana's office today? Not that, like, we only know each other through the internet, but, like, should I call her office today? The auditor is amazing. You know, she does excellent work. Is this part of this could have been a fault in the jury system? I didn't actually do it because I had a bunch of other things to do, and I don't think that's the. I judged that wasn't going to be a immediate short-term solution to any of this. It was just part of a wider investigation as to how this happened. However, Murder by Maestro got this useful little document for us because he's a Murder by Maestro. And a Murder by Maestro is a super towel. So we're going to go ahead and grab this document right here. Go ahead and take a look at it. Now, if you take a look at this document, it is, and let me just make sure I can see it. Hold on one second, super towels. All right, there we go. Now, I'm going to make this document a little easier for you to see. This is an audit of the jury commissioner, all right, by the state auditor, Susan Bump. This was the previous auditor. So I think this one was in 2012. I also got one for you from 2016. Now, you're going to learn a few pieces of information in this audit that are going to make you pretty concerned. I mean, to put this lightly, it's going to make you a little concerned. So basically, we're going to find out that we're going to just go right to the computer control. The passwords in this system during the audit period leading up to 2012, the Office of the Jury Commissioner did not have formal procedures to deactivate either network or mission-critical employee user accounts. In addition, the OJC, the Jury Commissioner, lacked formal policies to control AOTC employees' access privileges to mission-critical and confidential application systems. Moreover, the Office of the Jury Commissioner does not receive notice through its Network and Infrastructure Services Department when an employee terminates employment or changes job responsibilities. Instead, the Office of the Jury Commissioner notifies NIS informally, either verbally or through email, that a user's account should be disabled. Our test of systems access security for the Jury Plus Next Gen application indicated that, contrary to sound access security practices and internal security policies, there were active user accounts that had not been deleted for individuals no longer affiliated with the with AOTC or the Office of the Jury Commissioner. Our review of the 327 next-gen application user accounts indicated that 5 of these accounts should have been deactivated or disabled, but were not because NIS was not consistently informed of changes in user status, resignations, terminations, and name changes by the AOTC Human Resources Department. These 5 user accounts should have been disabled or terminated in a timely manner, but instead remained active for periods ranging from 9 months to 1 year. During our audit, we brought this matter to the attention of the Office of the Jury Commissioner Management, which promptly disabled and deleted these active user accounts. The failure to deactivate user accounts in a timely manner may place the OJC at a risk of unauthorized access or use of established privileges. As a result, certain information residing on the next-gen application system could be vulnerable to unauthorized access and disclosure. Further, the Office of the Jury Commissioner could not verify the activity of these user accounts between the termination dates of the employee and the time we notified the OJC of the issue because the application system could not provide access history information. Murder by Maestro. Murder by Maestro. It's worse just than they were having passwords active for people who were no longer there. It's that there were no fucking access history logs for those accounts, even after they were retired. Oh, this was bad. And this was 2012. Now, the next audit wasn't until 2016. We're going to look if they fixed any of this. They fixed a little bit of it. But this system is fucked. The feds, in my opinion, the feds compromised the jury selection process and put federal informants on the Karen Reed jury to make sure she was found not guilty. And they made sure their people got on the jury. Like, they couldn't make sure they got on the jury, but they got them in the pool. And then it was just a matter of, and they were able to lie on the forms because I bet the feds gave them fake identities or cover. So fucking ballsy. Very impressive. Very impressive. Would have gone away with it too if it weren't for those meddling towels. Take a bow, towel friends. It's sad. It's a disgusting state of affairs, but it would have been so much worse if we didn't find this. So here's the next audit. This is also from Auditor Bump. This was in 2016, so it covered the next few years. Let's see if the OJC made any progress. Can you tell us, Auditor Bump? Oh, it doesn't look like they made very good progress. The Office of the Jury Commissioner is still not properly administering its contract with a software company. Okay, the Office of the Jury Commissioner has implemented some of the recommendations from our previous audit report regarding the procurement and management of a computer consulting contract with one of its consultants, Verity Consulting Company. Huh. Let's see. Hey, Murder by Maestro, does Verity Consulting Company have any contracts with the federal government? That's a good question, right? Now, let me see here. How do we search the federal contract database? Search federal procurement contract database search. I don't do this very often. I don't look at procurement contracts. Hold on 1 second. I need to pause. Let me see. Yeah. All right. Hold on. I want to search the name of this company. It is Virility Consulting Company. Give me every single federal contract ever awarded to this company. What do you mean? I don't want to set a time period. Why must I just want every single time? Give me everything. Since the beginning of recorded human history, please. That starts in 2007. Recorded history did not start in 2007. How dare you? I'm pretty sure human history existed before 2007. Now, I am a little bit perplexed as to why this website thinks human history did not exist before 2007. All right, here we go. Nothing for Virility Consulting on that site, so that's a good sign. I wonder if they're like a holding company, though. Hold on. I need to do a little pause here. We're doing real-time towel research. What is Virility Consulting? What am I going to find? Run by a guy named Dan Murphy. Oh, interesting. UMass Boston. Degree in computer science. Oh my God. Fuck. No. No. No, 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 no! Fuck! Come on, man. This is not fair. It's not fair to me. It's not fair to the country. It's not fucking fair. Fuck! Murder by Maestro, that is the fucking company that does the fucking consulting for the jury commissioner. Look where the fucking founder worked. It's a fucking government. Fuck! I'm so upset. Oh, I'm okay. This just shouldn't be happening. This is incredible. Murder by Maestro. I told you. I fucking said, watch, we're going to find out that this company... I told you! I can't keep doing this. I can't. I fucking can't. There are people fucking everywhere. Everywhere. Bruh. The scope of it all. The raw the raw power. It's incredible. I don't know what to say. I really don't. I don't have any tears left to cry. I don't have any screams left to bellow. I don't. I don't know what to say. I don't know what the appropriate words are. I don't know how to understand this. I don't know how to tell you it's going to be okay. I don't know how to make this funny. I don't know how to rationalize it. I don't know how to give you an analytic framework. I don't know how to give you a schema. I don't know how to say that, it's just a breakdown here or there, and, it's wrong, but it's part of working towards a better system. This is not that. This is not that. There's never been anything in my life that I was covering, ever, any story, anywhere, where I said, if the worst case scenario is true here, I'm concerned for the safety of my country. I always felt, no matter what I was covering, in the regulatory arena, in state government, federal government, I always felt it was just a matter of the right component of the system just being made aware, or just, doing the right thing, looking into it a little more. Every single time. Didn't matter if it was Russian oligarchs. Didn't matter if it was very serious regulatory fraud. Didn't matter if it was dirty money in legal industries. It didn't matter. I always felt there was a check and balance. I always believed that what I was doing had a purpose, because it was just a matter of the right check and balance coming to fruition. Even in the worst case, the worst possible case. This is beyond me now worried about this. It's beyond me worried about that. I don't think, about 2 days ago, I started to get concerned that there wasn't a check and balance. Now, I fully believe in my heart of hearts, setting aside this strange connection to the consulting company that runs the Office of the Jury Commissioner software in Massachusetts. That part I will analyze a lot more if this gets confirmed, because I'm pretty sure you don't leave the intelligence community. I'm sorry you don't. You do not leave the intelligence community. Yeah, I don't feel burdened because I have all of you here, but I feel like authentic. I know it helps you all when I talk through how I feel. Authentically, I feel let down. I feel like I love my country very much, and I care about it very much, and the people here, and the people who fight for us, and the people who serve this country, and the future generations that are going to get to live here. But the reason I am willing to give my heart and soul for what I do is because it's not like me. Like, I don't go out there and, like, it's the system that has to do its job. I'm one person. We're a country of hundreds of millions of people. And I can do this work as long as I feel that there's checks and balances out there who can pick up the information, which is what journalism's all about, and take whatever action they deem appropriate and go about protecting the country. That's what it's all about. But I don't know what to do with a system that doesn't respect itself. if they did this, and I'm almost certain they did, no one will ever trust a state court jury ever again. No one will ever trust the intelligence community ever again. And it's too late. The cat is out of the bag. Everybody knows. Hank definitely knows. And maybe with Hank you could have negotiated like some kind of, like, he's very respectful, clearly, of the national security establishment. You could have negotiated some kind of drawdown, like some kind of safe face where people didn't have to, like, the one thing is you don't want people to lose faith in the system or no one will care. It will become a lawless society. And if there's even, and it's going to run. I'm telling you, it's going to run. Somebody's going to get it. It won't necessarily be one of these papers that are in the orbit of the intelligence community, but someone's going to. Everybody knows. Everybody knows. And if that's, you can't stop the story. You can't kill it now. And if that's the story, no one will ever trust the system ever again. Ever. It's the worst thing I've ever seen. It's not even, like, I know that I'm right, okay? But it's different when it actually becomes the story. And it will. It will. And I'm telling you, these aren't the first. This is just my raw reaction. I will eventually, I can't even look at your comments. I will eventually be able to confront this and analyze it just like you'd want me to. Because this will run. It will run. I know multiple outlets have it. I know they do because I've talked to them. It's going to completely crash people's faith. It's going to lead. It has to. There is no option. This must be addressed. If they did this, if the federal government put informants on a jury to get a result in a state court criminal case, first of all, we need to find out, not me, but there needs to be a very, very thorough investigation. Every single person that the Congress or whoever determines was involved has to be brought up and interviewed. Every single one. We have to completely reform the Department of Justice and the intelligence community. I'm glad we addressed the boomerang, like Murder by Maestro. That was such an important silver lining, that Boomerang Warrior X thing. But that's not even the story. That's very important. But that's like one spider web of the story. The story is that if the Department of Justice or any element of the intelligence community from that old DOJ, the liberals up in Boston, tried to save face or whatever the fuck they were doing, and they corrupted a state court jury with federal informants, we have to completely pause the entire system. If it can happen once, it can happen anytime. We must completely pause the entire system. This cannot happen. It's literally tyranny. It's dictatorial control. It's obstruction of justice. There are so many ethical, statutory, regulatory, procedural, constitutional. I literally don't know what to say. I literally don't know what to say. I don't know what to do. I don't. I mean, so, you know, people know. I'm going to hold back the last part of the story. You know, I know Hank knows. Hank's smart enough. Hank figured out, I'm sure Hank figured it out like days ago. The question is, does the intelligence establishment care? I think they're going to care because this was a little reckless. It was reckless in that, well, they fucked up a few reasons. One, that father-in-law didn't disclose what he should have to the feds about that Saudi guy in the 90s. And there's no doubt in my mind they're going to go fucking ape shit over the fact that he didn't. I doubt he told them, because they wouldn't have deployed the Boomerang Warrior X if he told them. They're going to go fucking ape shit. And so, if you're thinking, like, if my analysis is like, how is the intelligence community going to react to this? Their first instinct would be, protect your own. So, like, make sure, just get the narrative away from this. Like, just ignore it. But then, especially with that Boomerang Warrior X thing, that actually politically and all this may make the difference. Like, it was a sloppy operation. And so you get that, like, that shit will get run up to that went to the fucking Pentagon, I promise you, like, right away. I don't know that it did, but I almost promise you that it went to the Pentagon right away. Which means, like, you can't ignore it. You can not address it publicly, but you can't ignore how that happened. So therefore you look into the father-in-law, and then you realize the sweetheart deal with the child sexual abuse material and the nuclear secrets. And then you realize he didn't give everything up, so maybe he's still active. And then you're like, okay, so, but he wouldn't be active on our soil for them. Okay. So what the fuck is the son and daughter-in-law doing? Okay. And it's not just them. I'm not going to say names, but it's other people on that jury. It's so fucked up. It's the most fucked up thing I've ever heard of. It's breaking my heart. Not emotionally, but it's just breaking my faith in the country. I think Hank's going to salvage it. That's my only hope. Literally, the only thing giving me hope is that Hank figured this out before I did, because he had more access. Although I think there was probably some fake names used or something to throw him off. I think he figured it out probably when I started talking about it on stream like a week ago. Because you just need like a little nudge in the right direction and you'll figure out what's going on here, if you're a smart man. I always can see it. You know, how it's going to play out. Like, I can just kind of see it. I don't know how to explain it. It's kind of like a chessboard. Like, I see, like, where the pieces are, and how it's a metaphorical chessboard, but I see where they are, and then where each side is, and how many pieces are on the board still versus off the board. And so I can normally, most of my analysis comes from an ability to see that in any situation. And I can see the board here pretty clearly. And I have some idea of where the different players are and who has what pieces on the field still or on the board. But what I can't... I don't know who's about to be in checkmate. What I will tell you is something's coming. I don't know what. I don't know exactly what it's going to look like. I'm not exactly 100% sure. And I'm so sorry for not looking at your comments. I'm just really in my head right now. And I'm trying to think this through for you in real time. So to do it, I really have to be focused. And... part of me being focused is I'm going to find something that I dropped earlier. 1 second. There it is. Dropped my useful bag of snacks. I was like, where did my Cheez-Its go? But I have to be in my head. So give me a second. I guess you could do that. Okay. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. I think I see it a little clearer. Here's what you can do. The only reasonable thing you can do is say that it was a rogue element. Not even a rogue element. You're going to have to say someone's... Oh, fuck. Oh, God. They're going to have to pick up... It's going to either be Alan. It's going to have to either be Alan. It might have to be Alan. Oh, my God. I know what they're going to do. I know what they're going to do. I know what they're going to do. When something... It was staring me right in the face the whole time. I knew it. When something like this happens, I've talked about this before, you burn the small fish. You burn the small fish. Who's the small fish, comparatively? Alan. If this was an intelligence op, Alan will fall on his sword. Mark my words. What is it? 9:31 p.m. on June 26th? If there was an intelligence op by not the current DOJ, but the old DOJ or anyone that was a holdover in the orbit, if there was an intelligence op to put federal informants on the Karen Reed state jury to sabotage the verdict, Alan Jackson will fall on his sword. They'll make him. They'll make him. He won't be given an option. I told you, motherfucker. Icarus, whatever the fuck. You flew too close to the sun. I told him. I knew it. I just didn't see exactly. I knew he was flying very close to the sun. I just didn't see it exactly. Now I see it. They're going to burn him. I'm telling you, they're going to burn him. They're going to make him, then what they'll do is, when they really want to, if you really fuck around and find out, they'll make him do it to himself. They'll make him prostrate himself and say that he did it. That's the only off-ramp. I'm sorry, that's the only off-ramp. They won't give a fuck that, like what I was saying. They'll just, it's enough noise to just be like, oh, that's Grant. Like, it's just Grant. They'll off-ramp it by having Alan fall on his sword. I'm telling you. Maybe it's not going to be Eliza Little. It's not going to be David. It's going to be, they have to make Alan fall on his sword. They have no choice. To preserve the integrity, to preserve public trust in the justice system, to preserve the integrity of the system, they have no choice. The story is not going to be that the DOJ ran informants onto a fucking state jury in a murder trial about a Boston cop. I'm telling you, it's not going to be the story. No, and and we listen. The Attorney General probably is probably already involved in this. I'm telling you, because it involves the DOJ. The Attorney General is the boss of the DOJ. Somebody know they know. It's a question of. It's not a question of do they know. It's a question of what are they going to do about it. And if I were in the room, all right, because I'm an analyst. This is what I do. I analyze things. If I'm in the room, the very first thing that I say is, we need a it has to be someone on Karen's team. We need one of them to sacrifice. Like they knew the price here. We cannot. First of all, anyone who didn't know about this in the DOJ and finds out about it is literally going to cry. Did you see my reaction to that? It went from like very upset, like screaming, to almost on the verge of tears, to like my faith in the country is like hurt. That is me. I am just a hobbyist in the sense of my, service to the quote unquote service to the country, in the way that I do my public information service, which I think is a service. Everybody plays their part. That was my reaction. Do you know, like, what someone in the DOJ would think if they found out about this, if they didn't know about it? Punching walls might be an understatement, like screaming. Throwing things. I don't even know. I don't know what would happen if a government official sworn to take sworn under a constitutional oath, found out that this happened. It should not be recorded, because I'm pretty sure they would say some very, very inappropriate things. Like, they would just be cussing. They might not even form coherent sentences for like 10 minutes. That's why when so many of you were like, Grant, are you okay? No, I was not okay in that moment. I didn't lose it. Comparatively, that was a calm reaction to how some people in government would react to that. I'm not in government. But some people in government, if you said the sentence to them, either the old DOJ in Boston or rogue elements of it being genteel, corrupted, not obstructed, corrupted a state court jury by putting intelligence assets on it, oh dear God. All right, let me open this, Richard and Joanne Hogan. It's all tying together. Oh, that's so gross. And the former DA spokesperson. Listen, this is some shit. This is some shit. It goes deep. And it's not even just the current, it's not even the holdovers. This shit went really, really, really deep. I mean, I've never seen anything like it in my life. All right, but getting back to what I would do if I were in that room, you know, the very first thing I'm going to say is it can't come out. The story cannot be. Oh my God, she's been at Reagan Communications for 24 years. Oh my God. Bruh. I found it. I don't want to dox that person. I found it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. They didn't need the president. They didn't need the president. This was a black op. I need some time. I need some time. This is the first time ever I've been confronted with something. As I was mentioning earlier, I'm just heartbroken. Not in an emotional way, but I don't understand why I'm doing what I'm doing anymore. What's the point? If this happened, which I'm, based on all the work that I've done, and we've all done together, shout out Murder by Maestro and LA Connection, and Richard and Joanne Hogan and so many others. Based on everything that I've done and everything I know about this case, I'm 99.98% sure that the federal government, or some elements of it, most likely holdovers from the old DOJ, the liberal DOJ in Boston, under Josh Levy, who is now suing President Trump, by the way. That's not going to do him any favors when all this shit hits the fan. I believe they obstructed justice by putting federal intelligence assets on a state court jury to rig the jury. And I get it. I'm unwilling in reporting this. Okay? I'm not celebrating this. I'm not out there writing this up right now. I'm apoplectic. I'm sad. I'm tired. I'm comforted by the presence of you all. But I also know that's not going to be the story. I've done this enough times. I know how this all works. I know when something is I know when there's such a big story. When something is so important. Even if a lot of people know about it like this, it just won't be the story, because you don't understand. Never in American history has this happened. The fallout from it, I mean, listen, you want to keep the Republic, maybe this is what people want. I like President Trump. You want to keep the Republicans in power for the next quarter century? Run a headline that says the liberal DOJ tried to cover up the murder of a cop by running federal informants onto a state grand jury. Okay? People will vote Republican for the next 25 years. The Democrat, what this will do, and for good, the Democratic Party left me, so I don't give a fuck. The Democratic Party will never be the same, if it even can survive this. It will fall squarely on the feet of the liberals, which they deserve it, if they did this. You know, it's so weird, too. During this process, I was reflecting this morning before the stream started, and a lot of shit was going on. And I said to myself, I used to be really progressive. Not on every issue. Fiscally, I was always pretty moderate to conservative. But socially, I was pretty progressive. And over the past, really 2 to 3 years, but in particular the past 60 to 70 days, let's just say this experience has made me a lot less liberal. Never thought I would say that. But it also, again, and now I'm thinking about it, like maybe it will be the story because, all right, so there's one of two options. One, if the powers that be really don't want this to be the story, then Alan will be forced to just say he did it. Like, people always wonder, but if Alan just says he did it, that'll end it. He'll be fucked. He'll go to prison, but that'll end it. So if you see Alan Jackson just say, like, hey, listen, it was me, like, I made a terrible mistake, I was too committed to the case, like, he'll go to prison, but people won't dig deeper. Yeah, we all will always know. But, like, you think NBC News, ABC, like, no, like, they're part of the defense establishment. They're not going to report on that if that's the plan. The other option, and this might be possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but it's possible. If the Republican establishment, the GOP in particular, comes to feel that this story it won't cause, first of all, it's not going to cause like any big like social movements. But if they feel that this story is more about the liberal DOJ under Biden and Levy and Rollins, if the narrative is that the liberal DOJ in Boston hated cops so much that they were willing to violate, I mean, we're talking hundreds of laws and hundreds. I can't even count them all. Laws and regulations and ethical rules to do this. Then you drag them all up there in front of Congress. I mean, you arrest them, but you drag them all up there in front of Congress, and no one will vote Democrat for the next 25 years. No one. You might have a small fringe who will vote it no matter what, but you will win every election for the next 25 years. And that's the only way this comes out. And, you know, listen, if I'm the GOP, I know a lot of GOP power brokers listen to this stream. I know they do because I talk to them. If that's what the GOP wants to do, listen, I'm down with it. I'm down with the mission. You know, I think that's fine. It was the liberal DOJ. They did do this. It was wrong. And, out of every off-ramp, those are the two. Alan Jackson taking the fall, if he does that, that means that the establishment decided this was too hot potato, and they were like, no. Even the Republicans. But the Republicans, I'm kind of sensing, like I don't know. I guess I got to talk to Mom about this. Mom knows more about the Republican establishment than Towel does. But my sense is and I think Levy suing President Trump could play into this. That it's so hard to predict. It's such a delicate situation. It's so delicate. And I'm not saying there isn't corruption on both sides, but you have to analyze this specific decision for what it is. You're dealing with an old liberal DOJ. I mean, whether you're liberal or conservative, you can't deny, and I won't deny, that the DOJ that was involved in this is not the DOJ under Leah Foley, U.S. Attorney Foley and President Trump. It was under Biden and Levy and Rollins. That office up here was fucked. And it's really hard to predict because this is a very weighty political discourse. And by the way, I did see a super lemon towel emoji earlier, so I just want to scroll back and see if I see him. Oh my goodness, there he is. Look at that dancing super towel emoji. We love Eva Towel. You are super towel, Eva. But it's really hard to predict, and it's hard to predict because even as the GOP establishment, you would sit around it, and I don't know how quickly this got up the chain. I imagine this is like really up the fucking chain. If I'm right, and Hank probably figured it out before me, then this went very high up the chain very quickly. I'm talking like you have to it becomes a political issue. It really does. Because we're getting close to the midterms. Most of the time, the power. Oh no! What now? Murder by Maestro. Oh no! Bruh. Wait a minute. Why so many Republicans? Some Democrats. $5 to Raphael Warnock? Why that specific Senate race? Why so many Republicans? Oh, because he's probably a Democrat. I got it. Scott, Lexalt, Armstrong, Rubio, Ferguson, Thune. Oh, it's all defense people. Katie Britt. These are the donations of the guy who runs the lobbying firm that does the that administers the jury commissioner software. I need to see the actual contracts, Murder by Maestro. I love carrots too, Cat Dunn. I don't get to eat them very often. Are you actually a bunny, Cat Dunn? Thanks, Richard and Joanne Hogan. I got what I need. I got what I needed there. Murder by Maestro, can we find some of this guy's contracts while I'm sitting here pontificating on how this is going to play out? Also, remember when we were reading that CIA document the other day? And it was about Charles Wiley, that journalist who was actually a CIA agent. One of his primary jobs, or one of the jobs he did, was throw slush fund money around, like black budget op money around to Congress to advance agency agenda. You want to know what's fucking crazy? I just realized what happens. This is crazy. Okay. Congress appropriates budgets. Okay? Congress has to appropriate budgets for almost every governmental department. Do you know what budget is not approved by Congress, technically? Because it doesn't exist. I mean, it exists as a total figure, but not as a line item budget. The black budget, which is for funding covert operations. And you know what I just realized? If you have a black budget for funding covert operations, and you want Congress to keep doing that, letting you do that, and you don't have to track the line item expenditure, I'm not saying this guy was doing this, but just in general, wouldn't you go and give money to the politicians from the black budget in the form of donations? Oh, the country I love so dearly. All right. All right. We're going to have to send Towel into Washington. It's the only option. I don't exactly know how I'm going to fix it all. This is a very, very, very broken system. And there's a lot of people with a lot of reasons not to give it up. We need somebody who has no family, no love interest, does not get tempted by personal inclinations or pleasures, and doesn't care about money. And that's the only way we're going to be able to fix this. Because every time you get someone in there to try to fix it, if they are involved in one of those 5 things, they'll get compromised. Our whole system is broken. I'm now realizing it. Whether it be this DOJ jury thing or otherwise. Hi, accountability for Vermont. I'm a super towel. Thanks, Murder by Maestro. I'll stay on for a few minutes. I can't believe this. I just can't believe it. I'm just still incredibly stunned. And there's some political motivation here. Don't get me wrong. There is political motivation to look into this. I just can't believe it. The jury commissioner, the PR firms, the fucking the lawyers, it's everything. Mr. Towel goes to Washington. Wait, the first guy I picked, they paid him in 2021. I Googled the guy. And before the 2021 election, Dane said he would object to sort of... yeah, no, but Murder by Maestro, don't get trapped in that. I'm interested in what contracts we can buy. what contracts we can find. I don't want to buy any contracts. I'm nearly delirious. I've been going for so many weeks. And it was like the ultimate test to go through that trial and then immediately in that state of being worn out and in such shock at the verdict have to put this all together. I didn't think I actually had a limit to how much I could put in to this. And I found it. I mean, I'm still going, but I really found sort of the point where I ran out of energy. It's a different kind of tired. I don't mean I just need to sleep. That happens often. I mean, I got to a point in this story where mentally and physically, even though this is the culmination of everything, like the sentence the former DOJ or elements thereof that held over could have potentially put federal informants on the jury of a state court criminal case related to the death of a Boston police officer to compromise the jury to help the defendant. I mean, it took everything out of me. Yeah. It's just an incredibly, I mean, I think I'm feeling the release, the cathartic release of knowing what happened. I barely have a voice. I mean, I don't have a life. It doesn't exist, so it can't be in shambles. But if I did have a life, it would probably be in shambles. I did this to the exclusion of everything else. And it wasn't a compulsion. I cover lots of stories. And sometimes you just get to the end of a story. It's sad. You follow up on it. But you get to the end of a story. This one, I just knew. My gut feeling. As soon as the verdict came down, I didn't know where we were going to go with it, but I just knew. I knew that justice wasn't done, and so I kept going, and I kept looking. And never in a million years did I think that this is where we would end up. And it is a release, I guess. It's not that I don't care. I care very deeply. But it's out of my hands. It really is. It won't matter. I could write it up all day long. I could scream it on the stream all day long. But it's out of my hands. And I don't know how it's going to end. And maybe that's the fate I deserve. And that's the lesson in this for me. It's out of my hands. I've done my job. It was about justice for John O'Keefe and his family. That's what it was primarily about. But then it became, and I think a lot of people would sympathize with this, it became about our justice system. The witnesses being attacked, the defense's tactics. And then it became about America and our defense systems. And now this. The integrity of the state court system and the jury process potentially infiltrated by elements of the federal government through informants in order to, quite literally, manipulate a state court jury to help a woman get off for the death of her Boston police officer boyfriend. It's the most grotesque, shameful, abhorrent, disgusting, disgraceful, loathsome, abominable, malicious, malevolent, destructive, insidious, catastrophic, apoplectic, cataclysmic behavior that I have ever seen. It's unconstitutional. It's anti-democratic. It's anti-American. It's an insult to towels. Nothing will ever make this right. There might be some solution to this. There might be some investigation that can put this all together. I think for the first time, and I will say goodbye, we'll do our closing. But I think for one of the first times, and I'll come back in the morning and we'll talk a little bit more about this. I think one of the best things for me to do is just sleep. I should let my brain process this. I should let my body process this. And I don't really know where we're going next. Oh, what happened? I didn't get a chance to see the discussion in chat. Hi, sis. Well, you're going to want to get caught up. But we're pretty sure that it wasn't just one juror, and it wasn't just the defense. It's very possible that the federal government, old elements of the liberal DOJ up in Boston, put federal informants, or assets would be the more appropriate word, on the Karen Reed jury, specifically to get a not guilty vote. And the motive was bifurcated. One, to protect the reputation of the old DOJ, because otherwise, if Karen was guilty, they would have looked like they, investigated for nothing. Although it wasn't really for nothing, because it was just cover to investigate the cover-up of Sandra Birchmore's murder, which they could have just said. It's not embarrassing. And then the second reason is, I think, because Hank Brennan was able to get U.S. Attorney Foley to confirm the end of the federal probe into John's death, it made it look like the liberal DOJ held it open just to embarrass Morrissey. And it left, and in particular when U.S. Attorney Foley gave Hank Brennan the top of an invoice from ARCA to Karen's team, it had, that was enough for Hank to figure out that the DOJ, I think that was enough for Hank to figure out that the DOJ under Levy allowed ARCA to violate the state court sequester order during Karen's first trial. And then simultaneously, Hank was able to figure out that the DOJ, under the auspices of a federal protective order, which they also let ARCA violate, let Karen's team withhold payments and contacts with ARCA from the state prosecutors and Judge Cannoni during the first trial. And I think because of those two things, well, one, because President Trump won in November 2024, and two, because in January of 2025, when U.S. Attorney Foley came in and made those decisions, the old U.S. Attorney's Office was getting really worried, the holdover, and there were some people that held over too. I think they were getting worried that Hank Brennan was going to, in a fair fight, be able to convict Karen across the board. And I think that they thought that that would embarrass them, the old DOJ. And I think that they were also mad at Hank Brennan for being able to maneuver enough to even expose just the end of the federal probe, or get U.S. Attorney Foley to confirm that through law enforcement partners, and then couple that with the ARCA revelations. I think they were embarrassed and worried, and I think they had a break glass plan, and it was a middle finger to Hank Brennan, and then it was also protecting their reputation. And no one would have ever figured it out if not for just a few breadcrumbs. Like, it just, and it wasn't even Juror 11's fault. She did just fine. She didn't do anything wrong. She did what she was supposed to do. It's not like she didn't give anything away, but it was just enough of a tip-off that it led down these rabbit holes, and by the end of it, you realize what happened. So it wasn't her. It wasn't Paula. She, I think, just kind of compartmentalization works in a funny way. But I do think that this larger structure that made these calls, I mean, it's really scary. It's incredibly scary that it could be pulled off. And the person who administers the jury system in Massachusetts, it's a single consulting company, definitely tied into the intelligence community. It's all the intelligence community. It was an op. The jury, not the whole jury, but tactically, they made sure, and only the intelligence community could do this, they made sure certain people got through to that jury. It's incredibly impressive. And that's what, it was the money, that was what really made me realize, like, I tried to justify it to myself by saying, hello, TJ, it's good to see you. I tried to, oh, God bless you, TJ. I tried to justify it to myself. I tried to look for any explanation that wasn't this. I tried to think, oh, Karen raised a lot of money. She could fly people in from different countries. Like, money in other countries isn't worth as much, Yeah, no. No. Not for something like this. No, bro. She didn't get that woman a $1.5 million home. And you don't come here to a $1.5 million home when you're looking for work in Brazil. You don't. It's not a thing. And you don't have an unlimited budget if you're a defendant, even with a lot of money coming in. Might be the father. But even then, it's a big favor. That's why I'm saying it couldn't just be a favor to a person. No. This was political. You can't get the intelligence community, in my opinion, to do something like this as a favor. Not a favor. It has to be self-preservation. It has to be their self-preservation. The intelligence community's self-preservation. But they did the opposite here. By doing this, they imperiled the country. They imperiled the operation. I don't know what you do. What I need to do, though, is get ready to go to bed. I know. Christina, you're not wrong. He played a role in this, but you don't do it as a favor. I don't care if Bill Reed gave the United States 50 years of the best actionable intelligence on, like, international state-sponsored corporate finance. I don't care. There's no amount of information you could give anyone that would get them to do this for you. No. And no amount of money would do it either. The government doesn't need money. That part of the government. And they don't need... Everybody helps them. Like, what do you... Like, there's a dime a dozen people who could give that kind of information. Bill Reed is not some, like, super spy. He is not James Bond. And even if he were, they would not do this for him. The only way something like this gets done is if it has to do with the reputation of the people in the DOJ, which this did, and if it's petty. And this was petty. They hated Hank, for sure. I think U.S. Attorney Foley likes Hank. I like U.S. Attorney Foley. I think she's wonderful. I should go to a press conference. I can't actually go right now because I don't have my real ID yet, but it should be coming soon. I guess I could just use my passport, actually. If it's actually still active. I haven't left the country in a while. I don't plan on it. Towel is not leaving American soil for a very long time. Actually, you know what? I think I'm just going to declare I am never leaving U.S. soil again. Maybe on some kind of vacation in the future, but just for the foreseeable future, I am never leaving U.S. soil. I just want to be clear. If I end up out of the U.S., it was against my will. Yeah, and that's the other thing. You're right about that, Christina. Like, the DOJ hated Hank from the Whitey thing, I'm sure. Oh my word. Yeah, it was. It wasn't FBI. It was the FBI worked for the DOJ, and the DOJ, you must understand, the DOJ has so many sections beyond just like what the FBI works on them with. The DOJ interfaces with like Navy, NCIS, Navy Criminal Investigative Services, the CIA, I'm sure, but they don't disclose that. Who else do they work with? Like Army Intelligence. They have their own national security unit, okay? And then they work with the FBI. They work with every single type of law enforcement you can imagine. The DOJ, that's why when I was saying, like, I understood what it meant when the DOJ was trying to recruit me into the antitrust section. I'm almost certain that's what they wanted me to do. I was like, oh my God, like, it's not just an honor. It is like, and I was very overwhelmed and intimidated. It's not just an honor. It is like, it's access to a world where if you are interested in information, I mean, you can never talk publicly ever again, but if you're interested in information and actually doing that kind of work, You have everything. Everything. Oh my goodness. Yes, it is, Peony and Rose. It's very petty. And they weaponize the positions they're in to take out petty personal shit. This was more than just getting back at Hank, though, over the confirmation at the end of the federal probe and whatever. This was reputational. Like it wasn't the FBI, quote unquote, and it wasn't the DOJ, quote unquote. It was a specific faction of people within the old Boston DOJ under Levy. Some of them maybe are still there, some of them weren't. The point is, it's very ripe for investigation because they were all liberal. Their only hope is that this, like, some Republicans are okay with this, but I don't think they're going to be okay with it. I'd like to talk to some Republican, and I'm obviously becoming, I think, a little bit more, before I was, I'd say, fiscally conservative, socially moderate to liberal. I'm definitely right now becoming very socially moderate, maybe even leaning, and I'm scared to say this, I might even be starting to lean like 51% right. I'm not a party person, though. Let me be clear. I'm talking about the ideological spectrum. I don't necessarily think either party, and I'm not saying members of each party don't meet, more specifying criteria, but I don't think either party represents the ideological spectrum very well in the United States. But in terms of the ideological spectrum, this experience has changed my opinion about the country and about how I should approach my politics. Yes, I would like to. Yeah, we definitely are not getting rid of policing. If Mr. Towell goes to Washington, we support our police and law enforcement. That does not mean we just let them do whatever they want. That's like the opposite of what I believe in. But we support them. They put their life on the line. Very noble, honorable people. I wouldn't really call myself a libertarian. No, I mean, like, I get what you're saying. Like, the kind of being in that arena puts me near that. But no, libertarians, their views kind of can trace it back to my intellectual understanding of libertarianism, to Robert Nozick. And their Nozick, Nozick, their viewpoint is that do what you want as long as it doesn't cause harm to someone else. And I understand that ethos, all right, but I'm more of like a duty-based ethics kind of person. Like, I don't care about doing what I want at all. Like, what I want doesn't matter. All I want to do, I only have a few wants. I want to, like, have my medicine because I need it to be able to eat. I want to be able to eat snacks, drink water, Gatorade, and coffee, and, like, research things. Like, I don't have any wants. So that's not how I structure my philosophy. My philosophy is based on the Kantian categorical imperative, like deontological ethics. So act in a way where you can act only in a way where you could write your action, like define, like make a law out of your action or decision that everyone would have to follow at all times. So the notion of libertarianism, while I understand it, I think it's a valid philosophy. It doesn't really inform my worldview. I'm much more of a Kantian. Now, what those universal, like, moral laws are, it's very situationally dependent, in that every single time you're confronted with a moral decision, you have to think about what would be the kind of, how would I act in response to this decision in a way that everyone could follow at all times. So every decision's different. But anyway, that's the difference between me and a libertarian. I'm sympathetic to their worldview, but I'm more of a Kantian or a Rawlsian, not a libertarian. I'm so glad you find it interesting. I do some, I guess I don't talk about myself very often, but we're at that point now. I feel like the load is off my shoulders for now. I don't know what the hell is going to happen, but I've done my job. I've given it my all. I barely have a voice. I don't remember what the sun looks like. But yes, hold on. What did you screenshot, Beach Nance? Hold on. Who is this? I am Emily. Hold on. I'm going to click Harvard Yards link. Oh, thank you, Marie Sweeney. And this is me at my most tired. I'm going to go to bed in the next few minutes. I just appreciate that so many of you have asked questions and left links. I feel bad. I want to try to click through some of them. I might not be able to share them on screen right now, but I want to save them in my search history so I can look at them tomorrow morning. I'm not delirious, but I am so tired. I gave it my all. I promise you, I gave everything I had to get us to this point. Oh, I love it. Who's Class E Beats? Oh, Hank's at Dunkin' Donuts. But why does she think he's watching Class E Beats? Oh, I think they were just trolling. Hold on though. This is a great picture of Hank. I love Hank Brennan. He's such a boss. I wonder what he's thinking right now. He's got to be working hard. So this picture was posted today. It was this morning. I'm going to share it on screen. Hold on one second. I'm so glad you all find depth here. I'm just sorry I don't have as much energy as I normally do. I think I'm running low on the towel tank of gas. But I'm going to sleep soon. We might not be able to do our regular outro. I'm a little bit tired. I don't have that that same zest that I normally do. It's 'cause I think I figured it out, you know? There's a certain feeling when you're on the way to figuring something out. And there's a certain feeling when you figure a big part of something out. It's like very invigorating. But when you actually figure something out, you know it in your gut because you don't want to you don't feel that rush to keep getting the information out there. It just lifts. I don't know how to explain it. You shift from in the story, in the moment as a journalist writing it, to just immediately looking back, ready to analyze it. You're like, I'm done. I put it out there. I figured it out. I'm done. And yeah, you talk about it. I'm sure I'll do a lot of interviews about this. Not that I really care, but I did the work. And I think that's what this feeling is. My body is literally telling me, you got it. Kid, it's all right. You can rest now. It's all right. We are here. We are. And I'm so glad we're with each other. And I'm so tired I got distracted and I forgot to make the image of Hank zoom in. I feel like I'm derelict in my duty. I'm also delirious though, so what do you want from me at this point? I barely know what's going on. Well, I know exactly what's going on, but I'm so tired that I'm not sure what I should do with myself. Have you ever been so tired that you're just baffled by your own existence? How did I get here? Why am I streaming to people all around the world? How did this happen? Why did Hank Brennan say I can call him Hank? Yeah, it's true, LLA. I've seen Hank Brennan in person. He's probably 6'1", 6'2". He was about as tall as me. I don't think he was taller. He might have... No, he's about 6'1", 6'2". He was eye level with me when he was on the ground. Yeah, LLA, but even on a 8-hour day, you know, normally we'll be 10, 11 hours. I'm still invigorated. And I'm going to be back with you tomorrow, by the way. I'm going to sleep in. But I'll tell you, this is, I don't mean to say I'm grateful. I'm grateful that we were here together and we got to this point, certainly. But I know what this feeling is. It's that I got it. And I'm not like bloviating. I'm not gloating or tooting my own horn. I just needed this feeling. It's been a very long time. Like, I don't know. Probably since the trial started, the retrial. I thought I would get this feeling with the verdict. It did not come. I thought I would get I didn't think I would get this feeling once the last week started. I thought we were in for a long road. We are in for a long road, but I thought we were in for a long road on an answer. I thought it would be months, if we got one at all. Oh, you're so kind, Marie Sweeney. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. It means so much to me. And we appreciate Hank Brennan. God knows where this is all going to go, how heavy it weighs on his soul. In some sense, I have the luxury of being able to lay down now and tune it out and wake up tomorrow and do more analysis. But I bet it weighs very heavy on Hank's soul. He's got other trials too, I'm sure. He's got a whole practice. Oh, I would have bought Hank a coffee. He's a super towel. All right. Let's do this. We'll do our Saudi Arabia video tomorrow. My body is telling me that although we're going to watch one more clip, it's almost time for bed. And you know what clip we're going to watch, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yeah. You know exactly what's coming. Colleen Henry, you know what's coming. A towel. I may not have my normal towel spunk. But that's only because it's time for Towel's catharsis. Towel needed this release. It has been a very long 70 days. I barely know my own name anymore. I literally see the sun and I recoil in horror. But we're still going to watch the clip. I gave my best, Selena H.M. It's the justice system, my country. It all means so much to Little Towel. And you all as well. I don't know if you know how much strength and energy you all give me. And this catharsis isn't me, being sad. It's just I'm very tired because my body is now sending the signal to me you got it, And I know this feeling. I've written a lot of stories. Hundreds, maybe thousands. I've written millions of words. I've said millions of words. And I know what this feeling means. But it's up to this man how everything plays out. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. All right, a third time for good luck. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. See it, ladies and gentlemen. You love to see it. I agree, kitty cat. I agree. Please walk barefoot in the grass and soak up the beautiful sun for a while tomorrow before you come in tomorrow. Yes, M. Skate, I absolutely will do that. I'll let my feet touch the grass, and I'll be thinking of you when I do so, my dear friend. And I know you all loved you all appreciated that clip. I'm super excited to have watched it with you, and we won't be able to do our traditional outro today. I cannot read all of your names, but I can do our last part of the outro, which is the traditional end of the stream. And I am honored that so many of you have stuck around for this. And I am dedicated to truth. That's all. And America. Well, my principles are safety, country, God, family, in that order, with academics thrown in there for good measure. But I got to add truth to the list, because I think truth and justice are important. But I love America. If you ever wonder what drives him to do this, it's clearly not any one person or any one story, although he clearly cares. But what drives him to do this? It's because I love America. Not just the abstract notion of it. I love its constitutional principles. I love the way its precedent has evolved and been interpreted as a living, breathing expression of those principles. I love the people who serve our country in the military. I love our fire department and police departments and people who put their lives on the line to keep us safe. I just love everything about this country. So anything I can do to protect it, or the integrity of its systems of justice, or its missile defense systems, or its whatever it may, national security, I will do it. And I will do it until I have absolutely nothing left. And then I'll rest, get up, and do it again. It's all I know, and it's all I ever want to know. Oh, it's so good to see you all, towel friends. Hi, Alex and Alicia and Colleen and LLA. And Sonia. And I want to do my normal read, but I can't. I physically cannot do it. So we have to end this way. If you benefited today, if you came along for the ride, if you found this stream engaging, informing, entertaining, this is a public information service after all. It's rooted in the principles of the BBC: educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, engender cogent public discourse, ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government. If you found that helpful, if you like the people you've been chatting with here, if you enjoy the camaraderie, the fluffy towel friends, the towelettes, the washcloths, the flannels, the soap dispensers, the electric hand dryers, beach towels, paper towels, microfiber towels or otherwise, the best thing you can do to pay it forward is look for reasons to do small acts of service. Thank you, Peony and Rose. God bless you. Thank you, LLA. And Ange. God bless you, dear Ange. and Selena. Look for reasons to do small acts of service, rooted in unconditional love. Look for reasons to do something as simple as donate to homeless veterans, or donate to an animal shelter run by veterans. Look for reasons to say hello, or smile at someone on the street. Reach out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while. Or yes, even donate 200 tomato plants, like Francis Frutrell did that one time, and have them denoted as honorary towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us look for reasons to be a beacon of light in a world defined by self-interest and darkness and despair. Let us look for reasons to be a helper. And let those small acts of service and unconditional love ripple outwards, and may they win as the ebb and flow of the tides pushes back those forces of darkness. And thus, may we bring about a new political world order, not based on the realpolitik of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power, but instead based on the principles of preserving, expanding, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service rooted in unconditional love. And then, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow towels, maybe we will see the rise of a new digital epoch, defined by Aquarius the water bearer, hopefully waving a towel, proclaiming that small acts of service and unconditional love and a better way is possible. It means so much to me that you're all along on this journey with me. And I think that no matter what we run into together, it's because of our collective compassion that we'll get through it. And I know you have helped me in so many ways, perhaps more than I can express. And I can only hope that I have done a small part to return the favor. We're going to say goodbye to our towel friends on X first. Probably the most tired I've ever been. I appreciate all of you so much. Who knows where this will go, but I hope that you will be safe, wherever your travels may take you for the rest of this Thursday night. And God bless you, towel friends over on the X. Be safe. Be well. We'll see you in the morning. And you can find us on youtube.com/GrantSmithEllis if you want to join the chat. I think it's /at Grant Smith Ellis. Alright, I'm going to go talk to the towel friends on the YouTube now. Be safe and be well, towel friends on the X. Towel friends, oh hello Willie Wallace and Chris and Leafy, my dear friend, and Accountability for Vermont, and Richard and Joanne Hogan, and Alicia B. You know how much it means to me, towel friends, that you stuck around till the end. I'm having a little bit of trouble. I think the energy after putting it all together kind of departed Towel's body. Fleeting in mind and soul though I may be, it means a lot to me. It really does that you stuck around this whole time. You didn't have to, but you did. And I hope you enjoyed the discussions here. I certainly enjoyed the opportunity to discuss with you. But yes, Deborah Bissam, my dear friend, hello. I love kangaroos and koalas. I'm going to lay down my head tonight sleeping, thinking of those super towels and koalas and kangaroos. Ange, my dear friend, you sleep well. And I know some of you will not go to bed until I go to bed. And tonight, on all nights, tonight of all nights, know that I'll be going to bed thinking of all of you. We've accomplished something very special the job is not done, but the information is out there, and we can only hope that our systems of justice will be able to bring about some kind of resolution in line with the principles, the patriotism, and the honor that we all hold so dear. God bless you, my towel friends, every single one of you. You are a super towel murdered by maestro, and I'm going to head to bed. All right, you did it. I did it. God bless you. Be safe, towel friends. Until tomorrow, probably sometime in the late morning. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. I love you all very much.